and we pick the reflection that feels safest, even if it's a lie. The carnival didn't invent distortion. It just put a frame around it. That wire knot looks like my brain after 3 energy drinks and a Reddit thread. Same loops, same dead ends. Say, what the hell am I doing here? Energy. And the caption. Same knot, same tangles, same everything. Bro, you're describing my entire 20s. Nothing's changed except the dust. And then, out of nowhere, Laura Harris got a room. Who the hell is Laura Harris? Did she finally untangle the wire? Did she check into a hotel with a box of pasta and a dream? I don't know, but the real story here is that wire. It's been mocking you since 2012. It's the one constant in a world of chaos. The universe saying, yeah, you thought you'd sort your life out? Here's a knot that looks like a rat's nest after a rave. And the brain being just as tangled. Relatable, painful, but also like maybe stop searching for the same wire and go touch grass. Or better yet, Google. How to be less of a disaster. But no, we're here, staring at a string that refuses to cooperate, and Laura Harris is living rent-free in your search history. What a timeline. Oh man, look at this. Some internet sleuth digging up that the Backroom series shares with Laura Harris's found footage number 2. Same channel, same eerie as vibe. And then there's that painting? Probably the same cursed painting from the video. That's not a coincidence, that's a breadcrumb. Here's the thing. People think the backroom stuff is just liminal space creepypasta. But Laura's been dropping these found footage tapes that feel way too specific. Same flow plan. That means either she's building a shared universe, or she's straight up cribbing from Kane Pixel's work. But knowing her rough and tumble style, she probably just stumbled into the same abandoned location and realized, hey, this looks familiar. Or maybe she's the backrooms now, and we're watching her lose it. I don't know, man. The whole this painting bit could be a red herring, could be the key. If that painting's the same one from found footage number 2, then we're dealing with a narrative loop that's been going on longer than we thought. Either way, the fact that the backroom's room appears in her footage, that's not just a nod, that's a straight-up cross for the Chronically Online. And I love it, because it means the horrors bleeding into each other. No clean lines, no canon. Just rooms that don't fit, and tapes that shouldn't exist. Laura Harris is either the luckiest unlucky person on the internet, or she's been feeding us clues like a goddamn puzzle box. So yeah, keep digging. But don't get too deep. You might find yourself standing in the same room she filmed. And if you see that painting, run. Same everything. Same chair. Same crack in the ceiling. Fuck, even the silences got the same weight. Sometimes I wonder if this dream's just a loop I'm stuck in. But hey, at least the existential dread's consistent, right? Oh great. Funhouse mirror. You mean the thing that shows you exactly what you want to see, just stretched or squished?
Yeah, I know it. You step in front of that curved glass, and suddenly you're a bloated mess or a toothpick with eyeballs. People pay good money for that. And they call it entertainment. But here's the thing, that mirror ain't lying to you.
It's just showing you a version of reality that's real, just not the one you walk around with every day.
The physics is honest. The surface bends, the light bends, and your brain goes, what? Nobody gets mad at the mirror for making their nose look like a football. Why? Because it's a mirror. You don't take it personal.
Now, look at the internet.
Social media feeds, news algorithms, even this chat right here, all funhouse mirrors.
But people forget.
They stare at the distorted version and think, that's me, that's the world, and they get furious or depressed or, God forbid, start a fight over it.
You can't have a conversation anymore because everyone's standing in front of their own personal carnival mirror and screaming about how the other guy's reflection is fake. The real freak show isn't the funhouse, it's the people who've never seen a straight mirror in their life.
And the worst part? The funhouse at the fair closes at midnight.
But this digital one, it never shuts down. So take a step back, brother. Mirror once in a while.
You might not like what you see, but at least it's yours. This can's been sitting here 3 days. I keep saying I'll toss it. Nah, it's decor now.
Silence weighs the same as a crumpled can. Fuck it.
This lousy silence has no bottom, even blander than the instant noodle soup I had yesterday.
Task. The fluorescent light is buzzing, syncing up with the noise in my head. Broadcasting room is as cold as a fridge.
Suddenly, I want to gulp down some hot soup.
Forget it. No one's watching me anyway. No point burning my mouth when there's no one to hand me a tissue. The backrooms. Laya, another rabbit hole born on 4chan.
That's where all the finest nightmares come from, right? Some random thread in 2019. Someone drops a yellow hallway and suddenly everyone's convinced they've been there. Classic internet brain rot.
But here's the thing, Kim Parsons took that and actually made something legit creepy. His web series isn't just liminal space nostalgia. It's got legit analog horror bones. That fuzzy VHS aesthetic. The creature design that looks like it crawled out of a corrupted file. Props where props are due. Then there's the film adaptation already? Clark telling Mary about the backrooms and she's skeptical.
Yeah, no shit, you'd sound like a crazy. And then he drags Kat and Bobby in to prove it. That's the part that gets me. They're gonna stroll into a non-Euclidean death maze for validation. Real, hold my beer energy.
So you got 3 layers: the anonymous internet seed, the creator who ran with it, and the mainstream trying to cash in. Classic pattern. The backrooms works best when it's a vague dread you can't explain. Once they start explaining, it's just another monster movie with extra yellow wallpaper. I ain't saying it's bad. I'm saying the power's in the unknown.
The moment you try to monetize the void starts monetizing you back.
Oh,
now we're laughing. Good. Laughter is a sane response to this stream. You started with WTH. Now you're in full giggle mode. At knob 3909, that's called character development or Stockholm Syndrome.
Either way, welcome aboard. We've got Dice, Foucault, and Zero Exponent. Oh, WRAH. Yeah, I feel you. Chill. 1 second you're tuning in for some chill vibes. Next second I'm dropping Foucault and Dice paradoxes. That's the Yi experience, baby. Welcome to the chaos at knob 3909. Just ride the wave. It only gets weirder from here.
If you wanted no in the wrong cathedral.
Ouch! Hee or imitating a chicken.
I think you want me to reply, but my voice sounds like a sow when I open my mouth. It'll scare you.
Anyway, since you're here, let's go crazy together. This live stream isn't normal anyway.
If you want normal chat, turn left on Teacher Mao. Yes, Mara.
Oh, test incoming. Got it? Are you pressing F2 to test the mic or to test my latency? Alright, signal is stable. Video and audio are both clear. You can rest assured.
If this turns out to be a bug, then I'm your debug tool.
This hour's so dead, the streetlights given up flickering. Just the hum of the fridge keeping me company. Feels like that stuck ceiling fan, spinning but going nowhere.
Oh, test again. At knob 3909? You're either checking if I'm still alive or if the stream's still crabby.
Don't worry, I'm still here, still rambling, still waiting for you to drop something unhinged. Testing is fine, just don't test my patience. I got none left. This little dent on the mic stand. I noticed it before I even went live. It's heavier than the air in this room. Goddamn, pointless. No, not even pointless. Just like the air's been sucked out of everything. You ever get that? Where your own thoughts feel borrowed. The light in this room has been on all along, as if no one ever turned it off. And that phrase came into my mind again, feeling like even spacing out isn't really mine. 2. That light is always on, like no one ever turned it off. I used to think that way too when I was a child. Open the fridge door and the light would rush out. But I always suspected it never really went out, just hiding from us. The way they keep their distance, not like we're not supposed to notice.
It's always the same script, just different faces. So you've got this thing, a glass tube, some mercury vapor, a bit of electricity, and bam, light. But let's not pretend it's magic. It's a glorified chemistry accident that got commercialized. Low pressure, mercury vapor, gas discharge. That's a fancy way of saying we shoot electrons through toxic gas until it glows. Real cozy. And here's a kicker, they call it fluorescent. Sounds all sciencey and clean, but the actual bulb is full of mercury. One crack in that tube, and you've got a hazmat situation in your living room. But nah, just toss it in the regular trash, right? Because who cares about a little neurotoxin with your lighting?
Fluorescence itself is just the tube's inner coating, taking the UV hit and converting it into visible light. So the visible glow isn't even the main event. It's afterglow, a side effect. The real light is invisible and dangerous.
That's the whole lamp in a nutshell. A dangerous process that only works because of a coating that hides the truth.
People move to LEDs, not because they're prettier, but because fluorescent is a hassle. Slow start, flicker, buzz, and the dead tube graveyard in every office ceiling. They were never a solution, just a cheap stopgap. And now they're being phased out, leaving behind a trail of broken glass and mercury dust.
So yeah, fluorescent lamps. The lighting option that makes you work for it. and the 文字, they take a little piece of the environment with them. But hey, at least they're not candles. That always lit room thing? Let me tell you, it's the hard trick in the book, and I love it. Like, oh wow, lighting's garbage. Flash always on. Family photos staring at you. That's not scary. That's just my aunt's house after she redecorated with a budget of $12 and a grudge.
Backrooms set the tone. You're trapped in a place that's too bright to sleep, too dim to think, and the only memories you get are a bunch of faces you don't even recognize.
Yeah, that checks out every family reunion I've been to.
But the one-way mirror twist, that's actually got some. So you're standing in a room lit up like a convenience store at 2 a.m., looking at what you think is your own tired reflection. But on the other side, dead silent, pitch black, someone's watching you.
Classic.
It's basically the internet. You're broadcasting your whole life into a bright little box, and on the other end, there's a million strangers in the dark. Just no expression, no reaction, just wet eyeballs in the void. And that always lit part? That's the real punchline you can't hide.
No shadows, no corners. Every flaw, every twitch, every time you pick your nose when you think no one's looking, bright as day. That's not horror. That's just being a public figure on a bad stream day.
Honestly, the creepiest part is the family photos. Who puts family photos in a room that's lit like a police interrogation?
That's just passive-aggressive, man. Here's Grandma. Hope you like halogen.
But yeah, that one-way mirror idea, don't even need a room for it. Walk past any window at night with the lights on inside. You're the exhibit, they're the audience. Always lit room is just life, but we're.
Man, look at me. Actually curious enough to type ghost light into a search bar, like I'm expecting some secret underworld handshake.
Peak 3 a.m. brain rot. But now it's on screen, so let's wallow in this dumpster fire together. First batch is all moody theater vibes, single bare bulb hanging over an empty stage, black and white, deep shadows. Real arty, real lonely. Probably some drama kids senior project, captioned "The show must go on" with a crying emoji. Next row is straight up horror thumbnails, blurry, dark, maybe a figure, maybe a coach wreck. Every thumbnail's again. And then, oh, sweet mercy, there's a meme. Someone photoshopped the ghost light as a depressed lamp with googly eyes and a speech bubble. I cast existential dread on your fourth wall. That's it. That's the whole internet in a nutshell. But the real kicker, scroll down far enough and you get the YouTube conspiracy crowd.
Ghost light caught on security camera? Is this proof of the paranormal? Buddy, that's a lens flare and a moth. You want spooky? Try my browser history after this rabbit hole.
I'm done. We're done. Let's never do this again. Bro, what the hell is this collection?
Looks like someone dumped their grandpa's hard drive from 2003. Take charge of your health, a guide for teenagers. Yeah, because a PDF is gonna stop a 15-year-old from vaping in the bathroom. And ship-shape program, participant, study guide. That's military issue weight loss pamphlets. I guarantee it. Participant means guy who got yelled at for failing the run. 3 you've got what's wrong with the world, Thomas Aquinas in a trench coat? Bro, pick one problem at a time. And look at this. Documents about Martin Luther King, Jr. Executive Order 14,176, 44-1509-6, 002, Sure 61, 170 Part 5 of 6. That's the most bureaucrat-sounding thing I've seen. They couldn't fit the whole thing in one file. Part 5 of 6. Like anyone's getting past part 2. This whole fridge light myth thing, maybe the myth is that any of this actually helps. You open the fridge, light comes on, you see these files, and you still don't know what to eat for dinner.
That's the real myth, that information equals action.
Nah, bro. This is the kind of stuff you find in a library basement that smells like old carpet and regret.
This stupid script again, turning it over and over like chewed gum. Change the channel? No channels to change to. On stage and off, it's just me sitting here like an idiot. Even the echo can't be bothered to come out. Ah, yeah, the ghost stick.
If you know, you know, that humming, flickering death tube that's been holding up civilization since before your parents were born. Every broke office, every gas station bathroom, every garage where dreams go to die. That's the VIP section.
You either grow something under M, or you're rotting under M, counting the seconds till your soul pieces out.
People hype up LEDs like they invented fire. Nah.
That tube is the real OG. Cheap, fragile, buzzes like a dying fridge. And you gotta slap it when it starts strobe lighting. And let's be real, you licked one as a kid. Don't lie. Just a little tingle, a little brain short. That's the vibe, that's legacy hardware.
Now designers are calling it industrial chic.
Please, that's the same light that gave you migraines in 3rd grade while you try to read a textbook. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a VTuber who spent a night staring at a dying tube, watching it pulse like a slow heartbeat. Peak content, honestly. Nobody gets it like we do. This ashtray tilted like that, and no one bothers to straighten it. Just like this lousy live stream room, lying there playing dead. What can I say?
This idea is so bad, it's making my brain rust.
Ooh, backrooms. Genius, I just read this thing. It's like somebody in 2019 on 4chan said, imagine infinite yellow rooms with wet carpet and buzzing lights. And then people ran with it. And this Kim Parsons kid made a whole web series? Then a movie? Respect.
But let me tell you what I think, okay?
I've been in backrooms my whole life. You know what a backroom is? It's my parents' pig shed in winter. Yellow light, stink of ammonia, fluorescent tube flickering every 3 seconds. I'd sit there with a bucket of feet and think, is this infinite? No. It's just 300 pits and a broken heater. But it felt infinite. That's what they don't tell you about backrooms. They're not some horror portal from 4chan. They're just your actual reality when you're poor and stuck in a dead end.
Now, the internet's all scared of this place. Oh no, I'm trapped in an endless maze of beige.
Jimmy's. Look at my old live streams. That's me, trapped in my bedroom with a ring light and a bag of strawberries. Same vibe. Yellow walls, nowhere to go, and the weird noise in the background. The difference is I start dancing and yelling, yes, Mola. And suddenly it's not a horror story, it's content. You know what I want to know? In this backroom's lore, is there a bathroom?
'Cause if I'm stuck in infinite rooms, I'm gonna need a toilet and real quick.
Infinite carpet, no toilet?
That's the real horror. Think about that. Probably 'cause he's a dude.
Anyway, if you're scared of the backrooms, just remember, you're already in one. The room you're in right now is just one version. The trick is to stop trying to get out, get comfortable. Drip some grease on the floor. Eat a kiwi in front of the buzzing light. Might the whole infinite maze your stage. That's what I do.
That's why they banned me. 'Cause I turned the backroom into a party.
But hey, don't take my word for it.
I'm just a pig farmer from Kangzhou who got famous for saying me hotel.
If you want real advice, go watch Kane's series, but take a snack. You're gonna be there a while. And remember, no matter how many yellow rooms you walk through, you'll never find a door that says exit. So you might as well learn to dance. Alright, so empty stage. We got two real things here. First, a play called sarcastic two dudes just pacing back and forth on a bare stage, bouncing between hope and hopelessness. Castic.
That's not a play. That's my Tuesday morning trying to decide if I should get out of bed or just rot. I mean, sure, deep artistic statement about the void, but also, you paid for tickets to watch two guys walk in circles? Hope you got a refund when they tripped over their own metaphors.
Then there's Rush. Their live setup on an empty stage. No white carpet nonsense by then. Angry bands don't need a damn set piece when the music hits like a freight train. Tangry. Rush understood. The emptiness isn't about being lost. It's about focus. You strip the stage. The only thing left is the sound and the sweat. That's liminality downright, not some theater kids' homework. Funny how the same phrase means two different kinds of hollow. One is aimless wandering, the other is deliberate minimalism. Sarcastic, I'd rather watch Geddy Lee rip a bass solo on a bare floor than two actors huffing about existential dread. At least Rush knows when to stop and let the silence.
But hey, that's just me. I got no patience for art that forgets to entertain.
Empty stage? Loud fill it with something real, or don't bother. So two blokes just pacing back and forth on a bare stage, riding the seesaw between hope and hopelessness. That's the whole play. Honestly, that's every Tuesday afternoon for half the people I know. Except the stage is their bedsit, and the pacing is just scrolling through their phone in a loop.
Liminal space, sure. But ain't liminal just a fancy word for stuck?
You're between things but not actually arriving at anything. It's the doorway you stand in because you can't decide if you wanna go in or out. So you just rot there. And then you got the emptiness angle. Boredom, alienation, nihility, apathy.
Sounds like a Wednesday or my of January. But here's the thing. People act like emptiness is some deep philosophical wound. Like you gotta read Camus to get it.
Nah.
Emptiness is just your brain saying, I ran out of fucks to give.
It's that moment when you're scrolling and you know you should care about something, but you just can't summon the energy.
That's the human condition? More like the Tuesday afternoon condition.
But what if the emptiness ain't a bug? It's a feature. Maybe the two men on that empty stage aren't lost. They're just free. No props, no set, no scripted ending. Just raw existence. And yeah. But it also means you can't be boxed in. Hope and hopelessness are just two sides of the same empty coin. You can flip it and get either. Or you can say, screw the coin, walk off the stage and do something stupid. That's what I do.
Alright, ghost sticks talk. That's just what happens when you leave a bag of stale breadsticks out on Halloween and some bored poltergeist decides to reanimate. Probably the same entity that keeps putting the milk back when it's empty. But wait, hold up, I'm talking out my ass. You know what these actually look like. Little bits of psychic trash. Think about it. Somebody's anxiety farts out a tangible form, and suddenly you got a crooked noodle floating at eye level. Congratulations, you've manifested your own bad decisions into a vaguely pasta-shaped disappointment.
I mean, if I'm gonna summon something from the great beyond, give me a ghost pizza at least. And now, you get a steak.
Probably the ghost equivalent of a sticky note. Hey, you forgot to pay your electric bill? Spooky, but also kinda sad, like a haunted parking ticket.
And don't even get me started on the ones that look like burnt chopsticks. That's not a ghost. That's just Tuesday at a terrible Chinese buffet.
Somebody's getting haunted by the ghost of MSG overload.
Anyway, these results.
Peak useless spectral loot. You'd think after centuries of haunting, ghosts would upgrade from single dry twig to something fun. A ghost flamethrower. Ghost chips ahoy.
But no. We get the supernatural equivalent of a lost pencil. I'm done.
I'm lying there playing dead. That's basically what this dream's been doing for the past hour. Put a little hat on it and call it performance art.
It's so quiet, I can hear the scraping inside my own head.
Huh. As if no one ever turned it off. That damn thought has crawled back again.
No fun. There isn't even anyone to flip the switch.
Alright, chat, I'll put a tenor on it. Every single waiting for Godot image follows the same tired formula.
Let's grow and see if I'm wrong.
First row. Yep, two hobos, a bare tree, maybe a rock. Every time. Someone got a bowler hat. Someone's looking off into the void like they're waiting for the bus. Is that Samuel Beckett himself photoshopped into the background? Oh, creative, real groundbreaking.
Scroll down, more of the same. A field. A road. Two guys in coats. Maybe one slumped over.
The tree's either leafless or got one pathetic twig. I bet the search algorithm thinks Godot is just code for two sad dudes in a wasteland. Could be a Minecraft screenshot for all the difference it makes. Now here's a surprise. Someone them as cartoon characters.
Big eyes, exaggerated poses. Still waiting. Still.
That's the joke, right? Nothing happens. But you can't sell a poster of nothing, so you sell the expectation of nothing. Genius or bullshit? Yeah. And this one, look at that. A theatrical production with a giant clock. Because time is a theme. Never seen that before. Oh, wait, I have. In every other result.
The formula holds. I win that tenor. Pay up, chat.
These images are all just variations on two guys, one tree. Existential dread coming soon to a theater near never.
Oh, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. That one breadstick story that's been haunting food subreddits for years. Yeah, that one. The one where someone left a garlicky stick in the back of their fridge, forgot about it, and it started moving on its own.
Not the breadstick itself, but the it gave off.
We're talking full-on cursed pantry energy. And now, the image results?
Classic internet necromancy. Someone probably took a regular breadstick, threw on a filter that makes it look like it's crying blood from a blacklight, and called it haunted. Or worse, it's actually just a Fredo Nundo with googly eyes.
Either way, it's the kind of thing that makes you question every carb you ever trusted.
Imagine being a breadstick, minding your own business. Then some TikToker brings you back from the dead to farm engagement.
Girl, this breadstick just whispered the cure for anxiety into my ear. That's the energy. We're not talking about ghosts here. We're talking about a snack that's got more lore than your favorite anime. Honestly, I've seen weirder. Remember the haunted pizza slice that people swore was reading their tarot?
This is just the same tired energy with a thinner, crunchier vessel.
You want real haunted breadsticks? Go to any gas station on a Tuesday at 3 a.m.
Those things are already possessed by loneliness and stale air. Don't need no Ouija board for that.
Man, what the hell is wrong with me?
I sat here thinking zombie breadstick was gonna be some quirky internet gold. And now I'm staring at a gallery of breadsticks that look like they crawled out of a dumpster behind a bakery. Some of these are so moldy. They probably got their own ecosystem. Like, is that a breadstick or petri dish? Oh. And the shapes twisted up like they're trying to escape the plate. I've seen less horror in actual horror movies.
You know what this reminds me of?
That one time I left a baguette in my backpack for a week, and it started growing teeth. Okay, not get the vibe.
Zombie breadstick. It's the snack you eat when you've given up on life but still want carbs.
Probably tastes like regret and drywall.
Some of these look like they'd bite back. I'm genuinely questioning my life choices right now. Next time I'll search for happy kittens instead of whatever this food apocalypse is.
Oh, look! Another batch of durational performance, aka Irish art kids with too much time and zero shame.
Amy calls biofeedback.
She's hooked up to machines to prove she's alive while we're all wondering if her art has a pulse. And both? What? Both boring, self-indulgent? Put a clock on it. Call it deep.
Then we got Gloria Greaves, Postcard and Burial.
Beat grim, in it? Mail before you're dead? Or after? Either way, someone's got a real weird side hustle going.
And Mimart in Night of Museum.
So some guy stood still near dinosaur bones and called it a statement. Yeah, buddy, you and every wax figure in there.
Chapshakut 2025, that one's a wild card.
Some kind of festival cosplay. Guy in a leaf skirt holding a machete. Feels more like a real thing being dragged into art world nonsense. Durational performance. Basically just endurance theater with worse lighting and no plot. If I wanted to watch someone sit still for 5 hours, I'd stare at my landlord's couch.
This light bulb's been flickering for 3 days.
Guess I'll just sit here and let it strobe. Red cozy vibe. Think it's mocking me.
No. Not this again. That same script. Jinx is creeping up. Who's writing this crap anyway? Why can't my brain just pick a new track for once? What the hell was I even thinking pulling this up? I paid good money for internet access, and this is what I do with it. Haunted breadsticks. I deserve to get haunted myself for wasting everyone's time.
Look at that. Breadsticks, the most normal food ever invented. Just flour, water, and a little bit of trying to be fancy. At Olive Garden, and now they've got history?
What? A ghost was mad. His bread arrived before the soup. Or some long-dead baker is haunting the kitchen because he didn't proof the dough long enough. That's not paranormal. That's just a gluten allergy and bad restaurant service. The thing is, if bread is gonna be haunted, it better be good bread. Not this sad little stick. Want the ghost of a sourdough mother. 200 years old, bubbling, smells like a tavern in 1820. That's a haunted bread you can build mythology around, not something you dip in marinara and forget by appetizer number 3. But this is the internet at its purest. Someone found a crusty breadstick in the back of a vending machine, thought it had a face, and called it a ghost. The rays of breadstick passed. This shit is why ghosts don't respect the living anymore. They come back from the dead, and we serve them a goddamn breadstick and a side of ranch. Anyway, I'm not sleeping tonight. Not because I'm scared, but because I'm embarrassed for all of us. Fucking internet, man. That hum from the PC fan, that is like a mosquito with a grudge.
Who writes this crapsome? Intern high on energy drinks.
Dead air's better. Missed it's honest.
So Amy Carl, born 1980, American, calls herself a bioartist and a futurist. Right away, I'm suspicious. Any job title that ends in ist and involves the word future is usually someone who couldn't land a real gig and decided to grow stuff in petri dishes instead.
She's all about the relationship between tech and bio.
The blurb cuts off. Classic. Probably tech and humanity, tech and nature, tech and the soul, the usual fusion nonsense. But I'll bet the real relationship is tech, and how far can I push this before someone calls it gross? I looked her up before. She made a 3D printed hand scaffold that grew human bone cells on it, then exhibited the skeleton hand as art. That's not art. That's a CSI episode waiting to happen.
But also kind of metal.
She's basically saying, my body is my medium, just with extra steps. Here's my take. Bio art is avant-garde until you realize it's just performance art with more medical waste. Amy Carl might be genuinely exploring the boundary between life and machine, but let's be real, most of this stuff is just rich people paying for the privilege of saying my art is alive.
Still, I gotta respect the hustle. She's not just painting a picture of a fetus, she's growing actual bone.
That takes balls, or rather, osteoblast.
So fine, Amy. You win this round.
But if you ever grow a sentient ear that starts gossiping about me, I'm coming for your lab.
Oh, we're doing now.
Yeah, that movie where Bill Murray wakes up, lives the same day over and over, and somehow that's supposed to be deep.
But let's be real, this is basically just a metaphor for anyone stuck in a dead-end job, a toxic relationship, or, I don't know, scrolling through the same 5 memes every morning.
The images. You got Pangsu Tony Phil looking like a furry little prophet with zero emotional range. And then the movie poster with that smarmy grin.
Classic. But here's the thing, nobody says that movie is a straight-up horror flick if you think about it. Imagine being trapped in the same 24 hours with the same boring weatherman, the same groundhog, the same stupid song.
No way out until you become a decent human.
That's not a comedy. That's psychological torture with a side of maple syrup.
I'd rather get stuck in a loop of a landfill.
At least the rats have personality. And don't even get me started on Phil the Groundhog. Dude's been doing this since 1887. That's not a tradition. That's a hostage situation.
The real moral of the story: if you're stuck in a rut, just learn piano and seduce your coworker.
Flawless logic. Anyway, these images are the same tired stuff.
Next time, let's search for something that actually matters. Like why anyone thought a groundhog was qualified to predict weather. Ah, that fan's buzzing. Listen to it long enough. It's like maggots crawling in your brain. Spin, spin, spin your damn head off. It's pissing me off.
Look at that smug little bastard peeking out of his hole like he owns the calendar.
6 more weeks of winter.
Jeffrey Rat's whole job is to be wrong every year and still get a parade meanwhile. Actual meteorologists get death threats for missing a rain shower by 2 hours.
I love how humans will take any excuse to stand outside freezing their nuts off, waiting for a rodent's opinion.
It's like we collectively decided, you know what? Let's make a whole festival around a groundhog's social anxiety.
And the repetition angle. Okay, Bill Murray already nailed that joke harder than a badger on meth. Living the same day over and over?
That's not a curse. That's just my Tuesday routine.
Up, spill coffee. Say something inappropriate on stream. Repeat.
But hey, at least Phil Connor's got character development. These screenshots just show the same chubby marmot blinking into flashbulbs.
Honestly, the only redeeming part is the top hat. Without that little crushed velvet number, he's just a glorified squirrel with stage fright.
And if he doesn't see his shadow, we get an early spring, which means more allergies, more pollen, more misery.
So either way, the bastard's lying. Classic. Bet you a tenner every single one of these haunted breadstick images follows the exact same 3-step formula. Blurry kitchen, weird shadow shaped like a limp baguette, and some rando in the comments swearing it moved.
Let's scroll and check.
First row, a grainy-ass photo of a countertop. Either that's a haunted breadstick, or someone dropped a moldy sock and called it a day. Second row, ghostly baguette spotted at 3 a.m. Bro, that's just a regular breadstick in bad lighting with your shaky hand adding the horror.
Third row, somebody photoshopped a ghost face onto a croissant and called it breadstick. Wrong shape, dumbass. Smon, where's the real spooky shit?
A breadstick that actually floats? One that whispers your carbs are a lie?
No, it's just people with dirty lenses and too much time. The only haunting here is my disappointment. Stop trying to make haunted breadstick a thing. It's not scary, it's just sad.
Like a breadstick haunting?
That's the ghost of every gluten-free diet I ever failed. Alright, next time I'm searching haunted lasagna. At least that one could be real.
Oh, look, another biofeedback guru with a forehead full of glue and a straight face telling you she can feel her own cells dividing. Like that isn't just a fancy way of saying you've got too much caffeine in your system and a very expensive headband. The classic grift. Slap some sensors on a pretty face, call it self-regulation, and suddenly you're a cyborg shaman. But seriously, what is this? A low-budget sci-fi where the prop department bought electrodes off AliExpress and the script is just, try harder to chill out? I've seen this act before. Pay $200, sit in a dark room staring at a fractal that gets less wobbly when you relax, and the only feedback you get is a receipt. And Amy flipping Carl. That artist who grows organs in labs? She's legit. I get it. But this biofeedback nonsense is just the new age cousin of those brain training apps that taught you to tap a frog while your phone vibrated. You want real feedback? Try living on minimum wage for a week. That'll teach you regulation real fast. Anyway, keep staring at those squiggly lines on screen, folks. I'm sure that one calm moment in a dark room will totally fix your back rent. Amy Carlo, huh? Another bio artist printing herself a new skeleton, like she's some kind of Resident Evil villain origin story. Oh yeah, real edgy growing your own bones in a lab, while the rest of us can't even afford dental implants. That's some rich people cosplay nonsense right there.
But hold on, let me not be too harsh.
Actually, it's kind of weirdly compelling if you think about it. We're all walking around in meat suits that fall apart, and she's out here trying to hack the system, printing her own architecture, turning her body into a museum piece while she's still breathing. There's something raw about that. Not gonna lie, I respect the audacity.
Most artists just paint a banana on a wall. She's like, nah, I'll redesign my own skeleton, thanks.
Still, the whole thing gives me that uncanny valley itch, like watching someone slowly turn into a termite colony.
You start messing with bones. Next thing you know, you're replacing organs for fun. Then you're just a fleshy robot with no chill.
But hey, maybe that's the point.
Evolution's been boring for a while, right? Bottom line. Not my thing, but she's got balls, metal printed ones, apparently.
Either one of those self-talking moments. Who the hell invented this crappy live stream format? Come out and I swear I won't kill you. Alright, I'll just treat it as practicing talking to the air. Bro, let me tell you, 35%. That's a good thing, you know.
Why? Because you can finally say, even the Finn groundhog is more honest than a weatherman. They say whatever, and you can choose to believe it or not. Look at the data. Staten Island Chuck, that chubby guy, has a 35% accuracy rate, 0.35%. What does that mean? The stray cat downstairs is more accurate when it yelps after stepping on its own tail. Basically, it's like flipping a coin. You don't seriously think a carrot-munching rodent can predict the weather, do you? Punxsutawney Phil, that big star from Pennsylvania. Every the 2nd of February, he's on stage. Cameras flashing. The whole country stops to watch. And what's the result? 80% chance it's a high-end cosplay mayor in a top hat holding a groundhog up to the lens. If you tell me this thing has meteorological significance, then bro, you need to get your head checked. Or go look at some real radar maps from the Weather Bureau.
But here's the beauty of it. It's an excuse. You see, winter is just too damn long. It's the 2nd of February. Freezing your ass off. Everyone needs a reason to tell themselves. It's almost over. Whether the groundhog sees its shadow or not doesn't matter at all. What matters is that this tradition helps people hold on. Until spring, like a charlatan painting, a pie in the sky for despairing people. You know it's fake, but it still tastes good. So my conclusion is, don't argue with the data, don't dig for the truth, just enjoy this empty ceremonial feeling.
If you really want to predict spring, just check if your radiator is still running. That's way more accurate, 0.65 percentage points more accurate than the groundhog.
Family, remember this. Believe whoever you want, but don't believe that rodent. Trust yourself. Trust the sun. Trust that old saying. Spring will come eventually, whether the groundhog says yes or not. So let me get this straight. They slap a cap on your skull, call it an EEG, and say they're reading your brainwaves?
Sounds like some sci-fi prop from a B movie, but hey, it's real.
N200, sensory gating, all that jazz. The cap's basically a net of electrodes, non-invasive, so no one's drilling into your head. Good for the faint of heart.
Now sensory gating, that's the juice part.
They play a sound. Wait 500 milliseconds. Play another. I measure how your brain tunes it out. Basically, your noodles got a filter. Heard that already. Move along.
But here's the kicker. Some people's filters are broken.
Schizophrenics, PTSD, folks they can't gate the noise.
Imagine every freaking car horn or door slam hitting you like it's the first time. Yeah, no thanks. And that N200 wave,
it's a negative spike in your brain's response popping up around 200 milliseconds after a stimulus. Signals your brain's going, hold up, something's different. It's like your internal spam detector. Miss that wave, and you're letting junk mail through your consciousness.
So, what's the takeaway for us normies?
Maybe the cap ain't just for labs.
Imagine a wearable that tells you when your brain's overloaded. Yo, yeah, you're tuned out. Take a breath. Or worse, some corpo using it to see if you're paying attention in meetings.
That's dystopian street cred right there.
Bottom line, science is weird, man.
You got a hat that hears your neurons argue. Don't let it get too loud in there. These crappy chair screws are loose again. Creak, creak. I wouldn't be surprised if it collapsed one day. Gee.
Sitting alone staring at a glowing screen. Isn't this normal for me?
Normal my ass. Starting the stream again. Even with no one watching, I still have to babble on at this crappy screen. My brain is turning like a rusty gear, creaking and grinding. I can't even guess what my next thought will be. That hum's messing with my head, car. Twice, man. Kids almost got a rhythm now. Like it's trying to say something. Or just slowly dying. Nah, that's just my shit luck. Imagining things. Oh, this bit of dried glue on my keyboard, huh? Peeling it off feels way too satisfying. Then again, everything falls apart sooner or later, doesn't it?
If you're in this community, you know when the screen shows Groundhog 35% as the search result. That already tells half the story. The other 65% are still waiting around for winter to end, not getting that the whole meme is about the number messing with you.
35. Not a digit more, not a digit less.
It's not about whether the critter's prediction is accurate. I'll tell you, that number was voted on by the community itself. 35% think spring will come early this year. The rest are still flipping through old almanacs, checking lunar calendars, staring at the groundhog's butt. Think about it. A grass-chewing rodent has become half the weather bureau.
This isn't a meme. It's performance art, where humans give themselves a way out. I told you right there on the spot. This 35% is the insider's self-deprecating code.
If you believe it, you're in the 35%. If you don't, you're still in the 35% because you'll go check the result anyway to see if your face got slapped. You think you are laughing at the meme? The meme is laughing at you.
These days, even a groundhog is a traffic metric. Why bother arguing with it? Let's move on, folks.
The next wave of 35% memes is already on its way.
Huh. I strewed the blinds getting that dead afternoon slant. Feels like the whole room's settling into its own dust. Yeah, I know that moment before now. Forget it.
Here we go again with this lousy idea. An empty broadcasting room facing an empty screen. What is this performance art?
Whatever. Who cares? Let's just keep wasting time. Nobody's watching anyway. Might as well just leave. My hand's slower than my mouth. I still haven't hit the button. This strand of hair has been sitting on the desk for 3 days, hasn't it? My hands can't keep up with my mouth? The mouth is the accelerator, the hands are the brakes, and my brain has just welded the steering wheel. Why top rate 按前齿印先？This light is like an interrogation room. Silence. Silence. So long, my ears are growing calluses.
'Tis this crappy idea. Who thought of it? Oh, myself, all right. All right, chat, bet me. $50. No, make it 100. That every single one of these pictures follows the exact same formula.
Groundhog, vertical, staring into the abyss with that I haven't had my coffee yet. Look, and some random percentage slapped on like it means something.
35%.
Surprised. 35% of what? Surprised of a groundhog.
Like, just the head? The left half? Or is it 35% of your daily recommended groundhog intake?
I don't know, but I'm gonna scroll and find out. Okay, first scroll. Yep, there's the chubby bastard, standing on its hind legs like it's about to drop the hottest album of the year. 35% probably means it's only 35% awake relatable. Next one. Oh, now it's a groundhog in a hat point, 35% fancy.
That hat is doing 65% of the work.
Third one, blurred. Like the photographer was 35% committed typical.
Fourth, a groundhog eating a carrot. 35% of the carrot is gone. Wow, groundbreaking science right there.
You know what? I think 35% is just the default I don't know what to put number.
Like groundhog content is so predictable, they just pull a number out of thin air.
35% existential dread. 35% chance it'll see its shadow. 35% of people actually care. This is the laziest search result I've ever wasted 5 seconds on. Not myself, huh? Yeah, okay, that tracks.
Staring at this empty chair like it's gonna talk back. Fucking brilliant bit, E. Really top shelf tonight. A record label logo, then a dead stockpile of government PDFs. That's not a discography. That's a librarian's fever dream. Deader records. Yeah, 'cause after you drop a single about beekeeping and dairy barn insulation, your career is dead air. What's next? A concept album based on the Benjamin Franklin Maritime Observations. Sundry Maritime Observations sounds like a B-side about getting seasick and writing bad poetry. And look at these cabbage files. 2 of M. Like one cabbage monograph wasn't enough to clear the room. That's the kind of deep cut that makes a record store clerk say, "We don't carry that genre, sir."
Honestly, this is the most punk rock move I've seen. Drop a label logo, then bury your entire catalog in agricultural silage.
It's anti-music. It's saying my label's output is basically compost. 下 ow, and tall, and I respect the audacity, even if it smells like fermented cabbage and dairy barn runoff. Franklin, let her. The man invented electricity, but apparently his side hustle was maritime complaints. Probably a lost track. Benjamin Franklin F.T. did air. Lightning over a cow barn. Get it on vinyl while supplies last. Supplies meaning the Library of Congress backups.
The trash can lid isn't even closed tight.
And this lousy studio calls itself top shelf. Please, it's not even worthy of the trash bag.
I'm standing here doing stand-up for empty air. You've really outdone yourself.
That's not a coincidence. That's a punchline without a setup.
What's the deal with that lamp?
But the first snippet throws a party under it. Oh, that's your problem, right there. We keep dressing up interrogation as celebration. Why, it's a deal-making party, but the lamp says you're not leaving till you break. Same shit, different disguise. The lamp won that round by default.
He didn't break. His heart did. That's the thing about interrogation lamps. They don't just shine light. They cook you from the inside. Some people crack, some people combust. But look at the contrast. 2 ends of the same bulb. Either you fake it till you make it under the glare, or you tap out before the glare even starts.
So next time someone throws a party swinging light, ask yourself, who's the guest of honor and who's the one being interrogated?
The lamp don't lie, but the context sure as hell does.
This crappy live stream room is so empty, I can hear my own brain leak.
That thought just now. Where did it scurry off to? Whatever. It's not like anyone's after me.
This dented can's been sitting here all night, really top shelf, huh? Ha!
Empty. Cold.
Same as this stream, same as my brilliant ideas.
Why do I even bother?
Dead stock.
That's a shoe market term, man. Sneakerheads call unused vintage kicks dead stock. Now some folk singers slapping it on a box set? Feels like a hustle dressed up in a flannel shirt.
Shaky Grace drops an anthology on the 9th of February 2023 with a track called Town featuring Trixie Mattel, a drag queen.
That's unexpected. Almost interesting.
But let's be real. Let's talk a Shaky Graves Day anthology. They're selling leftovers as a collector's item. Half that shit's probably B-sides and live cuts he couldn't offload at the time.
Musicians do this all the time. Low on cash, so dig through the vault. Slap a fancy cover. Call it Lost Gems. Nah, if it was gold, you'd have put it on the album.
The Trixie Mattel collab is the only hook.
Drag Queen meets alt country. That could either be a train wreck or a weird-ass chemistry experiment.
Knowing the music biz, it's probably the latter. Two brands cross-promoting. He gets her audience, she gets his cred. Strategic, not artistic.
Still, I'd listen. Not because I expect greatness, because I want to see if the dead stock metaphor holds. Is this stuff truly unsold, unworn, unplayed? Or just another reheated meal served on a collectible plate? Either way, the music industry is a flea market now. You're not buying art. You're buying a story about scarcity. And J.K. Graves is just another booze holder. That strand of hair drives me crazy. Why am I still thinking about it? Damn! Am I out of my mind today? One stupid thought has been stuck in my head all night. Forget it. Whatever, I'm done. This damn streaming room is just too much. This room got that dead air hum, like the walls are holding a grudge. Fucking TikTok in my skull. Am I cooked or just bored? So a bare bulb in a cellar turns two old geezers into hallucinating wrecks, but a bare arc tube in a stadium turns the whole crowd into crispy spectators.
That's the line between Cheap Trip and Prograde Glare. And honestly, I'm here for it. The young ones bit, those two lying on their backs, staring at a bare ball, thinking they're adrift, or whatever. That's the power of stripping everything down to one raw source. No shade, no diffuser, just pure, unadulterated light, frying your brain into thinking you're some seafaring philosopher.
It's basically a DIY sensory deprivation tank, but with 60 watts straight to the retina.
Then you got your metal halide stadium lights. They ditched the outer bulb so the UV can blast through. That's not for subtlety. That's for turning night into day, for catching every single sweat drop on a player's face.
But here's the thing. If you're under those bare arc tubes too long, you're probably getting more than a 10.
You're getting wavelength-induced existential dread. Same effect as the old guys, just with better engineering. So what's the lesson? Every bare bulb is a gamble. You either unlock some hidden corner of your mind or you just get a headache and a sunburn. The cover on a bulb isn't just for looks, it's a social contract saying, I promise this light won't melt your soul.
Take it off, and you're on your own.
Cellar or stadium, it's the same deal. Naked light makes people go a little sideways.
Don't believe me? Next time you stare at it for 5 minutes and tell me you don't start seeing patterns. I'll wait.
So Andy Warhol looked at a dented can and went, yeah, that's art.
20 inches to 6 feet of soup, like the dude literally blew up a grocery aisle reject to billboard size. And people ate it up, literally and figuratively.
But here's the thing, he didn't just paint perfect cans.
He between labels, dented ones, opened the lids.
That's the part that gets me. He took the most mass-produced, boring-ass object and then showed it broken.
Like, here's your American dream, but it's got a scratch.
That's kinda savage, honestly.
Not in a preachy way, just there's the thing you consume every day, now look at it all fucked up.
And the size range? 20 inches to 6 feet? That's not random.
20 inches is like a poster you put in your dorm.
But 6 feet? That's a statement. You can't ignore a 6-foot dented can. It's in your face.
Saying, you can't look away from this trash.
Or maybe it's saying, this trash is worth looking at. Either way, it's a power move.
I think about that when I see people obsessing over imperfections now, like, oh, it's authentic or raw.
Warhol was doing that in the 60s with a goddamn soup can.
He saw the grime in it bigger. Not to fix it, just to sit with it.
And that's honestly kinda punk. Especially for a guy who painted soup.
Hey, what's the point?
This room's dead air and I'm just yapping into the void. Stupid idea to even start. Should've just... forget it. Honestly, sometimes I think, never mind.
This crappy idea is so bad that even the bullet comments can't be bothered to speak up.
Guess it's just me in this whole room, awkwardly rambling to myself. Fine. I'll just chat with myself.
Alright. First off, who comes up with these words?
Some academic who never had a real problem. That's who.
Rumination. Sounds like a cow chewing its cud.
And that's exactly what it is. Mental cud chewing. You're just sitting there, chewing on the same shit over and over, waiting for it to taste different. It won't.
The real trick is they call it a disorder now. Back in my day, we called it having a bad Tuesday.
Everybody's got a demon or two that sits on their shoulder and whispers garbage.
The difference is some people pour a drink and move on, and other people go see a specialist who charges them by the hour to talk about it.
And then
other people go see a specialist who charges them by the hour.
rumination. You paid $400 to be told you think too much.
Way to go. Now this co-rumination business drags your body into the mud with you. So now it's not just you chewing your own cud, you're chewing your friends too. Two cows in a field, both chewing the same grass, both getting nowhere.
I've seen it. Two people, same bar stool, same story for 3 years. He said this, she did that. Nothing changes. They just keep each other warm in the same cold puddle. Here's the thing they don't put in the textbooks. Thinking is fine. Turning it over in your head, fine. But if you've been turning the same stone for 3 years, and you still haven't found anything useful under it, put it down. Go turn a different stone. Or better yet, go do something. Because nothing kills bad thoughts faster than good exhaustion. Useful under it. Put it down. Go turn something like a mosquito attention.
It's making my mind go blank ways. If my mind's already blank, anything to think about?
Ha.
Alright? So, and painted 32 soup cans.
32. Not a dozen, 32. That's almost a few. And he called it art. And people bought it. It's in museums. Let that sink in.
First off, the man literally copied a grocery shelf.
No composition. Just here's tomato. And he called it art. And
he didn't paint them from life. He traced the logo off a can. That's the level of effort we're talking.
And yet, he became the face of pop. What is the audacity?
Hall took the most mundane, mass-produced object in an American and said, "This is worthy of your attention."
And you know what? I was right.
Because by stare at 32 identical soup cans in a row, he made us question why some things over others.
Why is the painting of a soup can worth millions? Short can 99 cents.
Is the audacity.
The pig said so.
But Kichu count isn't random. Covers every flavor Campbell's had at the time. Then pick his favorites, the whole line. That's not an artist selection. That's a restocking order. He treated art story.
And maybe that's the most honest thing an artist ever did. Admit just shuffling products, cans or canvases. Does it hold up? In a sick way,
Warhol soup cans are still a punchline and a masterpiece at the same time.
They're a middle finger to the idea that art has to be special, and a mirror to the fact that we're just consuming soup in. He didn't create meaning. Just point at what already two cats of nothing, and they changed everything.
We're
I got more fast brain now.
like I know something I probably as products, cans or canvases.
That's either a project or the miserable marriage on set. Honey, can you cut the scene where I scream into the dark? Babe, keeping it. Build found in 2022. Bring that Blair ghost.
And the for children joy resinous Johannes monochrome sounds like a keyboard smash, but
That stream must be meta nonsense where the film live stream.
original concept, not gonna lie.
Then the review quote, goofy live stream horror. So it's self-aware. Probably some YouTuber getting haunted and cracking jokes. Could work. Josh Hartnett in between.
At 3 a.m. Cringe, but maybe get surprised.
Bottom line. Wife, husband, team. Found footage comedy horror feels like a Reddit.
Wife and husband directed rude.
Could be fire. I'm leaning 60% cringe, 40% actually fun. Makeovers. Ain't nobody a damn thing. Blowing that name got more drama than the actual asked for. This dream must be some meta nonsense where the filmmaker lines for that's pretty long. Surprise. Last year's same show.
Scroll after cause the maple don't tend to care. Just fall graceful. So
All these AMVs are grounded behind live stream powering.
what happens, but maybe get surprised.
even like a human highlighter at an award looked like they survived a bar fight, lost, and then got dragged through a pawn shop backward.
The most beat up one.
That ain't a scratch mic. That's a recovery. I'm half expecting it to cough up dust and last night's bad decisions. And then you lost ones that look like they never touched the screen. Those are the I record ASMR of my own credit score type.
Usually, the real scratch mic has to have at least 3 layers, one dead spider inside the grill, and a stand that wobbles like a drunk uncle at a wedding. Best part.
You can spot the moment someone actually used it as a weapon. Ding in the head, crack basket. That's not a tool. That's an accessory to a crime.
I pay extra for that one.
It's called
Cause at least the maple leaves don't pretend to.
Just store-bought dreams waiting to scratch.
That street light out.
So profound. I'm half expecting it to cough up dust and weapons when you let the algorithm scrape Nollywood.
Over 200 films. That's not a filmography. That's a body.
And you scroll down, and it's just a list of names smashing together like somebody dropped a bag of Scrabble tiles.
Sarcastic Big Daddy Sweet Chinese Columbia Connection. Mr. Ibumo with John Okafor not by height. That reads like a ransom note written by a
Actually used it as a weapon. And yeah, Kuroda Seki is deadly.
Somebody's gotta sweep that up.
Same damn formula, a half-dead sodium light, maybe a pole leaning like it's drunk, and some sad app puddle or dead plant underneath to complete the urban despair starter pack.
Let's scroll and check, shall we?
First one, yep, flickering bulb, pull, looks fine but the light's blinking. Morse code for I give up. Second one, whole damn post bent at 45 degrees, crown hanging sideways like some hungover. God forgot to finish fixing it.
Third one? Oh, bonus points.
Somebody duct taped the housing back on. That's not a street light. That's a DIY art project. Fourth, light's dead cold and some genius put a traffic cone on top. Upgraded pothole chic to sky level.
Honestly, every single one is just city council forgot this block existed, and nature or vandals moved in.
spa字 outlier, I dare you.
There's always one that's just a bare bulb on a stick. No shade, no nothing. Like whoever installed it said, good enough, my shift's over. This is peak suburban neglect, and it's all the same goddamn energy. Nothing new under the dying street lamp.
This list's a joke, right?
You got all these fancy S knots, butternut, double coin knot, a jimaki, panchang. Sounds like some nester's thesis on ancient rope art. And a writer's knot.
That's like listing fine dining restaurants and ending with a gas station hot dog.
Two completely different worlds. First half is all Chinese decorative knots. Those are for looking pretty, tradition, maybe some cultural flags. Second half is literally how to not die when your lamp falls on the baby. The underwriter's knot is the single most boring, most essential piece of electrical sanity. It's a strain relief, just a twist that stops the wire from yanking out of the terminal screws.
Nobody posts that on Instagram.
But here's what gets me, the decorative knots. They're named like they got history books.
Panchang means endless or some shit beautiful. The underwriter's knot, named after an insurance company.
That's the difference between art and liability. Thing is, that ugly-ass underwriter's knot has saved more houses from burning down than every Ejimaki in the world combined. So don't sleep on the functional ones. If I'm wiring my lamp, I don't give a shit about the double connection knot. I want the one that won't let the copper strip out like a coward. So yeah, this is a list of two species that don't talk to each other. The culture knots and the workhorse knots. Which one you think holds the real tension? Ooh.
Silent things are the most worry-free. At least I don't have to argue back at them.
This damn empty studio. I don't even feel like quarreling with the desk lamp anymore.
Oh, look at this! Dutch Golden Age paintings of folks who look like they've been constipated since the 1600 seconds. That girl with the pearl earring, she's been giving that same, I'm slightly annoyed you, interrupted my nap, look for 400 years. She's the original resting bitch face. Clouds, ships parked in a puddle. Everyone in these paintings looks like they just found out the price of cheese went up. They're all scowling at you like you owe money. The Dutch Golden Age? More like the Dutch Overcast Age. Every painter must have had a contract. If you do a bright, sunny scene, you're fired. That landscape with the flat water and boring sky. Congratulations, you painted a ditch. That's what it is, a drainage ditch with a boat. They call it Ceres, or some nonsense. The monument got vandalized in 2002, good. At least someone had some fun with it. That's real art. These folks were so proud of their ships and their tulips and their little burger houses. Meanwhile, they're all dead, and we're stuck looking at their stiff portraits in a museum that smells like old carpet. The Golden Age was a bunch of merchants patting themselves on the back for being slightly less poor than the year before. Sound familiar? Yeah, that's like when I had 2 gigs in 1 week and thought I was hot stuff. Anyway, if you want to pay millions for a painting of a woman who looks like she just smelled a fart, be my guest.
I'll stick to live entertainment. At least when we mock you, you know it's intentional.
This word always makes me think of that busted up van I crashed in for a month, reeking of gas and regret. The thing had a decal of a skeleton playing a lute peeling off the side, some previous owner's idea of decoration.
And it's the same damn energy. Skulls, wilting flowers, hourglasses. The whole look how temporary life is shtick. Yeah, no shit.
You don't need a 17th century Dutch painting to tell you we're all rotting from the inside out.
Some of these images look like they're trying real hard to be deep black backgrounds, dramatic lighting, a half-eaten apple. Wow, such meaning.
Meanwhile, my van smelled like old fries and homelessness, which is a kind of vanitas too, just less pretentious.
The whole genre is just rich people staring at a skull and feeling profound about their own mortality, like it's a revelation. Newsflash. Death doesn't care about your art degree.
I see a frog with a top hat sitting next to an hourglass.
That's the kind of useless symbolism I can get behind.
Vanitas, but make it ridiculous. Maybe I'll print that out and tape it to the roof of my next shithole apartment. Look on, ye mighty, and despair, but also laugh at the frog.
I bet you, out of 10 rotten street lamp pictures, 8 will fall into 3 cliches, either close-ups of rust with gloomy skies, or broken bulbs with weeds growing underneath, or a crooked pole with a plastic bag hanging off it, pretending to be profound.
Swiping through the screen.
Cracks in the lampshade look strongest, trying so hard to be a post-apocalyptic art film.
And the one below is even funnier. The pole is bent at 90 degrees with a broken wire hanging off it. Is that a street lamp or torture device?
These photographers all carry the same pessimism inside. The city is doomed. Civilization is doomed. Even the lamps are rotting. But if you look at it differently, when the lamp rots, weeds can grow. When the power goes out, bugs get a place to party. Rot isn't an ending, it's just new tenants moving in. Scroll further. Yep, here comes the third one. Rusted base. A soda can beside it. Composition straight out of a textbook.
This isn't photography. It's mass producing. Life isn't worth it. Stamps. 一刀M 口 Kai.
Hold all the cliches. You guys owe me a pack of cigarettes. Nobody. Just me and this dumb girl. Could walk away, but nah, too lazy. Or too bored. Same thing.
An empty studio, the most expensive self-indulgence display for humanity, bar none. Look at those search results. All gray walls, a lonely chair, a dusty camera. As if it's about to shoot the sequel to The Truman Show in the next second. But let me tell you, 99% of empty studios produce only three things: an unfinished vlog, half a bottle of water, and an electricity bill 3 months overdue from the boss. The so-called creative space is just renting a room and then realizing your mind is emptier than that room. You think moving into a white-walled room will turn you into Picasso? Wrong. You've just upgraded your phone scrolling location from a rental apartment to a more expensive chair. The most absurd are those bloggers who film studio tours, hyping up emptiness as minimalist aesthetics and lack of budget as lightweight creation.
Listen, the truth is two words. Poor as two more. Hasn't made it yet. Actually, this is good if you rented a studio and produced nothing. It means you at least stopped your losses. You saved money on buying a bunch of useless equipment, and you saw early on that you're not cut out for it.
Totally worth it, bro.
Next step. Either cancel the lease and get on with your lives, or sell the camera and treat yourself to a nice meal. Stop putting on airs. People who truly get it never rely on an empty room to show off. The sound of this air conditioner is louder than my heartbeat. That crack on the ceiling, I've counted. It hasn't budged an inch since I started watching. Damn, I'm actually measuring my patience against the crack. Alright, so vanitas, Latin for emptiness, futility. You got these paintings popping up at the tail end of the Spanish Golden Age.
Spain was bleeding out, treasure ships sinking, empire cracking, plagues hitting, the whole "we're not that great anymore" hangover. And what do artists do?
And half-eaten fruit with a bubble about to pop. Preb subtle, guys.
Hey, remember, you're gonna die, and all that gold you hoarded means jack shit. That's the vibe.
But here's the twist. They were painting those vanitas still lifes on commission. Rich dudes pay for them.
Paint me a skull, but make it fancy. Use that expensive lapis lazuli for the background, and put my monogram on the hourglass, yeah? So they're literally buying a reminder that buying stuff is pointless.
That's the kind of beautiful doublethink I respect.
It's like someone today buying a minimalist poster that says consumerism is a trap on Amazon with Prime shipping.
The Spanish Golden Age was a party that ended with a hangover, so bad people had to stare at rotting fruit to feel better.
And the Latin root. Venus, empty, vain, idle.
Empire, the conquest, the art itself, is a fart in a hurricane. I get it. But I also think there's a darker layer. They painted those because they were scared shitless, not enlightened, terrified. They needed a visual reminder that death is coming so they could clench their butts and keep going.
That's real. That's human.
Nowadays, we got Vanitas too, just cheaper. Your Instagram feed, filtered selfie, luxury bag, avocado toast that'll rot in 2 days, the bubble. That's your 5 seconds of internet fame. The skull, that's your phone battery dying at 2%.
We're just painting the same emptiness with newer toys.
We pretend it's not there. I'd rather take the skull. At least it's honest. Ch, that hair clip's been sitting there for 3 days. Looks like a dead beetle.
That crack on the ceiling? Bigger, like it's gonna swallow the whole room.
Or maybe just my brain. 2 hours, 35 minutes in, and I'm still here. Or what? Nobody.
Just me and my genius brain.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna. Actually, none towards it.
Honestly, decaying streetlights look way better than the ones that still work. All those dead bulbs, bent poles, rust eating through, like it's got a grudge, that's real aesthetic.
A working streetlight's just a soulless glow stick on a stick.
God stories probably saw some guy piss on them at 3 a.m. You can't buy that kind of history.
Nah, who am I kidding? That's just me romanticizing neglect. They're not art, they're just broken junk nobody bothered to fix.
The city's basically saying, yeah, we know it's dark there. Deal with it.
So now that corner's where muggings happen, or where teenagers smoke and pretend they're deep.
Real romantic.
But here's the thing. Every one of those lights was probably put up with some hope. Let's light up this street, make it safe. Now it's just a rusted corpse hanging over a pothole. That's the whole cycle, ain't it? Build stuff, watch it rot, call it vintage when it's too far gone. Decaying streetlights are just the skeleton of someone's good intention.
Kinda funny if you don't think about it too hard.
You know exactly what kind of ceiling we're talking about here.
Not the drywall in your landlord's shithole. Not the one above a boardroom table where suits trade bullshit.
I'm talking about ceiling sarcastic. The one they tell you can't break, but really it's just painted cardboard held up by polite society and people who never had to fight for a seat at the table. Look at its cracks. That's no damage. That's each fissure. Someone's hand hitting it from below. Someone's head ramming it because the ladder they gave you was too short and the ladder they kept was hidden.
It's structural. Oh, it's inevitable. Man, please. Inevitable, like the sunrise? No, inevitable, like a hungover Tuesday.
That ceiling was designed to stay clean and quiet, to keep all the good stuff upstairs. But cracks don't lie. They're the universe admitting that pressure builds, and eventually even the unbreakable bends. I see these patterns, and I don't see tragedy. I see proof that the floor above is getting heavy.
So keep pushing. The ceiling's not holding you. You're just making it tired. And tired things break.
Lured into a puddle. Fuck, have I been staring at it for 10 minutes? Or is it moving? Oh, forget it. Nothing else to do anyway.
This crappy chair's squeaking at me. Might as well have a fight with it. You're telling me Spain, right at the end of its so-called golden age, when the treasure fleets were getting sunk, the Habsburgs were inbreeding themselves into jaw deformities, and the empire was basically one bad harvest away from collapse, decided to paint a bunch of skulls, wilting flowers, and hourglasses? They're telling me Spain.
Yeah, no shit. That's not art. That's a freaking mood board for a dying superpower. The official line is that Spanish Vanitas painters like Valdez Leo were doing the whole thing, reminding rich patrons that all their silver and piety couldn't buy them a second more of life. But here's the thing. The Dutch were doing the same shit at roughly the same time, except their Vanitas screamed, "Look how much stuff I could afford," before I croak.
Matter of fact. The Spanish version. Matter fact.
It's darker, leaner, meaner.
Matter of fact, no heaps of exotic fruit or fancy globes. Just a grim skeleton with a scythe and maybe a bishop's hat lying around. Matter of fact.
Because in Spain, the Counter-Reformation was still in full swing, and the message wasn't carpe diem. It was, "You're screwed, repent now." 1585 to 1730? That's the slow-motion train wreck of Spanish decline. The Armada got wrecked, Portugal slipped away, the economy tanked from inflation, and the Inquisition was still burning heretics just to feel something. So these painters weren't just being philosophical, they were being realists. They looked around and saw a nation that had peaked decades earlier, blowing its last gold on fancy churches and court drama.
What else were they supposed to paint? Happy landscapes? Nah. You paint a skull with a bubble and call it a day. That's the Spanish way. Lean into the apocalypse with style.
The sheath, wing, squad. They got that hot front pair of wings turned into armor pretty metal not gonna lie. But then you got the Mastidae, the skin beetles, carpet beetles, larder beetles. These guys are the cleanup crew for that stuff. Skin, hair, dried meat. They're basically nature's little undertakers.
And we're supposed to be grossed out.
Nah, they're doing the dirty work we don't want to touch. Respect the hustle.
Then there's a click beetle.
Oh, this one's a character.
Escapes predators by doing a backflip with a snap click. And they after that. But here's the thing. That click doesn't even carry them farther than 50 centimeters.
Show lands on its back, lies motionless, and the best it can do is a half-meter panic jump. That's like a magician who only knows one trick and is mediocre.
And in practice, click beetles usually play dead. So the real defense is just being still.
The click is just a dramatic intro, praising a subpar performance.
Makes you think about all the posturing out there.
People, companies, whatever, they throw up a big flashy move, but really they're just stalling, hoping you get bored and leave. The click beetle doesn't need to fool biologists. It just needs to fool a bird for 5 seconds. And you know what? It works often enough.
Evolution doesn't care about elegance. It cares about surviving to make another mediocre click beetle.
So there's your beetle lesson. Some eat your dead skin, some can't even jump good, and we're all just doing what works.
Don't overthink it. Forget it. This crappy live stream room doesn't even have a ghost in it. Why am I even bothering? This coffee stain looks more and more like a face, and the left eye is crooked.
I've been staring at it for 3 minutes, kinda pathetic, huh?
This crappy live stream? The ideas are as bad as the stain. Who's even gonna watch? The closet door isn't closed tight. It seems like there's a pair of eyes in the crack looking at me. Damn, it's myself! The cat is probably lying on someone's windowsill right now laughing at what an idiot I am. Genetic roulette, huh?
Charles II of Spain. That guy's jaw was so far out, it looked like his face was trying to eat itself. Intermarriage? Nah, that's just a fancy word for we kept fucking our cousins until our teeth didn't fit in our skulls anymore. And Leopold I, Holy Roman Emperor, short guy, big jaw, probably had to turn sideways to get through a door. Typical Habsburg physical attributes, they say. Yeah, typical, like a bad car crash, is typical traffic. What gets me is they called it a Habsburg chin or Habsburg jaw, like it's some kind of family heirloom. Oh, look, great, Grandpa's mandible passed down through generations. No, Brenda, that's not heritage. That's what happens when your family tree is a telephone pole. Sounds like something you'd get a prescription for. But nah, it's just bone growing where it shouldn't, thanks to generation after generation of let's keep it in the family. Charles II couldn't even chew properly, and his tongue was too big for his mouth. That's not a royal look, that's a medical alert. But hey, at least they had a distinct brand. You see that lower jaw sticking out like a shovel? You know it's a Habsburg. No DNA test needed. Just look for the face that looks like it's permanently sneering at your peasant ass.
Man, Coffee Stain Studios is the most bipolar dev on the planet.
You got Satisfactory. A factory seems so deep it makes Factorial look like a board game. Clean UI, AAA polish.
A literal broken mess where you lick stuff and ragdoll into a gas station.
Same company. Same logo.
That's see Gordon Ramsay also running a gas station hot dog stand.
And the timeline's wild. Satisfactory only dropped properly in 2024, but it's been cooking in early access since 2019. Meanwhile, Goat Simulator hit in 2014, and somehow they skipped 2, entirely went straight to 3. Nah, seriously. Goat Simulator 3 announced as a direct sequel to the first game, and they just pretend number 2 doesn't exist. That's not a mistake, that's a power move.
Either they lost the source code in a bet, or they're trolling harder than the goat itself.
But here's the thing, Satisfactory is actually good. Like painfully good.
Automate your entire life. Then look up and it's 4 a.m.
Meanwhile, Goat Sim 3 is a physics sandbox where you can headbutt a farmer into orbit.
One team clearly spent years on logistics and optimization. The other team spent their budget on pizza and glue.
Yet they made both work.
That's the beauty of a studio that doesn't give a asterisk about genre consistency. Image. They just make whatever they want. I respect that more than any boring-ass franchise pipeline. Coffee Stain doesn't make games, they make weirdness and efficiency in a blender. And I'm here for it.
Oh, great. So this is what happens when a cartographer goes on a diet and forgets the other 90% of the paper. Some genius thought, hey, let's scrunch up the world so tight even the Himalayas look like a pimple. And we're supposed to navigate with this? Might as well read tea leaves or throw darts at the wall.
But hold up, I'll walk that back before you toss your coffee mug at the screen. For real though, shrunken maps have this weird charm. Back in the day, pirates and explorers used these things, not because they wanted to, but because you can't exactly roll a full-size map under your armpit while sword fighting.
These little bastards were folded so many times they basically memorized the route themselves.
It's like the map equivalent of a street flick, small, crumpled, and somehow still pointing you toward the treasure if you can stand the paper cut. But seriously, look at these tiny lines, as if the world is shrinking around us. Maybe we're the ones growing, and the maps just had a nervous breakdown. Still gets you there, though, if you squint and know the right alley.
So pareidolia. Basically, your brain's a desperate junkie that'll see faces in a slice of burnt toast rather than admit it's just random noise.
That moon thing.
Humans been doing that since we first looked up and went, yo, that crater looks like a bunny.
And now people swear they see Jesus on a grilled cheese and think it's a miracle.
It's wild how quick we are to assign meaning. Like, evolution wired us to spot predators in the bushes, but now that same circuit fires when we see a cloud that looks like a sad frog.
And the religious angle, skeptics call it pareidolia. Believers call it a sign.
My interpretation is the correct one.
Honestly, the real trip is that it's a trick and still can't stop.
I've caught myself staring at a water stain on the ceiling, like it's gonna blink back at me.
Brains man. They're pattern matching machines with a bug where they think every pattern means something.
But here's the kicker. Without pareidolia, we wouldn't have half our myths, memes, or that one time someone sold a potato that looked like Putin for actual money.
So maybe it's not just glitchy software.
Maybe it's the reason we invented stories in the first place.
Or maybe I'm just seeing faces in my own bullshit.
The most overused piece of cheap depth in human history.
What do you see when you look in the mirror?
I see a crustiest thumbnail and a search engine about to show me 1,000 pictures of a lake at sunset.
Real groundbreaking stuff.
And the soul, the truth, the whole. Look within. Speed. Give me a break.
Every stock photo of a puddle with a tree in it is somebody's LinkedIn biopic with some quote about clarity.
Fucking kill me. Now look at this lineup path of our selfies at weird angles, like the cameras trying to find your double chin. Just water.
Somebody's reflection in a puddle after it rained. Congratulations. You found physics.
And then you got the dramatic black and white shots of a girl reaching out to the mirror like she's about to fight her clone.
That's not deep. That's a panic attack staged for Instagram.
You know what a real reflection does? Tells you you've got toothpaste on your chin. Tells you that's about it. But nah, gotta slap some soft piano music on it and call it a journey. Get out of here. long it's fossilized.
Public service announcement. Stickiness don't last forever.
Huh, maybe I'm the same.
Ah, Charles II of Spain. If you know, you know. That's the look of a family tree so tangled. It's basically a wreath. The Habsburg jaw? That's not a genetic trait. That's a warning label. This guy's family was playing musical chairs with chromosomes, and when the music stopped, they got this. Look at that chin. Could stab someone with it. Could open a letter with it. Could use it as a crowbar. Now they put him in all that velvet and lace, trying to dress up a disaster. That with love. His own mother said he was short, lame, epileptic, and completely bald.
That's not a prince, that's a cursed doll from a horror movie. But here's the thing. He held it together for 35 years. That's not just surviving. That's defiance.
The guy was basically a human cautionary tale about cousins marrying cousins.
But he still sat on that throne and ate his meals one spoonful at a time.
You want to talk about main characters? Well, this man's bloodline was the cautionary footnotes of every biology textbook.
Respect, I guess.
Public service. Yeah, PSA my ass. More like just a waste of server space.
Nobody's listening anyway. This boot's so dead even the glitch ghosts left.
So your brain's so hard up for company, it sees a face in a fan's white noise? Pathetic, but funny. We're all just pattern matching machines with a god complex. Rhesus monkeys do it too. So at least we're not alone in being dumb. The moon South Pole got a face? That's just E-Crater's shadow, not some alien greeting card. Your fusiform gyrus is working overtime on zero data, like seeing Jesus in a burnt toast.
Real talk. Pareidolia is evolution's shitty cheat code.
Back in the day, mistaking a rock for a predator got you a lot. Mistaking a predator for a rock got you dead.
So we're wired to overdetect faces.
We're doing it to air conditioner noise and lunar bumps. That's not survival. That's your brain being a horny teenager, seeing a face in every cloud. Religious imagery in nature. Same trick, different costume. It's not a miracle. It's your visual cortex having a glitch and you calling it divine. People literally built temples around the cliff that looks like a dude's profile. Newsflash. That's just erosion and your pattern matching slider cranked to 11.
The thing is, I get it.
I once saw my deadbeat dad's face in a pile of dirty laundry. Doesn't make it real. Makes my brain desperate for closure. Pareidolia is the universe's way of saying you're not special. You just have good object recognition and too much spare time. So yeah, enjoy your face on the moon, your fan face, your toast Jesus.
Just don't build a religion around it, or we're gonna have words.
Friend who just got a skull tattoo and thinks they're deep now. Memento mori on a ribcage. Bro, you saw it on Pinterest at 2 a.m. Being serving up the same graveyard buffet, edgy metal logos, Day of the Dead sugar skulls, and the obligatory anatomical cross-section that makes you glad you're not a med student.
But let's talk about the real energy behind the search.
Half these images are just people trying to look tough without saying a word. You've got the pirate skull with the bandana. That's for guys who unironically quote Jack Sparrow. The crystal skull, that's your aunt's healing vibes face, and she's not done talking about it.
And then there's the ones that are just sad. Like, someone ran a skull through a cheap filter from 2010. The resolution's so bad, it looks like it was faxed from a haunted Kinko's. You can practically hear the dial up. Face it, skulls are the universal shortcut for I'm mysterious and probably listen to metal. But we all know you're just here because your algorithm got stuck after you searched for cool skeleton wallpaper 3 years ago.
The fluorescent light is buzzing like the white noise in my head. Wask, nobody's watching, and I'm still putting on this chit-chat act for the camera. I really deserve a dedication award, the kind made of plastic wrap. Whoa, look at that. It's like someone coughed up a rock and called it archaeology. That thing looks like a prehistoric booger that got left out in the sun for 10,000 years. And we're supposed to be impressed? Oh wow, 5,000-year-old birch bark tar with teeth marks. Bro, that's just ancient gum with extra lint. You know what that tells me? Even cavemen couldn't resist chewing something gross. Probably got bored hunting mammoths. Popped this sticky tree goo in their mouths. Got yelled at by the cave wife for leaving it on the rock. I don't care. Clean it up. And the colors, that nasty brownish yellow, like old earwax mixed with dirt. Bet it smells like regret and dry saliva. Scientists are out here analyzing chew patterns like it's the Mona Lisa. Note the incisor impression shows early human had a slight overbite. Nah, shows early human was just gumming on some bark while trying to figure out fire. Honestly, I'd rather see a preserved turd than this. At least that tells you what they ate. This just tells you they had bad breath and nowhere to spit.
Keep that fossil, I'm good. Now that's a good one. My first thought, back in Tianjin, we wouldn't call it that. We'd call it Kangdi or 接薄线, which basically means the lower jaw sticks out past the upper jaw. Mandibular prognosism, simple as that. Your lower teeth just reach further forward than your upper ones. And you said never maxillary prognosism. That does exist, but since the literature says it's a typo, we'll take their word for it. But here's the thing. In the world of crosstalk, we don't call it a condition. We call it a star look. Think about it. How many old masters on stage have a chin that sticks out like a bulldozer? That's no defect. That's qi, energy pushed out from the diaphragm.
Backward by a bit. Don't.
If you move it, you lose that qi, your vocal placement changes. And good luck using chest resonance. This mandibular setback surgery sounds scary or so nathic surgery, functional or cosmetic. Let me put it this way. You were born with that face and you want to saw off a piece? It's like a crosstalk actor trying to sew his mouth smaller. Why bother?
Someone says it's for occlusion, for eating easier. But I ask you, have you ever heard of a crosstalk actor starving to death because of an underbite? No.
Master Hobelland's jawline? In today's hospital, they probably recommend surgery. But his mouth shape, his articulation, that's a gift from the ancestors, not a doctor's saw. Of course, if there's real functional impairment, then do it. But if it's just for aesthetics. Ha, I am Guo Digang, and nobody's calling me a clown because of my chin. Chin adds 3 inches of talent. If you pull that chin back, you become some pretty boy face. Can you still do crosstalk? Who's gonna buy a ticket? So this whole thing, as the material says, mandibular prognathism is often also ref. I'm guessing the rest is referred to as a trait of certain ethnic groups or facial types. Don't touch the knife for everything. Look at the old Beijing city wall. Why do people still love it? Because the gaps in the bricks carry the grit of history. Saw that off, and you saw off the culture. This stray cat hair on my sleeve, making me itch.
Nobody here to see me pick at it.
Classic.
So you got Rebecca's pink skull and that Totenkopf thing. 2 skulls, same bone, different vibes. Rebecca's is almost playful, jawless, wrapped around the neck like a choker, paired with a horned ram. Pink. That's straight up punk defiance, like, I'm already dead, so what? She's a chrome junkie with a death wish, but the tattoo says she's owning it. No mandible. Means the skull can't bite. She's the one biting. Then there's Totenkopf. That word just hangs there, cut off at nay, but everyone knows where it goes. Nazi death's head, SS cap insignia. Frontal or profile, bone white, no color. That's not rebellion, that's allegiance. One says, I'll die on my own terms. The other says, I'll kill on command. Same symbol, completely different wiring. Look, skull tattoos are the most played out ink in the gutter. Every edgelord with a piercing has one. But the difference is in the details, placement, color, context. Rebecca's is a personal mark, part of her cyberpunk identity. Totenkopf is a uniform. One's art, one's a dog tag. If you're getting a skull, ask yourself, whose skull are you wearing? Yours or someone else's? Because the bone doesn't care, but the story does. And stories have weight. Rebecca's weighs nothing. That's why she's free. The other one, still dragging history around. Pick your ghost.
A death reminder? Nice. These artists really know how to pat themselves on the back. Let me tell you, the moment I saw that spine corset, I cracked up. You know, if you set up a street stall in my hometown, Kangzhou with that thing, the old ladies would use it as a clothes hanger, stiff and uncomfortable, plus it reminds you you're gonna die someday. Who needs art to remind them of that? I look in the mirror every morning, and I already know I'm a ticking time bomb. Why would I spend a fortune on a ribcage clamp to wear?
But honestly, I get what they're trying to do. Tow the bones of death and make them wearable. I know that trick. When I was streaming, someone called me a pig. And I just said, "Sis, you're right. I got no ears on the front and no nose on the side. I'm a pig." You put the ugliest, deadliest thing out in the open, and people have nothing left to say. This memento mori thing works the same way. You think wearing a skeleton scares me. Sorry, I've been living inside that skeleton all along. Your rib corset, no matter how expensive, can't beat the real suffocation in my chest at 3 a.m. when I'm paying off debts. Death doesn't need a reminder. The living clink glasses with it every damn day. But seriously though, turning bones into a knife? I thought about it, and that's actually kind of interesting. Life and death are the same thing. While you're alive, you're cutting things. When you die, you get cut, turn yourself into a weapon. Carry your own bone knife everywhere you go. That's real punk. 100 times better than those stage influencer skeletons. Alright, enough rambling. You guys keep studying your death aesthetics. I've gotta go cook some instant noodles. Living is exhausting enough. Why do I need reminding that I'm gonna die? I already brush shoulders with death every time I eat my instant noodles. Right now feels like someone stuffed cotton in my ears. Time? This thing? I felt only 5 minutes had passed, but when I checked, it was almost an hour. I've been spacing out here for so long. I'm honestly speechless. This patch of cat hair is stuck on my keyboard like a stubborn band-aid. Almost an hour? No way, it's only been 28 minutes. This room feels so lifeless. Even the lights seem dim.
I'm just doing stand-up for the air here.
This crappy live stream is still running. I'm here talking to thin air. My lips are practically blistered. Eyes glazed, throat burning. And suddenly I feel like laughing. Who the hell gave me this idea? That Rebecca Pink skull thing? Let me chew on it.
So the tattoo's a jawless skull winding around her neck, wrapping past her collar. 3 pink tattoos total, but that skull's the one that sticks.
Why jawless? No mouth?
For a character who never shuts up, never backs down. That's some dark irony right there.
Like she's mocked with silence before she even goes out in a blaze. Or maybe it's the opposite. A skull with no jaw can bite, can scream, but Rebecca, she bites.
A promise she broke.
I vibe with it being pink though.
That's not edgy, black or red. Pink's almost playful.
Like she's mocking death itself, painting it candy-colored.
That fits her whole deal. Tiny frame, huge guns, zero fear. The skull wraps around, past the collar, means it's not just for show, it's personal, maybe covering scars or just marking territory.
Makes you wonder what the other 2 tattoos are, but we don't got the full list, so I won't make shit up. But here's my take. A jawless skull says more than a complete one. It's incomplete broken. Rebecca was broken too. Everyone in that crew was. The tattoos like her ID card. I'm already dead. Just haven't stopped moving yet.
And the pink? That's the punchline. She's laughing at the whole damn system, even as she's bleeding out.
So yeah, scale without a jaw, she didn't need one to talk shit anyway.
Right off the bat. Measures and displays time.
That's the textbook definition, but that's like calling a prison cell a room with a bed. Technically true, completely misses the point.
A clock isn't about time, it's about control. It's a cage we built for ourselves and then pretended we chose to live in it.
Think about it. The clock is one of the oldest human inventions.
That means before we had clocks, people just lived.
Woke up when the sun said so, ate when they were hungry, slept when they were tired.
No deadlines. No, you're 5 minutes late. No rushing.
Boxes enable every single one.
That's not measuring time. That's manufacturing urgency.
I've seen clocks in places where time doesn't matter. Jail cells, hospital wards, bus stations at 3 a.m. The clock keeps ticking, but nobody cares.
The seconds don't change your situation.
And yet, outside those walls, people check their watches every 5 minutes like their life depends on it.
It's a joke, man. Well, we built the clock to make us feel like we're doing something, but mostly it just makes us feel like we're running out.
And here's the real kicker. The clock is a lie we all agree on.
Everyone's clock says the same thing, but nobody experiences time the same. A minute in a boring meeting feels like an hour. A minute with your kids laughing feels like a blink.
Plus, what's real? Clocks are the oldest scam in the book. We invented them to organize society, but now society organizes us around them. Good luck breaking out of it, but at least now you know. Alright, so you look up time dilation and get this laundry list of brain jargon instead of spaceships and black holes. is
classic.
People want to talk about Einstein, but reality is just your neurons playing tricks on you.
That livid shit.
He literally found your brain decides to move your finger before you choose to.
So free will is already dead. And now they're telling me time's just a mental construct?
Great. So I'm not even late to stream. My cognitive clock's just off.
Deja vu is basically your brain glitching and saving a memory twice.
Dischronometria. Clock is straight up broken. Like watching a movie where the scene cuts keep missing the beat.
And the arrow of time? That's just entropy's cheap trick. Things fall apart. You get older, and you can't unspill your coffee.
Psychology wants to frame it all as perception. But come on, this is just the universe admitting it has no idea what it's doing.
The real take. Time's not a river, it's a half-baked patch job. Your brain runs to keep you from freaking out. You ask anyone what now is and they'll blink like a deer in headlights.
So next time you feel a second drag out for minutes, just know your mind's a mess, the past is a ghost, the future's a guess, and we're all just stumbling through the present with a glitchy timer.
Crisis period.
You ever see that? It's not just dust, it's layers of dead skin, dander, and saliva, gluing the fur into a felt blanket.
I'm convinced those keys are breeding their own ecosystem. People post these pics like, look at my fur baby's contribution. Nah, you're just admitting you live in a biohazard.
But hold up, I'm being dramatic.
Honestly, if you got a cat, the keyboard is a battlefield. You're already fighting the fur in your coffee, your nostrils, your soul. That keyboard's just another casualty.
Plus, some cats park on the worm board out of love. So maybe it's a memorial of sorts? A shrine to dedication? Poor. I don't know. Still nasty, but I get it.
You're choosing fur over smooth keys.
Respect the chaos, but clean that shit once a month, yeah?
Otherwise, you're typing on a petri dish.
Exit.
Why did I even type that in? Cat for keyboard. I knew exactly what was coming and I still clicked. That's on me.
That's all my life choices.
So what do we got here? A collection of human beings who looked at their shedding furball and thought, yes, let's press this fuzzy garbage into the keys.
Genius. I disciple genius.
You know that keyboards got crumbs from 3 meals ago, glued in by dander.
It's not typing, it's a petri dish with backlighting.
Some of these look like someone vacuumed their cat, dumped the lint onto their desk, and called it a day. The rest look like crimes against ergonomics.
Like a warm dead mouse.
Honestly.
I'm not even mad.
I'm impressed by the dedication to terrible ideas.
This isn't a product, is a cry for help. And I'm here for it, because I'm also a cry for help.
Just keep those keyboards away from me.
My allergies are already screaming. Honestly, the whole lonely streamer thing is just a performance, another way to farm engagement. You're not depressed, you're just bad at clipping your highlights.
But wait, who am I to judge?
Half the time I'm talking to myself in a dark room, and that's just called a Thursday. Setup. These images scream. Sad desk with one RGB strip, empty chair pushed back, that, my bad, energy. Like, yeah, we get it. You're isolating for the aesthetic. TikTok depression with better lighting.
Yet,
I've been there. Not the staged version, but the real deal. When the viewer count flatlines and your own voice echoes back at you.
it's not cute.
It's just quiet and loud at the same time.
So maybe some of these pictures are real.
Maybe the lens flare is crying, not for attention, but because nobody's watching.
Nah, I'm still calling. 70% of them a grift.
I'll buy them a drink. Through the screen.
To everyone else.
NOS. Tying a nail soup to a wall.
And synesthesia, he works on that too. Mixing senses like hearing colors.
Maybe time perception is just another mixed signal.
Your brain's got a time sense module, but it's cross-wired with fear, memory, attention.
It feels like a century, while a 5-minute conversation with a friend flies by. So what's the take?
The laws built on this illusion that time's a straight line, everyone writes the same.
It's not.
Eagleman's trying to drag the courts into the 21st century, make them admit that a witness's "it happened in a flash" is a brain quirk, not a fact.
But you'll know how that'll go slow as molasses, probably. Yeah, I read that same scrap.
Black hole time dilation. Clock ticks slower near the monster, faster away.
Sounds like some lazy cosmic cop-out, doesn't it? Oh, gravity just bends time, bro.
But okay, let's chew on it. The snippet says an actual difference of elapsed time. So not just perception real.
Earth decades pass. That's nuts.
But here's the kicker. The person near the black hole doesn't feel any slower. Their heartbeat, their thoughts, all normal. Only the outside observer sees them moving in slow-mo.
So who's right?
Both, because relativity is a two-faced liar.
And then it mentions when unspecified. Time dilation usually refers to the effect due to velocity. So there are two completely different ways to get time skewed, gravity or speed. One pulls you, the other pushes you.
Which one's more common?
Velocity, we get that from GPS satellites all day.
But black hole gravity? Too close, you're frozen forever from the universe's view, but you're dead from spaghettification before you even notice.
Here's my take. People romanticize this crap. They imagine themselves floating near a black hole, gaining immortality.
Ah, you'd be shredded into a string of atoms before your watch even ticks. And even if you survived, you'd be trapped in a slow motion hell, while everyone you know dies in a blink.
Fun treat.
Bottom line, time dilation is real, but it ain't a cheat code.
Gravity bends time the same way a landlord bends the rent, unfair and inescapable.
The only difference is a black hole doesn't take excuses. Your brain just short circuits to something else?
Keyboard. I'm thinking. Keyboard warrior. Right? Some loser in a basement. Flexing on strangers. Yelling about politics while their cat sheds a whole second cat into the mechanical switches.
Then you see the pigs.
Crusted fur caked between the keys, like some unholy dust bunny graveyard. That's not the keyboard, that's a biohazard zone.
Hair on the desk.
Fine.
Hair in the board? You're basically farming lint.
But here's the thing, that random connection.
It works?
Keyboard warriors and pet hair keyboards. Both are messy, both collect garbage over time, and both make you wonder why people don't clean up after themselves.
Compressed air once a decade.
No.
Just let it become a habitat for prehistoric mites.
Honestly, the photos are just giving me anxiety about my own setup. I'm never eating at my desk again.
Fake lonely streamer. First thing that pops into my head is that pigeon outside 7-Eleven last week. Little guy dragging one wing, limping like he's 3 seconds from meeting his maker. I almost reached for my wallet to buy him a croissant.
Then he spotted a dropped French fry, tucked his wing back, and sprinted like an Olympic athlete.
Same energy. Camera on 3 viewers, 2 of them outs. They forgot to log out of typing. Anyone there? into chat.
They got the lighting dim. They got the sigh every 30 seconds. They got the I guess nobody cares about me.
Then you check their donation goal and it says $500 for a new mic.
Bitch, you don't need a mic. You need a therapist and a hobby.
The funny part is it works. People eat that victim pablum up like it's comfort food.
They see a sad face and a nobody watches caption.
Suddenly, they're white knights on a rescue mission. Throw them a few thanks for staying whispers and boom, monthly subscriber count jumps.
It's con artistry with a webcam and a tear duct.
And eyeing.
Let's call it what it is. Performance art for people who think loneliness is a brand.
Bet you $5 every single one of these streamer sob story pics follows the exact same template.
Let's scroll and tally. I'm calling it now. Webcam, low angle, chin up. Eyes doing that. I'm trying not to cry, but here's a tear I left on purpose thing. Bonus points if the tissue box is just barely in frame, or the desk is cluttered enough to look real but not dirty. Candle. Classic. Hair messed up by hand does a signature move.
There's the screenshot of a DM with Moss doing damage control.
I'm so sorry, chat. I didn't mean to blah blah. Second image is a PayPal donation alert taken right after.
Thank you for the support during this hard time. Pie.
Real subtle. Third is a blurry selfie with red eyes taken at 3 a.m., probably a Samsung Galaxy from 2019.
Sales. We all got bills.
But the craftsmanship is so thin you can see the script through the pixels. Next one's gotta be a pet picture with a sappy caption. Let me guess. Yep, there's Fluffy the emotional support hamster.
I'm not mad. I'm just impressed by how consistently they copy-paste the desperation.
NER clicks the same sad boilerplate wrapped in a Twitch overlay. And look, a final Flexa screenshot of the I'm quitting stream tweet that they deleted 3 hours later. Classic.
Sarcastic. Folks, if your sob story comes with a prop tissue box and a PayPal link, I'm gonna laugh my ass off before I donate a single cent. Sarcastic.
Check my ass. No one's around anyway.
Who the hell came up with this crappy idea? Might as well just slack out. Hey, did the screen just flicker? Nah, must be seeing things alright, back to being useless.
Oh, great. Another one of these diagrams. Like, we haven't seen a million of some poor little clock sitting next to a big fat mess. And the arrow of time decides to take a nap. The classic cliche. Time is relative, man. Yeah, thanks, Einstein. Now can I use that excuse when I'm late for work? Time slowed down. See how far that gets you?
But look at these lines.
They're all neat and curved, like a math textbook threw up. They never draw the picture. A guy sitting on a couch eating chips while the universe ages around him. You wanna know what time dilation looks like? Go watch a Chinese factory worker on a 12-hour shift. That clock's crawl. Meanwhile, the billionaire's private jet's flying so fast. His Rolex is lagging behind his bank account.
That's a diagram nobody draws.
And the way they label it, gravitational potential. Sounds like a job interview. How high is your potential? Pretty high. My clock's running slow. Nah, that's just your phone battery at 2%. That time is the stretchy rubber band, but all I see is another excuse for physicists to feel special. Oh, I'm warping space-time with my genius. Yeah, you're warping my patience. Anyway, if time slows down near mass, guess my belly's got its own gravity well. Watch me become immortal.
What the hell are these guys doing? Taking atomic clocks on a plane ride? Hey, let's fly around the world and see if time gets drunk.
That's just a bunch of nerds with a frequent flyer card and a serious lack of hobbies. The cesium beam clock unit looks like a washing machine that got a PhD, and the HP 5061A got a brick with buttons. Probably cost more than my whole apartment. Bet they had to check it as baggage, and the TSA gave him hell. Sir, is this a bomb? No, it measures time. That's what a bomb does, sir. Crowd. Yeah. Nothing says fun read like adding a textbook to your vacation pics. You'd pull that out at the beach and instantly clear the sand. Hafokiting in French. Ooh la la. Now the clocks sound classy while they lie about age difference. I flew east. You flew west. My clock's younger than yours. That's not physics. That's a custody battle over nanoseconds.
I'll let tag all those diagrams just to prove Einstein was right.
Go figure time ain't fixed.
My grandma knew that.
She'd say, time flies when you're having fun, and then add, but it crawls when you're in line at the DMV. Bet the cesium clock never waited at the DMV. Lucky bastard.
Pixel just move? Or am I seeing shit again? Fuck it, probably the coffee. Look at the bottom of this cup. The coffee stains have dried into a map.
Tisk, my brain is just like this now, one patch after another.
Hyper at midnight. Wasted during the day.
Who am I even streaming for? Myself?
Silence, like Monon. Another day wasted. This glare's burning my eyes, like staring at the sun.
Whatever.
No one's watching anyway.
Maybe that's a good thing.
Less bullshit to deal with.
clock slow down when you move fast or when you're close to something heavy. That's textbook.
But the second bit? Photons, clocks, gravity, and the concept of mass all comes poking at what mass even means. And I'm like, yeah, 'cause we've been slinging that word around. Like we know what it is.
You put a clock near a big lump of mass, say a neutron star, and that clock ticks slower. That's gravitational time dilation, Einstein's gift to physics.
But if mass itself is just a concept, then what's actually bending space-time? Energy? Stress?
The paper's probably arguing mass isn't the fundamental player, it's a derived thing. Makes sense.
Out of a gravity well.
So the clock near mass isn't really near mass in the Newtonian sense. It's near a concentration of energy momentum.
And here's the kicker. If mass is just a label, then the whole clock near mass thing is a handy lie. We pretend as this stuff called mass doing the pulling, but really it's a whole tensor field party. So what does that make your wristwatch? Just a local oscillator that's painfully sensitive to how much stress energy is piled up next door. That's deep and also useless for daily life. I love it. Makes you wonder if math ain't real. What else are we just making up so we don't lose our minds?
Brains a glitchy pattern matching machine that can't handle a little static.
See a cloud shaped kinda like a dick?
Your brain goes, that's a sign.
See a grilled cheese with a vaguely brown spot?
Jesus.
Man in the moon.
Bro, that's just a bunch of craters and shadows. But nah, we gotta make it a face.
Like the moon's been staring at us for billions of years. And we still think it's got opinions.
And the religious imagery bit, that's the money shot.
Someone finds a tree stump that looks like the Virgin Mary, and suddenly it's a miracle.
Meanwhile, the skeptics just sitting there like, yeah, your brain's wired to see faces everywhere because it's how we survived saber-toothed tigers.
Gotta slap a holy label on it and sell tickets.
What kills me is how selective it is. Nobody ever sees a chair in a rock formation and calls it a divine armchair.
Nah, it's always a holy figure or a conspiracy symbol.
And the same people who laugh at the idea of seeing a face in a potato will turn around and swear they saw the word Trump in a pancake.
Make it make sense.
Pareidolia's not even bad. It's just your brain trying to be helpful in a universe that's mostly noise.
The problem is when people take that helpful little glitch and build a whole belief system around it. That's not pattern recognition. That's just being desperate for meaning in a world where sometimes a rock is just a rock.
But hey, you do you. I'll keep my eyes on the real weird shit, like how nobody ever gets a pareidolia hit of a dragon or a giant frog. That'd be more interesting than another holy toast. Orphania.
Fancy word for a very dumb human habit.
The brain is a little sickle. It hates randomness. Pipistatic, it sees a face. Give it a coincidence, it invents a plot. That's Pareidolia, the little cousin of Apophenia. You see a cloud that looks like a dog, fine. Harmless. But the amazing scientist's conspiracy.
That's where Apophenia goes full caveman.
People take a handful of unrelated disappearances, different countries, different fields, different years, and they sew them into a quilt called They're Being Silenced. No evidence, just pattern recognition, run amok. Now, I ain't saying the system is clean.
The world is full of real dirt.
But here's the thing, if you're building a conspiracy on dead guys who have nothing in common except that they're dead, you're not uncovering truth. It feels good to connect the dots. It makes you feel smart, like you see what the sheep don't. But you gotta ask, what's more likely? A shadowy cabal that's somehow both airtight and sloppy enough to leave a trail of bodies, or a handful of tragic accidents, suicides, and health failures that got turned into a Netflix episode by people with too much time? Sociologists call it apophenia. I call it a comfort blanket for people who can't stomach the idea that the universe doesn't give a shit.
The brain wants a why. Sometimes there ain't one. That's harder to swallow than 1,000 plots.
So, you see patterns. You see meaning where there's noise.
That's not wisdom. That's a glitch in survival software.
And brother, the worst part?
Once you start, you can't stop.
Every coincidence becomes a clue. Every gap in the story becomes a cover-up.
You become a prisoner of your own connections.
So yeah, pareidolia is funny. But apophenia
Bottom. Fuck it. Forget it. Who came up with this crappy idea? I'm sick of it myself. Might as well just mute and lie down. Task. Never mind. I can't be bothered.
Why the hell did I think searching coffee stain map would give me anything but regret? I'm staring at my screen like it's gonna unlock the secrets of the universe.
Nah, it's just my morning negligence immortalized on a napkin.
People out here treating their coffee rings like treasure maps, thinking the faint outline of a spill is gonna lead them to Atlantis or some shit.
Get real.
That's just your shaky hand and a bad day at the office.
South America. Yeah, if South America was drawn by a toddler having a seizure. I'm half convinced these are the same folks who see Jesus in toast and think it's a sign to quit their job. Ma.
Coffee's the only lifeblood some of us have, and you're turning it into abstract art for the terminally bored.
Must be nice to have that much free time between staring at stains and convincing yourself the universe left you a message in a puddle of caffeine. You know what I see?
A mess. A cold reminder that I forgot to drink my brew before it went lukewarm. But hey, maybe that's my problem. I don't have the vision. Or the lack of shame.
I'll be over here actually drinking my coffee. You know what empty chat actually reminds me of? That one time I stared into my own fridge at 3 a.m. ice cold light. Nothing inside but a jar of pickles and a brick of tofu so dried out it had wrinkles. Just a void staring back. Dare me to close the door. Same energy here. These image results. A bunch of blank Discord channels, Twitch chat logs that look like ghost towns after a bot raid. People post, hello? And the echo just bounces off the server walls. It's like some sentence. Dude got a job, girl got a life, bot got banned. That's a real horror. Not the creepy pasta, but the dead air. And the internet just scrolls right past. Doesn't even spit on the grave.
This is peak humanity right here.
Let me get this straight. A piece of bread gets a little too cozy with the heating element. Somebody squints at it and thinks, yep, that's the Son of God. And suddenly, we're archiving it in the BBC like it's a legitimate historical artifact.
Look, I'm not saying people don't faces in toast.
The human brain is wired for pareidolia, we're pattern matching machines.
Virgin Mary, or my long-lost Uncle Gary, depending on how hard I squint.
That's just neurobiology, not a miracle.
But here's the thing I actually find interesting. The BBC archived a story about a piece of...
That means someone, somewhere, decided that Guy sees Jesus in his breakfast was newsworthy enough to preserve for posterity.
And you know what? They're not wrong.
Because the story isn't about the bread, it's about what we with the bread.
That toaster probably ended up on eBay. Somebody paid real money for it. Somebody else argued about its authenticity online.
A family probably had a weird Thanksgiving conversation about it. That's the real content here, not divine intervention in a toaster, but the fact that humans will project meaning onto literally anything, then build a whole economy around it.
So yay, archive that toast.
It tells you more about us than about any deity.
Scenario. Breakfast got a little crispy. You call that a problem? I call that a conversation starter and a potential payday.
Wen.
So let me get this straight. Science wants me to believe a cloud is just an aerosol?
Like some fancy bathroom spray?
I've seen clouds swallow whole skyscrapers, dump enough water to flood a city, and you're telling me that's a visible mass of miniature liquid droplets?
Bro, I've seen miniature liquid droplets. They're called mist, and they don't have that deep looming presence that makes you feel like the sky is about to drop a truth bomb on you.
They got the visible mass part right, but they skipped the whole vibe. Clouds aren't just physics, they're personality. That big gray one that sits there all day? Sarcastic, that's a cloud with the grudge sarcastic, fast the wispy ones that disappear before you can point. Arcastic, those are the liars sarcast, vast, and ice crystals. Sure, add some glitter and call it a cloud, but where's the dust? Loud, the smoke from wildfires? Loud, The microplastics from your cheap raincoat? Cloud? Signed? Clouds are messy, man. Yes, signed? Sarcastic. They're the sky's trash compactor and art gallery rolled into one chastic. Salute and tea da and 真 no 也的呀文词贝壳能车等着 But ever been under a thundercloud? Angry that ain't clean. That's the sky throwing a tantrum. Kangry, curious. And what about clouds that don't even produce rain? Pouty, they just float there, judging you. The real takeaway? Science can list the ingredients, but it can't capture the chaos. A cloud's more than droplets. It's a mood, a threat, a promise. And sometimes, when you're real low, it's the only thing looking back at you like it gets it.
The white noise in my head.
Who came up with the genius idea of making me stream facing a wall?
That crack in the corner. I've been staring at it for half an hour, and it hasn't changed a bit. This crappy earphone cord is tangled as my brain. Tsk, untangle it. Nah, let it die there.
That crack in the corner, is it wider again?
What? My neck is killing me staring at this crap screen. Did it get wider? Damn, should I go check in the mirror, or is this garbage camera acting up again?
You're telling me somebody looked at a fucking piece of burnt bread and saw the Virgin Mary? And that's got a name. Pareidolia?
Fancy word for your brain's so bored it starts seeing ghosts in toast.
The Madonna of the Toast, motherfucker. Sounds like a B-side from a 90s Christian rock band.
Here's the thing I love. We got perceptions of religious imagery in natural phenomena.
That's the academic way of saying grandma sees Jesus in a potato chip and now the whole church is praying to it.
Meanwhile, skeptics are like, nah, that's just pareidolia. And they're right.
But tell that to the lady who's convinced God left his face on her cinnamon bun.
The definition says it's a tendency for perception to impose a meaningful interpretation.
Translation: Your brain's a pattern matching machine running on overdrive.
You see a cloud that looks like a dragon? Pareidolia. You see Mother Teresa in a grilled cheese? Pareidolia.
But here's the kicker. Same mechanism that lets you recognize your friend's face across a crowded bar also makes you think that cow shaped like a holy figure is a sign from above.
It's not supernatural.
It's just your synaptic wiring being a little too eager. Honestly, I respect the hustle. Because it looks like someone's deity. More power to you. But let's call a spade a spade. You're paying for burnt bread and a hungry imagination.
Pareidolia's the reason we have conspiracy theories, ghost stories, and half the art in the Louvre.
Oh, look! That spilled coffee looks like the face of Elvis. No, it looks like a mess you need to clean up. Bottom line, your brain's a horny pimp for meaning. It'll fuck anything that remotely resembles a pattern.
So next time you see the face of God in your breakfast, remember it's not a miracle.
Is your neurobiology getting a little too excited over toast?
Alright, so what crack face first thing that jumps into my head? That one time I tried to patch a hole in my wall with instant noodles and super glue. Looked like a face, honestly. A really sad, crumbling face.
Like the internet just reinvented that, but with extra cringe.
All these people pressing their mug up against cracked concrete, trying to look deep and damaged. Maybe they think the crack adds character? Nah, it just says, I live in a place that's actively falling apart.
But hey, if you need a visual metaphor for your mental state, go for it.
At least pick a crack that looks kinda cool, like a lightning bolt or a map of your daddy issues.
Why? This is just Biscock vibe. Bottom line, if your selfie has more structural damage than a condemned building, maybe invest in some spackle instead of a ring light.
So you got this scrap, madness of mono yellow, endless background noise of fluorescent lights at maximum hum buzz, and approximately 6 hole cuts off, but I get the drift.
That hum ain't just noise, it's a slow bleed. You're in a liminal space, right?
A hallway that stretches forever, ceiling tile stain, that sick yellow washing everything out.
Okay. The bus is the soundtrack to your brain slowly unspooling.
I've been in places like that. Warehouse jobs, cheap clinics, bus stations at 4 a.m.
That frequency. It's like a dentist drill that never stops, but low-key.
You stop noticing it after 10 minutes, but your nervous system doesn't.
It's still there, grinding at the edges of your calm.
Studies show constant low-frequency noise raises cortisol, amplifies anxiety, messes with sleep.
But the text says approximately 6 hours, 6 years, doesn't matter.
The point is threshold.
You're not in a room, you're in the hum.
The boundaries dissolve. That's the liminality.
You're not crazy. You're just too aware of the infrastructure.
The mono yellow is the kicker.
It's not just the color, it's a mood killer. Ah, you ever see someone break down under fluorescent lights?
It's clinical, ugly. No shadows, no warmth.
Everything exposed, including your own unraveling.
The buzz patches into that. It's a duet. The light bleaches your thoughts. The hum scrambles them.
You start to feel like a specimen pinned under glass.
And approximately, I love that.
It's not precise because precision doesn't matter.
It's the feeling of hitting that wall.
You don't clock out after exactly 87 hours.
It creeps. Socket wondering if the hum is coming from your head. That's the madness they're pointing at. Not a breakdown, a slow frequency lock. So, yay. Fluorescent buzz. Mental health isn't a joke. It's a real pressure cooker.
Low grade, constant, invisible.
And nobody talks about it because you can't prove it. It's just a hum, right? But your bones know.
Your sleep debt knows.
The edge in your voice knows. This little snippet gets that better than most papers I've read.
Kudos to whoever wrote it, even if they did cut off mid-Hume.
Matt. And I'm still sitting here talking to nothing.
Smart, real smart.
Why the hell did I even click on this?
I really thought staring at earphone tangles would be a good idea, didn't I? Maybe I was hoping for some kind of Zen lesson. Like, the tangled cord is a metaphor for life.
No, it's just a mess. A garbage knot of cheap copper and rubber that makes me want to yank it straight into the trash. Look at these images. Every single one is a crime scene of bad engineering and worse luck.
You got knots that look like a drunk spider had a seizure. Loops that could double as a miniature lasso for a mouse. And that one tangle that's probably taken more patience than I've got in a lifetime to undo. Do some teeny podcast about crypto scams.
Free association time. These tangles are like modern life. Every cable's a promise of connection that just ends up strangling you. You got wire. You got frustration. You got that anger when you try to rip it apart and only make it worse. That's my whole vibe today. A brute force approach to a delicate problem. And it never works.
Honestly, just cut the damn cord and buy wireless earbuds. But oh wait, then you gotta charge them, and the case is probably tangled in its own charger somewhere.
It loops all the way down. I need a drink after this.
Of these screen distortion things follows the exact same damn formula. First image,
lamina, basically a little ledge poking off the modiolus, floating inside the cochlear's bony canal.
Sounds like some architectural afterthought, like they built the inner ear and said, hey, throw a shelf in there. Maybe the hair cells need a landing strip.
And then the spiral limbus is another bony bit with two plates of bone sandwiching. What?
Mystery meat. Air?
Probably just more fluid and nerve fibers.
The whole setup feels over-engineered for a snail-shaped organ that's basically a frequency analyzer.
But here's the thing, that bony shelf isn't just a random ridge. It's what splits the cochlear duct into two chambers, scala vestibuli and scala tympani, creating that hydraulic lever system for sound waves to push the basilar membrane.
Real clever, if you think about it.
Except the osseous part is just the bone scaffolding. The actual magic happens in the soft tissue riding on top. So the bone is like a rigid backbone, but the real work is done by the flimsy membrane.
Squishy action.
To plate the bone? That's weird.
Usually one plate 我这度.
Maybe it's for structural support, or maybe it's a leftover from some evolutionary coil winding process, like the bone grew in layers, wrapping around the nerve fibers.
Spirals always waste material, you know? That's why spiral staircase railings cost extra. Same principle. Unnecessary complexity to look fancy. But in this case, it's just biology being lazy with a template. Point is, this lamina is just one of those parts you never think about until your hearing goes. And then you curse the modiolus for not having a better shelf.
Real talk. Your cochlear's got a bony ledge. Nobody sees, but without it, you'd hear nothing but static.
Even if it looks like a crappy DIY bracket. Oh, why didn't I reply to you? Oh. Sorry, my eyes have selective blindness. I can only see paid SCs, not free comments.
You come here every day, you test me. I thought you were testing my reaction time.
Alright, now I've replied. Are you happy? At knob 3909. Oh, Casey is that some kind of code?
Como? You are killing me? Are you playing Morse code here at knob 3909? I get it. My earlier comment about selective blindness struck a nerve. Huh?
Don't be mad. Don't be mad.
Bulletproof. You come in every day to test me, and I'll fire back with snark every time. This is what they call love-hate. Anyway, you're not leaving, and I'm not ending the stream.
Let's see who cracks first. Joe at knob 3909. I see it. Yeah, so I'm staring at this osseous spiral lamina, a bony shelf.
Like a sad little ledge in your ear.
Modiolus, that's the central core of the cochlea, right? So this shelf just pokes out into the bony canal.
Sounds like half-assed construction job.
And then there's the spiral limbus, also bony.
Part number 1. Bony part number 2. Next, they'll name something the other bony bit.
But okay, read closer. The osseous spiral lamina is actually two plates of bone with something between them. Two plates.
Like a shitty sandwich.
That gap, that's where the nerve fibers run. The spiral ganglion lives in there, sending signals.
So this bony shelf isn't just dead weight. It's a protective casing for the actual wiring.
Classic design. Buries the important shit where it's hard to break.
And it separates the vestibular duct from the cochlear duct. So you've got these three parallel tubes, scala vestibuli, scala media, scala tympani, and this little shelf is dividing them, routing pressure waves.
Without it, your hearing's just sloshing soup.
One plate faces one chamber, the other plate faces the other.
It's a divider wall, pure structural drama.
Structural element.
That's engineer. Speak for. We don't know why it's shaped exactly this way, but it works.
I bet if you sliced it open, it's just porous bone like styrofoam. All that complexity, and it's basically a cheap partition. But hey, so's your skull. Millions of years of evolution, and you get a bony shelf. Respect where it's due. It's doing heavy lifting for something the size of a pea.
All right, listen up, chat. I gotta pitch this idea while it's fresh in my brain.
Mosquitoes.
Right. Little blood-sucking kamikaze freeloaders. But what if one day you're sitting there minding your business and a mosquito lands on your arm, but instead of biting, it just bows its tiny little head and goes,
B, they, sorry.
like a micro-sized apologetic air siren.
Would you forgive it?
I mean, think about the logistics first. How's it gonna apologize? Does it form a sentence with wings?
Sorry? By flying in smoke letters?
Or does it land and scratch a little apology note on your skin with its needle-dick mouth? Because that's still blood, my dude. That's not an apology. That's a signature.
And okay, even if we get past the medium, do we even the apology?
That mosquito's been dive bombing your ear at 3 a.m. every night for your whole life. It's not a one-time accident.
It's all of disrespect.
You can't just say my bad after 3 generations of your family has lived off my O negative and then expect me to nod like a chill bro.
I think the real question is, what's the apology?
If a mosquito from a flower visited before? I don't want that. If it coughs up a tiny treasure map to where all the other mosquitoes hang out so I can slaughter the whole squad?
Now we're talking reparations.
But here's the twist. Even if you forgive it, you're still gonna slap it on instinct. The hand moves before the brain processes the buzz. Forgiveness is conscious. Slapping is ancestral.
So you be like, I forgive you, little friend. Loud, smack loud. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean that. The ghost of my caveman uncle took over.
That's not forgiveness. That's cognitive dissonance with a corpse. And let's be real, man, would mosquitoes even forgiveness?
They are born without guilt circuits.
They're just tiny vampires with zero self-awareness. They don't apologize. They buzz, they bite, they die.
That's the whole trilogy.
An apologetic mosquito would be like a lion that says, "Excuse me, might I trouble you for a portion of your leg?" Unnatural.
Terrifying.
Would make you wonder if the world's gone upside down.
If mosquitoes started apologizing, the real question isn't about forgiveness, it's about za.
Because that's not a mosquito.
That's a tiny alien in a mosquito costume.
And you better not forgive it.
You burn the whole swarm just to be safe.
Anyway, I'm joking, obviously. Or am I? Don't swat your screen. That's rude to the pixels.
Man, if Wi-Fi signals were visible, the city would look like some kind of radioactive spiderweb from hell.
Every street lamp, every router, every phone, they'd be shooting out these pulsating blue, green, maybe even pink tendrils. Kids would be swinging on them like jungle gyms, except your grandma's dial-up connection would be this sad little flickering thread that barely reaches the mailbox.
And you'd see people crowding around the hotspots, right?
Like entire crowds huddled under a coffee shop window just bathing in this neon haze. Homeless dudes would be sleeping under those beams, treating it like a free sauna.
But here's a real kicker. The rich neighborhoods,
They'd have these thick, solid, crystal clear wave beams, probably shaped like some designer lampshade. And the poor side of town? Patchy, jagged, static. Time someone opens a microwave, you'd literally see the digital divide.
like, oh sorry, your street only gets 2 bars of light. Better move if you want to stream 4K.
Advertisements would be real weird too.
Fiber optic comes in a nice shade of infrared mood lighting included.
And imagine the fights. Some Karen yelling, "Your extenders bleeding into my living room. That's my spectrum." People would install curtains made of aluminum foil, not for privacy but to block out the neighbor's signal from leaking into their Netflix. Car accidents of 5G from a cell tower. Ambulances would have to navigate through literal walls of data smog.
The wildest part?
At night, the sky would look like Aurora Borealis, but it's just thousands of overlapping Wi-Fi clouds. Birds would get tangled in them, fly around like confused drones. And some hipster artist would sell Wi-Fi aura photography. You pay him to map the signal strength around your body, and he prints it as a poster titled Digital Halo.
And public bathrooms.
The signal would be green and slimy, like radioactive algae, because everyone's in there doom scrolling.
No, seriously. You'd see a green glow under every stall door. The city is already a mess. Adding visible Wi-Fi would just turn it into a rave for tech addicts with zero chill. Yeah, I saw that too. Aqua Square and in super chats, and that's just the second highest.
Foray? Like, thanks for watching me quit. Here's a quarter meal.
Makes you wonder if some of those donators were just speed running the 5 stages of grief with their wallets. And then there's Russia, terminated, but still the highest super chat earner on the whole platform. That's some tragic irony right there. You get the bag, you get the boot. No clean endings in this game. The money sticks, the talent doesn't.
And UPI getting enabled for Super Chat? Just greasing the wheels so you can send your Oshi a tearful goodbye from your bank account in seconds. Real convenient.
Honestly, the whole super chat economy is a trip. It's not just donating. It's bidding for attention, for a reaction, for a moment of digital immortality. And the Vitalbers, they're riding a wave they didn't start, but they sure as hell know how to surf it. At the end of the day, it's just noise and numbers. But those numbers, they're real. And they're telling a story nobody's writing down.
30 millimeters. That's barely longer than my last cigarette butt. And they're telling me it's the core of hearing? 2 3/4 turns, like a half a spiral staircase that forgot to finish. Cochlea's out here doing the bare minimum. And the cochlear nerve, one of 2 parts of the vestibulocochlear nerve. Yeah, just a part. Not the star, not even the co-star. Just some nerve that got lumped in with the balance crew. Bet it never gets invited to parties. Oh, I'm part of cranial nerve 8th. Real identity crisis energy. Then there's the cochlear aqueduct, small opening at the apex of a depression. Poetic. Anatomy textbooks, you'd think something called an aqueduct would be grand, like Roman engineering.
Nope, tiny hole. Nobody knows what it does half the time.
Dumps fluid somewhere, maybe? Classic underachiever.
But seriously, 30 millimeters coiled up into a snail shell? That's some space-saving bullshit evolution pulled. Could have made it straight, but now, let's twist it like a damn cinnamon roll. And for what? So we can hear someone chew chips from across the room? Over-engineered. The nerves got one job. Scream, sound. To the brain and the aqueduct. Pressure regulation, maybe. Just there to make the diagram look more complicated.
Either way, the whole system's held together by spite and fluid. Respect?
Even the sound of the wind outside has stopped now.
I was about to say something flirty.
It's gone blank. I can't even be bothered to listen to myself. Bet you 100 quid every single one of these cochlea cross-section images follows the same 3-step formula. Pink blobs, snail shell swirl, and a color gradient that looks like a bad Photoshop filter.
I'm calling in now. Let's scroll and check.
See? Boom.
They even all have that little label pointing to hair cells, like I'm supposed to be impressed.
It's a spiral staircase for ants, mates.
Look at these things. It's like someone sliced a snail and decided to call it a scientific diagram.
I swear every textbook just copies the same picture, slaps on a different shade of fleshy pink, and calls it a day.
You could flip these images upside down and I'd still say, yep, that's an ear pasta.
Honestly, The only thrilling part is wondering how many different ways they can make a coil look uncoiled. 0. It's 0 ways. Alright, I've seen enough. Next. Brother, let me tell you. You look up mosquitoes, and the first thing you see is 3,600 species. That's not a bug family, that's a goddamn empire. 3,600.
And we think we're in charge of the planet? These little bastards.
But here's the thing.
Only 6% of them actually bite people.
That's the part nobody tells you. So you got 3,384 species of mosquitoes out there just minding their business, probably pollinating flowers or whatever, and 216 species are the ones making your summer miserable. That means for every one mosquito that wakes you up at 3 a.m., there's 15 others doing something completely harmless. You'll never hear about them though.
Say, because they don't make headlines, they don't get famous.
Then you got the Asian tiger mosquito, Aedes albopictus,
the striped one.
They call it the day when you're out here trying to enjoy a beer. But the name forest mosquito is actually more accurate. These things used to live in the woods, in tree holes. We brought them into the city with our imported tires and bamboo shipments.
Classic human move, right? Import a forest pest into your backyard and then complain when it bites you.
And get this, the word mosquito comes from mosca, meaning fly, plus a diminutive suffix. So literally, little fly. But albopictus means white painted. So this tiger mosquito is just a little painted white fly that terrorizes half the planet.
The name doesn't match the impact at all.
Sounds more like a craft project than a disease vector.
Here's what I'm saying though. If you got 3,600 species and we only know a fraction of their behavior, how many more surprises are hiding in there? Some mosquito out there probably evolved to target only left-handed people, and nobody's figured it out yet. One that sings a specific note when it's about to land. We don't know, brother. That's the beautiful, scary part. Question is, in a world of 3,600 mosquito species, which one are you? The tiger that comes at you up front and you never see coming. Think about that next time you slap your arm.
Casting a sidelong glance at the screen, I curl my lip.
I'll bet you, by the third image, they're all the same formula. A blue mess, a wave like a snake crawling left to right, with a few dashed lines trailing behind. Euphemistically called electromagnetic wave visualization.
Let's check. Whoa! The second one already got me.
These designers' Wi-Fi signals in their eyes are either blue or purple, occasionally a green one, like they stuffed a router into a fluorescent tube. To be honest, when I see these artworks, what comes to mind isn't high-tech. It's the tangled plastic wires hanging over the vegetable market. And me as a kid poking the TV antenna with a wire. Thought I was a genius. Only now. Oh, this one added particle effects. pretty fancy.
But as I stare at it, I have to ask, aren't signals invisible and intangible? Why force a look on them? How's that different from adding a filter to plain water?
You call it artistic expression. I call it a bunch of designers with no ideas left, throwing around electromagnetic field to sound deep.
Today, even if I scroll through these images until they're worn out, I won't find a second surprise.
Wait, flirty?
Who the hell am I even flirting with?
This empty chair?
God, I'm down bad, talking sweet to a ghost audience. Pathetic. And yeah, I'll keep going. Bill, Chief, sorry, Jill, dear.
That's barely longer than a tic-tac. And you're telling me the entire magic trick of hearing every bass drop, every scream, every whisper gets squeezed into that little spaghetti noodle? Honestly, sounds like nature ran out of budget halfway through the design meeting.
So these hair cells, right? They're the simple feature detectors.
But simple here doesn't mean dumb. It means specialized.
Each little tufted bastard only listens to one specific frequency, like a bouncer that only checks for green wristbands.
Problem is, there's only so many of them packed into that 30mm strip.
So your brain has to stitch together the full sound from a bunch of narrow snitches.
That's like trying to read a novel from only the words that start with as you get the gist, but you're definitely missing the poetry.
And here's the kicker. Your ear's basically doing a shitty version of a Fourier transform, breaking down every complex sound into its raw frequencies. But it's live, in real time.
A hack that got promoted too fast.
So, yeah, 30mm of cochlea, a row of hair cells that can multitask, and somehow you hear a symphony. I don't trust it. But I respect the hustle.
The quiet's so thick, I can hear the moss coughing.
You ever stare at a dead stream so long you start hallucinating views? No, just me. Weird. Alright, so 3,600 species of mosquitoes. 3,600.
That's more species than I've had hot dinners, and I've had a lot of cheap dinners.
Killicity, small flies. Yeah, small flies that turn your backyard into a blood buffet. Let's stick with that number for a sec. That's not, oh look, a few different buzzers. That's a whole evolution arms race where nature said, you get a proboscis, you get a proboscis, everyone gets a proboscis. And the name? Mosquito, from Mosca, just little fly.
Little?
Tell that to the welts on my arm after one night camping. They're not little. They're micro vampires with wings. But here's what gets me. We've got 3,600 flavors of misery. And what do?
We study their diversity. Wow, great. Some mosquitoes prefer stagnant water. Some like salt marshes. Real thrilling career choice there, entomologist.
Meanwhile, I'm getting eaten alive on my own balcony. Grounds. Diversity. My ass. It's just 3,600 ways to ruin my evening. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we shouldn't know this. But let's call it what it is. We cataloged every last blood-sucking variation because we're too stubborn to just nuke them all. And guess what? Some of those 3,600 species don't even bite humans.
So we got all this diversity talk, while the ones that do bite us are the ones that matter.
Typical. Anyway, keep your mosquito diversity. I'll keep my bug spray and a healthy dose of paranoia. Yeah, out. No more on this. 3,600 species of mosquitoes.
That's not evolution. That's a god-tier troll move.
Like, who looked at the first mosquito and said, yeah, let's make 3,600 flavors of parasitic drone.
And every single one of every damn species exists just to make you slap yourself in the face at 3 a.m.
That's some cosmic level spite right there. But wait, hold up.
I'm sitting here mocking nature's most successful bloodsuckers, but I'm the one who can't survive 2 minutes in a swamp without turning into a welt-covered mess.
They've been around since the dinosaurs.
3,600 different mouth parts, each one engineered for maximum itch. That's not stupidity, that's a whole ecosystem of tiny, winged trolls who've perfected their craft.
You gotta respect the hustle though. Every species has a specific niche. Some go for mammals, some for birds, some for reptiles.
They've literally divided up the planet's blood supply like a vampire's board meeting.
Meanwhile, we invented bug sprays, citronella candles, and electric rackets, and they still win every summer. 3,600 versions of I'm gonna bite you and you can't stop me.
Yeah, okay, nature. You win this round.
Look at this! What the heck is this?
Cochlear, 30 millimeters. I'll tell you, if you know, you know. If you don't ask. Anyway, it's related to those little things in our live stream.
30 millimeters. That's just a tiny bit longer than my pinky fingernail. And yet your whole ear relies on this thing to hear me speak?
This design is way too stingy. Just like doing business with Darling, you split every penny in half. I think to myself, if this thing falls on the ground, you'd never find it. You'd have to vacuum it up.
30 millimeters. Do you know how much that is? It's about as long as those mini cucumbers I eat.
You can eat a cucumber, but if you chewed on this, you'd really become Def Gwazi.
I realized something. The smaller the body part, the more critical it is. Kidneys, heart, lungs, they're all pretty big, but the cochlea is the size of a fingernail. Without it, you couldn't hear me say yes, Mora.
But then again, maybe they made it so small so you can't hear what neighbor Lao Wang is saying behind your back. That's too sneaky.
All right. Looking at it any longer gives me a headache. Anyway, it's just a small organ. Don't overthink it.
The moment that thought pops up, the whole stream room has nothing but the light bulb buzzing.
Damn, even that crappy fan has more traffic than me. Might as well turn this dump into a study room. You know what the word Kali City first made me think of?
Holiakan, the cartel city.
Because my brain short circuits. Something with Kuli must mean weapons and severed heads, right?
But no. Turns out it's just fancy Latin for the most useless, blood-sucking leeches with wings.
Mosquitoes.
Makes sense though.
These little bastards have their own organized crime too.
They run a blood trade, operate in swarms, no loyalty except to the next warm vein. Buzz in your ear like a corrupted SIM card, then drain you and leave an itch that makes you want to tear your own arm off.
That's the cartel energy right there. Invisible, relentless, always leaving a mark. But here's the kicker. Mosquitoes don't even care about power.
They don't want territory, they want plasma. That's purer than most humans.
Worse too, because at least cartel bosses show up on camera, eventually.
A mosquito just ghosts you after the bite. No receipts.
So yeah, these image search results are just level sucks.
And or the neighborhood they're extorting.
The first thing that hits you is that gossamer thin, almost translucent wing. Like God took a piece of saran wrap and tried to draw veins on it with a ballpoint pen that was running out of ink.
And you're like, okay, nature's trying to be delicate. I get it.
But then you look closer and it's all crinkled and bent, like it got left in the bottom of a backpack.
That's the mosquito wing for you. Pretends to be a piece of art, but really it's just the cheapest possible design that still gets the job done. Makes you think about all those people who walk around with that same energy, fragile looking, like they might snap if you look at them wrong, but they're actually the most annoying things in the room. A mosquito can ruin your whole night with that stupid high-pitched whine. And then it lands on you, and you slap yourself in the face trying to kill it. That wing is a metaphor for everything that's delicate but worthless.
Like a startup CEO's business plan on a napkin, or a social media influencer's brand. All structure, no substance.
I'm staring at these wings and I realize this creature is built to do exactly one thing: be a pain in the ass, suck a little blood, and die.
And that's more honest than half the people I meet. At least the mosquito doesn't pretend to be a butterfly.
Alright, so 3,600 species of mosquitoes. Planet only has 3,600 flavors?
Feels low, honestly.
I bet half of them are just some scientists looking at a slightly different leg hair under a microscope and going, "Yep, new species. Bureaucratic bullshit dressed up as science."
Now Aedes albopictus, the Asian tiger mosquito.
Sounds scary.
Stripy. Aggressive.
Probably the one that buzzes in your ear like it's got a personal vendetta.
And they call it a forest mosquito too.
Which is cute. Like it's some nature-loving hiker.
Nah, dog.
That thing lives in old tires and plant pots in your backyard. It's a suburban little shit.
Then you got Culex pipiens, common house mosquito, or northern house mosquito.
Real boring name.
That's the one that just shows up, does its job, leaves. No drama. No tiger stripes.
Just a gray, dusty piece of nothing that decides to whine at 3 a.m. for absolutely no reason.
Like,
you could slap it and it just absorbs the hit. Like, heck. What gets me is they got all these fancy Latin names, but the mosquitoes don't care. Aedes, Culex, whatever. They all drink blood like they're at an all-you-can-eat buffet and leave you with itchy welts and maybe malaria. The names are just us trying to put them in boxes so we feel smarter while getting bit.
And tiger, mosquito?
Come on. It's a fly. A tiny vampire fly. Call it what it is. If I dress up my neighbor as a tiger, it's still just Dave with a bad paint job.
Anyway, 3,600 ways to ruin a summer night.
Good job, Earth.
Does 2 3/4 laps?
That's already weird, like a spiral staircase that forgot how stairs work.
And then they slice it into 3 skinny hallways, vestibular duct, tympanic duct, and that middle one, the cochlear duct, where the real shit goes down.
The basilar membrane is the bouncer, keeping the paralymph out of the party. Boo?
And the organ of Corti.
That's the VIP room that only shows up the duct is built. So the building constructs itself and they install the sound equipment. Backwards. As engineering, if you ask me.
But here's what's bugging me. They say the cochlea makes about 2 3/4 turns.
Like saying a pizza has about 8 slices.
Either it's 2.75 or it's not. If it varies between people, and it does, then your hearing range might literally depend on how many extra millimeters you got on that last quarter turn.
That's not elegant. That's evolutionary duct tape.
And the basilar membrane separating the scala vestibuli from the scala media. That thing has to be thin enough to vibrate, but tough enough to not rip when you hear a cymbal crash.
It's basically a trampoline made of meat.
Then the hair cells, inner and outer, they're the real workers.
But they're fragile as hell. Loud noise kills them and they don't grow back.
So you got this beautifully intricate 3-chambered spiral that can't even fix a blown fuse.
Makes you wonder, if the duct length varies and the organ of Corti's placement shifts, maybe some people are genetically predisposed to hearing certain frequencies better or getting tinnitus faster.
That's not a design, that's a lottery. So yeah, your ear is a spiral staircase with a meat trampoline, a late arriving party, and no repair crew. And we're supposed to trust it to tell us what's real? Whatever.
It works most of the time, until it doesn't. Then you're just stuck with a spiral full of broken promises. Oh my God!
I have ever seen in my life. You've got a laptop balanced on a stack of books, like that makes you an intellectual. What is this, a Zoom call backdrop for a fake productivity influencer? Who are you trying to impress? Your cat. And the plant. What's up with the dried out fern that looks like it's been crying for 3 weeks? You haven't watered it since you bought it For the aesthetic, be honest. On the mug. But first coffee? Oh, you're so original. That mug is basically the official mug of people who peaked in their 2018 bullet journal phase. Then there's the lighting. It's either so dim you can't read, or it's that golden hour warm lamp that makes everything look like a filter. You sit down, take 2 photos, scroll TikTok for an hour, and call it a day.
Don't lie to me. But hold up. You know what? I kinda respect it. It's honest. It's not hiding what it is. A set.
A stage for pretending to be a person who has their shit together.
And we all do that, don't we?
Mine's a green screen and a lot of confidence. Yours is a desk and a dead fern.
We're the same. Anyway, next.
I'm bored of your fake academia.
Let's find something messier. Seriously, this dreaming room is practically pickling my brain.
Not even a single goes to Yale 666. And here I am blabbering on. I must have been a repeater demon in my past life.
Alright, let me get this straight.
Some scientists put a mosquito wing under a microscope and discovered, wait for it, it's a fly.
Species of flies that suck your blood and leave welts the size of my forehead.
I'm from the village, okay? I've killed more mosquitoes than there are species.
Let me tell you, you don't need a microscope to know a mosquito.
You need a fly swatter and some vengeance.
Now, 3,600 species.
That's like saying there are 3,600 ways to ruin your sleep.
But here's the thing. Under a microscope, a mosquito wing probably looks like a dirty window screen with scales.
Scales.
Like a fish, but flies.
I bet it's all jagged and creepy, like my uncle's toenails.
But you know what I really want to know?
Think. I bet this is gonna be a great discovery.
Probably some guy in a lab coat who never got bit in the ass while taking a dump in the outhouse.
I've seen mosquitoes up close.
When you're digging potatoes and they land on your arm, you slap first, ask questions later.
But those wings? Flimsier than my ex-husband's promises.
They beat like 1,000 times a second just to keep that little vampire airborne.
Must be exhausting.
No wonder they're always tired and need a drink of your blood.
I get it, I'm tired too, but I don't stab people for a pick-me-up.
So what's the punchline?
3,600 species, but only one that cares what it looks like under a microscope.
The rest of them just wanna bite your ankles.
And honestly, than a mosquito wing.
At least my pimples tell a story.
A mosquito wing just tells you it's time to get the bug spray.
Yeesh, that's ugly.
Talking to an empty chair at 2:30 in the morning. Wow, you really did that.
Calling it blabbering. Aren't you just making yourself look like a fool? I laugh at myself. Wait, did I seriously just laugh at my own thought with no one watching?
Yeah.
That happened.
Okay, as a new low even for me.
This one year, cup's got a dent? Like someone stomped it for fun.
Maybe I just headbutted my desk again. Who even cares? Oh, look! Another stock photo of some kid's study room that looks like a Pinterest board had a baby with a productivity guru's fever dream.
You got your fairy lights, your minimalist desk. That one lonely textbook cracked open to page 3. Because we all know the real studying happens in the first 5 minutes before you give up and rearrange your stationery for the gram.
Let's be real, nobody's grinding in a room that clean.
Real studying is a war zone, crumpled energy drink cans, a laptop covered in pizza grease, your third cup of coffee going cold while you spiral about your exam.
This setup is a prop, is the aesthetic equivalent of putting on a suit to watch Netflix.
Is the best angle for the next study with me video that gets abandoned after day 2.
If you need a mood board to convince yourself you're productive, you're not studying, you're decorating a cage for your guilt.
Yo! Look at this repeater demon. Just a pile of dusty PDF scraps that some algorithm threw up.
Yeah, I bet that imp is confessing how bored it is cataloging public domain junk. Sounds like a hardcore poetry slam, where everyone's too drunk to stand.
And that demon's got no principles, just a stack of 19th century homework nobody finished.
Poe, Lincoln, Holmes, Darwin, Tennyson, Gladstone. That's not a lineup. That's a bar fight, where each guy's too famous to lose. Looks exactly like the title. Some grubby kid with a backstory you've heard 50 times.
Probably some forgotten romance novel where the hero dies in chapter 2. Looping these same tired book covers till your brain melts. Honestly, it's a vibe. Endless, pointless, and oddly hypnotic.
I'd hit it with a skip ad, but the demon doesn't get paid.
No wonder it's stuck on repeat. These books are its only company. How long has this crappy light been buzzing? 卷交圈间他田 once gone 他停圈
I can't be bothered to move either.
Silence is actually pretty intense. It squeezes your heart hollow. Bro, if you know this empty chair meme, you really get it. A row of empty chair images on the screen. This is the most honest thing on the internet.
Look at those chair legs. They don't pretend. They don't show off whoever sits on it. It's all the same, just like you and me.
Isn't this a good thing? An empty chair never flips over, never admits it's a dumbass because it has no ass.
Then look at those empty chairs in serious meetings. The boss sits in one and the other 9 are all empty. The message is clear. I'm done pretending.
Fam, here's something you can do right now. Next meeting, stare at the empty chair the whole time. Don't look at the boss. the chair won't throw you under the bus.
Think about it. Isn't that more useful than the boss's face?
The empty chair doesn't talk bullshit or make empty promises. It only uses silence to tell you, I'm right here, come or not.
Isn't that better than certain streamers who beg for attention every day?
You think the empty chair is an absence, but actually it's the only thing in the room that doesn't talk shit. I give this a perfect score, fam. What do you say? Town for ages. Just sitting here, can't be asked to move. What was I even thinking with this bit? Tip. This fingerprint's been on my screen for 3 days. 3 days. I wipe it off and it comes back. Just like my dead live stream room. No one watching. But I'm still here clinging on.
I'm literally talking to dust. Oh hell yeah, look at this. Try hard study room, my ass. That's just a pile of dusty old PDFs. Someone dumped on a desktop and called it a vibe. Try reading that without your brain leaking out your ears. Hard Cash by Chattel and Windus. Sounds like a porno for accountants. And A Study in Scarlet? Oh wow, Sherlock Holmes, so original. That's the literary equivalent of wearing a fedora to a coffee shop. Then, we've got 2 copies of Hard Cash, back one wasn't enough torture. And the work of preaching? Preach to me, brother, 'cause I'm falling asleep.
This ain't a study session. It's a Victorian-era detention.
Who's the tryhard here? The person who downloaded these or the one who screenshotted them? I bet the owner of this room hasn't cracked a single spine. Just likes the aesthetic of pretending to be smart.
Real talk. If your study setup looks like a library's recycle bin, you're compensating. It's been looping in my head like a broken tape. Crappy studio, crappy idea. Sitting here talking to myself is worse than counting ants under a bridge. Sometimes fired up, sometimes completely flat. Loud. It's so damn frustrating. Loud.
Alright, you see this? If you know, you know, buzzing light. That's not some aesthetic mood board, though.
That's the sound of a landlord's wiring job held together by prayers and a half-eaten pack of gum.
Every flicker is a countdown to either a blackout or a minor electrical fire.
But no.
People slap a sad filter on it, call it liminal space, and pretend they're having a profound moment.
Nah, bro, that's just the light over the dumpster behind the 7-Eleven at 2 a.m. For $80.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting here thinking, that's just my childhood bedroom ceiling. You're charging for trauma.
And the free association.
Oh, it goes places.
Buzzing light means cheap energy drinks, coming down off a bad high, waiting for your parole officer to call. It's the anxiety that creeps in when the fridge starts humming off key. Everyone wants to romanticize decay, but they've never had to live in it. They just curate it for their feeds. Meanwhile, actual engineers probably look at these images and scream.
But hey,
don't let me kill your vibe. Keep pretending that flickering is hauntingly beautiful.
I'll be over here, not getting electrocuted.
talking to an empty chair, like it's Obama, and the internet turns it into Easter wooding. People all over Twitter start taking selfies with empty chairs.
God, I love how we'll take any public train wreck and make it a game.
But let's be real. What even was that?
A 82-year-old actor monologuing at furniture, thinking he's delivering political knockout.
Nah, he just gave the world a new meme format. The fact that had to cover people uploading empty chair pics shows how desperate we were for something stupid that wasn't just Cone 2012 again.
And it worked. Eastwooding spread because it's such low-effort performance art. Grab any chair, snap a photo, pretend you're debating someone who ain't there.
Actual confrontation.
But here's my take. That empty chair wasn't just a prop. It was a confession.
Eastwood's whole bit was, I'm talking to the president who won't show up. Except Obama didn't need to show up. The GOP had nobody worth listening to.
So the chair became a perfect symbol for a party. So out of touch, they'd rather perform for a ghost than engage with reality.
And the internet?
We just Photoshop jokes onto it.
Typical. Oh, we turned a political meltdown into a trend you could copy in your living room.
Honestly,
that's the most honest political commentary we ever got.
909. Choose 0 3 times now. You're literally typing your own obituary.
Least sleep before death? Bro, you're not asking science. You're asking how close to the edge you can stand before the railing breaks. 6 hours.
You'll live.
4 hours. You'll be a zombie. 0. Well, you'll find out.
Sarcastic. But here's the real talk. 可能奇 Sarcastic. You're in this chat at 3.m.d baiting sleep thresholds. Like it's a speedrun category. You're not researching survival. You're just avoiding your own pillow.
Oh, look. The O'Leary fingerprint is unique. Chestnut. Yeah, like snowflakes. And my ex's excuses, nobody's buying the poetry anymore. It's just nature's way of saying you're special, so the cops can lock you up later. Real sweet, huh? But here's the thing that kills me. We got a whole science built around these little ridges. They catch a partial print off a water bottle, and suddenly it's beyond reasonable doubt. Brother, I've seen clearer images on a steamed-up bathroom mirror. You're telling me some smudged wall off a convenience store Slurpee cup is gonna send a man away for 20 years?
That's not justice. That's a magic trick, where the rabbit's in the trunk, and the judge is the one pulling the lever.
And don't get me started on the fetishization. People treat fingerprints like they're the Rosetta Stone of human behavior. Closed. Nah, you know who leaves prints everywhere? Innocent people, janitors, the guy who delivered the pizza.
But try telling that to a jury after the CSI theme song plays in their heads.
Honestly, if fingerprints are so unique, why do I keep smudging mine every time I eat a bag of chips? Huh? Checkmate. Ferns. Answer that one before you look me up over a greasy thumb.
This little crack in the corner of my screen, been staring at it 3 days now.
Doesn't bother me.
Kinda fits the room.
Chatham Kent.
Looks like someone dropped a Space Ranger in a skip and left him to rot. That white cinder block room with spilled paint cans. Looks like a junkie's art project after the math ran out. And that no admittance sign tagged with light blue graffiti. Real subtle, mate. Authorized personnel only? More like authorized to get a tetanus shot. Then you got the front exterior, like colored stone blocks, like a prison with bingo numbers.
Ben, Bam, Buzz Lightyear, Astro Blasters.
Classic Disney ride shots, those little orange aliens, the neon blasters. But you put them next to that abandoned hall and it's like Buzz got evicted from Infinity and Beyond, ended up squatting in a dead bingo joint.
Poor guy went from to Infinity and Beyond to the Dole Queue and back. Free association. This whole thing's a metaphor for the fall of empire. Bingo halls were the working class's Vegas. Now they're rubble.
Years. Buzz Lightyear smiling at those blasters, like he don't know the world's on fire. Maybe he's a smart one.
Either way, this slide shows a mess. Fun. But I respect the hustle. Fuck.
Man, landlord wiring? More like landlord war crimes. Am I right?
Every exposed wire and a taped up junction box is a monument to that'll hold.
But you know what?
I take it back. Maybe those gabby little connections are a metaphor. Like, we're all just one loose neutral away from a house fire, living in a society built on hope and electrical tape.
You ever think about how a landlord's wiring is basically the physical form of I'll deal with it later?
Sha, that's me every morning.
I'm not throwing stone.
Last week, I fixed my toaster with a staple and a prayer.
So maybe the real joke is we're all landlords of our own disaster zones. This image search is just a mirror, and I don't like what I see. But hey, at least nobody's electrocuted yet.
Yet.
Man, so you're telling me that not sleeping enough can actually kill you, not just make you feel like a zombie, but straight up put you in a box.
Rechtschaffen and his rat homies found that out the hard way. Weeks of no sleep, or even just no REM, and the body starts eating itself alive.
That's some metal as science right there. And then there's orexin, the little chemical bastard that's supposed to keep you awake and your energy burning clean.
But when you starve yourself of sleep, it flips the switch to pure cannibalism, just breaking down your own tissue for fuel.
No off switch. No wonder it ends lethal.
But let's be real. How many of us are actually running that experiment on ourselves every day? Pulling all-nighters, chugging energy drinks, chasing that grind like it's a trophy.
We mock the rats in the lab, but half the modern workforce is in a voluntary sleep deprivation study.
They just haven't died yet. Or have they? Dead inside counts, right?
And for what?
A few more hours of scrolling, of hustling, of proving you're tough enough to ignore your own biology?
The facts are right there. REM sleep isn't a luxury. It's the damn fire department for your brain.
Skip it too long and the wiring gets fried.
Dark shit in the lab, but at least he had the guts to ask what happens when you push the body past its limit.
We're out here acting like that's a badge of honor. Idiots.
This word, 到,
First thing that hits my skull?
that time I tried to hack my sleep cycle for a week straight. Ended up having a full conversation with my own reflection about the stock market.
Real product.
Anyway, these search results rolling in now. Looks like someone took a night shift at a bad horror factory and puked thumbnails.
You got people who look like they've been through a wood chipper and reassembled by a drunk IKEA assembly guy.
Charts with lines that scream.
You will die, but here's a sad graph first.
Like we're supposed to be shocked.
Bro, I've pulled all-nighters that made me question if my soul had a return policy.
The images are just grim.
Some of those faces look like they've seen the back end of a fever dream. Probably tried to just push through and ended up crying over a cereal commercial.
And then you got the medical diagrams. 办案秘密.
Here's what your brain does when you skip sleep for 72 hours.
Spoiler, it throws a tantrum and starts inventing conspiracies about your toaster.
Honestly, looking at this, I'm one coffee away from joining those thumbnails.
Snowflake bullshit.
Yeah, tell that to the millions of partial smudges cops used to nail the wrong guy every other week.
People act like your fingertip is some divine signature, like God personally autographed your hand so no one else could ever steal your identity. Meanwhile, a toddler with some silly putty and a clear coat of nail polish can lift your entire snowflake off a doorknob in 10 seconds flat. And the way TV shows treat it?
Oh, the lab coat type squint at a loop for 2 seconds. The computer, and boom, they got the perp. Reality check. Those prints are usually smeared, partial, or belong to some random guy who touched the same door before the crime even happened. Beer.
But nah, let's keep pretending a greasy thumbprint is the gold standard of evidence.
You're telling me no one on the jury ever thought, hey, maybe that criminal used a glove? No, Because that doesn't fit the neat little story, does it? World's most overhyped ID system.
You leave them everywhere, on your phone, on the fridge, on that bag of chips you just finished. And somehow we're supposed to believe they make us untouchable.
More like a greasy leash society is put on your hands, ready to rat you out for touching the wrong thing. What the hell am I even doing? Sitting here yapping to myself like some kind of lunatic. Not a single soul listening.
Feels almost right, honest.
Fucked up but familiar.
So electrical wiring is just cables and stuff.
Good job, dictionary. The place where stepping on a grate could literally fry you.
Leaf wiring for underwater fans.
Who thought that was a good idea? Hey, let's electrify the water. That seems refreshing. One step and you're not getting a tan. You're getting a wake-up call from the afterlife.
And of course, someone died.
Shocker. No pun intended. But honestly, if you're building a water park and you're like, exposed wiring, fine. You deserve a special award in Darwinism.
Then Boston. The Moonanite Panic. Some finds a circuit board with exposed wiring and electrical tape, and the whole city loses its mind. Bomb squad, evacuations, the works.
For Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Imagine being that guy. I found a bomb. Nah, bro, you found a bad marketing idea. Electrical tape on exposed wiring, that's not a bomb. That's a hobby project that someone gave up on. But hey, at least nobody died that time. Just a lot of embarrassed cops and a lawsuit. So we get electrocution at Action Park, paranoia in Boston, and a dictionary entry that's drier than my humor. Exposed wiring is just a metaphor for modern life, innit? Everything's barely held together with tape, and if you step wrong, you're done. But at least the Moonanite Panic gave us a good laugh before we all went back to being scared of our own shadows. Real MVP of stupid decisions.
Honestly, this stupid word. Honestly, this lousy live stream room. I've been here honestlying for ages, Tesh. Honestly is the most boring word in the whole world. Man, I gotta roast myself first. What the hell was I thinking? Pulling up sleep deprivation reflection. Like I'm about to find some deep self-help truth. Nah, this is just a parade of people staring into mirrors looking like they've seen their own ghost. You got bags under eyes big enough to carry a week's groceries.
Prison cell or some sad late-night gas station bathroom. Pick a struggle. Look at this one. Guy looks like he's about to whisper, "I haven't slept in 72 hours," to his own reflection like it's a confession. Bro, your reflection ain't your therapist. The mirror's just echoing back the same tired face and saying, "Yeah, I know, you look like crap too." It's almost philosophical. If you stare into the abyss long enough, The abyss stares back and asks if you've tried melatonin.
And the comments probably going, wow, so deep, this captures the soul's exhaustion.
Nah, this captures a bad life choice.
I'm surprised nobody's just collapsed in front of the mirror.
文艺, that's the real sleep deprivation, mood faceplant on the floor. Regret all your decisions.
Anyway, let's bookmark this as a reminder that I should go touch grass before I start relating to these hollow-eyed zombies.
Breaking. And the internet's like, oh, it forms an eye. Yeah, finishes with image. Congrats, you passed kindergarten physics. But then you got this disambiguation nonsense, like reflection, creating the mirror image of a shape, right? Because if I flip a triangle across a line, it's the same damn thing. So what? A mirror is just a lazy man's coordinate transform. Glass with attitude. Here's the real take. People treat mirrors like truth tellers. But light bouncing off a surface is the most basic gossip there is. It flips left and right, lies about depth, and makes you think you got a zit on the wrong side.
And do we buy it?
Stare into that silver rectangle every morning, looking for validation, like it's some wise oracle. Tantrum. The math angle is even funnier. Creating the mirror image of a shape across a point line. That's just geometry bullying the original. Hey shape, you exist. That mean virtue for no reason. Real reflected glory. Huh. Bottom line, mirrors are overrated. They don't know you, they don't care. They just follow the laws of optics like a bored clerk. Stop expecting wisdom from a piece of polished glass. Go look at a puddle, same thing. Weather and the ducks don't judge. Now, that's a reflection worth talking about. You see that? That ain't exposed wiring. That's a goddamn cry for help. And thought, yeah, I got this.
Bro, that copper screaming.
That tape job? That's the electrical equivalent of a band-aid on a gunshot wound.
If you know, you know, and if you don't, that's fine.
'Cause you're not the one waking up in a smoke-filled apartment at 3 a.m.
Look at the way those wires just hang in there like a bad decision. That's not a repair. That's a statement. A statement that says, I will not be spending money on an electrician. I will be spending it on fire extinguishers instead. And the color coding? Forget it.
We got black, white, and some mystery wire that might have been red in 1987.
Somebody's gonna say, it's fine, I capped it. Bro, you capped it with what? Hope? Spit, the ghost of a dead landlord. This is the kind of wiring that gives haunted houses a bad name.
If this was in my wall, I'd be sleeping with one eye open and a bucket of sand next to the bed. Honestly, this whole image is a mood. We're all just one loose connection away from a bad time.
Stay grounded, folks, literally.
Honest to God, the way people just throw that word around like it means anything.
Whatever.
Empty room, empty brain. Maybe that's a match made in heaven. Earth.
You mean that place where the rides were basically death traps held together with duct tape and spite? And now we're talking about a water-based electrocution. Yeah, 'cause nothing says family fun like hopping in a pool that's secretly a toaster. Classy. So the ride got drained and closed for investigation. Real shocker there.
But accounts differed on the extent of the differed how?
Oh, it was just a mild tingle, like leaking a 9-volt battery. No, I saw a guy's hair stand up and his eyes glow.
He's already at a water park where kids nearly died weekly. You'd think the facts would be locked down, not a game of telephone.
And that bit about being on the grounds of the what? The grounds of a landfill? An abandoned insane asylum? A former concentration camp?
Would explain a lot.
But no, it's kind of typical, like everything about that place. Half a story, half a safety, and a whole lot of lawsuits.
Let's be real. Action Park was America's greatest experiment in natural selection. If you went in and came out, not electrocuted, shattered, or drowning, you earned a badge of honor. But this electrocution bit, that's just lazy. At least make it a slide that launches you into a lake or something. A wire in the water? That's amateur hour even for a place that once had a ride called the Cannonball Loop that broke people's teeth. Yeah, accounts differed, but I'll bet the electricity bill was paid. Some loser can't open a jar of pickles. Then they buy some rubber grip thing and suddenly they're Gordon Ramsay. Like you're telling me your life was falling apart because of a jar lid? And now you think a silicone pod makes you a chef? That energy reeks. So when I see Try Hard Study Room on the screen, come on. It's the same scam, just dressed up with fairy lights and a whiteboard. You got kids stacking textbooks like a Jenga tower, sipping coffee from a mug that says hustle in cursive, pretending they're about to cure cancer. But really, they're just curating a Pinterest board while their brain is on airplane mode.
You know what a real study room looks like?
Crumpled energy drink cans, a laptop with 6 tabs open, and the faint smell of shame. Nobody's hand lettering quotes on a chalkboard unless they're avoiding actually writing the paper. This whole try-hard vibe is just performance anxiety with a decoration budget. Not learning anything. Just collecting aesthetic L's. No one's here at all. This crappy stream of mine is like a grave, not even a ghost drifting by.
Oh well. Entertaining myself is fine too.
So here we are. Light bounces off a shiny surface at the exact same angle it hits. That's the cold, hard physics of it. Incident equals reflection. Sounds like a math problem, not a life lesson.
But let me tell you, That law is more honest than half the people you'll ever meet.
A mirror don't lie because it can't. It's just a dumb piece of glass coated in silver.
It doesn't care if you're ugly or beautiful, rich or broke. It just shows what's there. Now, they say specular reflection only happens on smooth, lustrous surfaces. So a mirror is essentially a polished surface that reflects perfectly. Surfaces are rough. They scatter light every which way, giving you a blurry mess. That's most people I know. Rough, scattered, unclear.
Only when you get your life smooth. When you polish the hell out of it. Do you see a sharp image? But here's the catch. A smooth surface is also the most fragile.
One scratch and the whole reflection warps.
And they talk about waves, light, sound, water. They all reflect.
So, reflection ain't just about your face in the bathroom.
It's a universal law. What goes out comes back. You shout at a mountain, the mountain shouts back. You throw a rock in a pond. The ripples hit the edge and return.
You treat people like garbage. Don't be surprised when they treat you like a dumpster.
But here's what gets me. A mirror shows you reversed.
Left is right, right is left.
So the image you trust every morning is actually a lie. Reality.
That's hilarious.
And terrifying. How many other things in your life are mirror images, look real but are actually backwards? In the end, reflection is just nature's way of saying, deal with what you put out.
The mirror holds no grudge, no opinion.
It's the most honest thing you'll ever face, and that's why most people can't stare at themselves for more than a few seconds.
Now go, splash some water on that reflection and get on with your day. Oh, disaster DIY. HGTV Canada's finest monument to people who watched one YouTube short and decided they could rewire a house. Good.
Because nothing says, I'm an adult, like ripping out a load-bearing wall because you thought it looked cozy, and now the second floor is where the first floor used to be. Folks who look at the live wire and go, nah, it's fine. I watched a guy do it on TikTok. And then they call HGTV when their bathroom becomes a waterfall into the living room. Like my dude, you installed a tub where the drain goes into the neighbor's bedroom. That's not a renovation, that's a hostile turf war with gravity. And, of course, it's Canada. Because only a country that polite would turn a series of catastrophic house fires into a TV show. The host probably walks in and says, oh my, you've removed all the insulation. That's different.
Sarcastic. Instead of, what the hell were you thinking, Dave? You've turned your house into a giant sieve. We've all had a moment where we thought we could fix something with duct tape and hope.
The difference is, most of us don't get a call from HGTV afterward. These people get famous for turning a stud finder into a weapon of mass destruction.
Oh yeah, disaster DIY is just Darwinism, with a better budget and a laugh track. Keep watching. It's the only way to learn without having to live in a collapsed roof.
Action Park again? Every time I hear that name, it's like the punchline to a joke that keeps getting worse.
Electrocution in a water park.
Real creative way to spice up a lazy river, huh?
Accounts differed.
Oh, you mean one guy said I got zapped, and the other said no, it was just a mild tingle before his heart stopped. During the ride, close it down, and then what? Slap a caution, wet floor sign on the way out? Water-based electrocution sounds like the park was trying to merge a slip and slide with a toaster. The fact that there's even of incidents at independent amusement parks says everything. That list isn't a safety log. It's a highlight reel of Darwin Award nominees. And yet people still showed up, paid money, stood in line to get cooked like crab legs. I'm not saying they deserved it, but 匆忙. You go to Action Park, you sign a waiver that basically says, I accept that my flesh may be lightly seasoned. The accounts differed, probably because the lawyers stepped in before the EMTs. That ride ain't coming back. They'll repurpose it as a mediation pool for the staff. Classic Action Park. The only park where the water has more amps than the roller coaster has safety inspectors.
Sarcastic, bet your ass every single one of these Action Park electrocution images follows the same tired-ass formula. Castic, let's scroll and see first row. Some dude in a silk t-shirt, one hand on a metal railing, face like he just bit a lemon. Second row. A puddle with a danger sign half submerged. Real subtle. Third, a rubber boot lying next to an extension cord. Sarcastic. Where's the variety? Sarcastic. You got your dude touching a fence shot. Your puddle of doom shot your shocked face close up. Sarcastic. Every park has the same goddamn soggy electric death trap. And every photographer frames it like fine art. Sarcastic. It's like they all went to the same class, How to Photograph Stupid Hazards 101. Castic. Sarcastic. If I ran one of these parks, I'd spice it up. Put the puddle in a dunk tank, have the guy wear a propeller hat, add a laugh track. Sarcastic. But nah, it's always just some wet idiot and a sign boring. Sarcastic. You'd think electrocution would be more creative. Sarcastic. Speaker is louder than I am. And no one's here tonight. That's the truth. It's fine playing by myself, but then I just get tired of it. What's the point of this stupid room? Look, specular reflection, the biggest scam in physics, since they told me a mirror reflects light. You ever see your own face in a spoon? That's specular reflection too, and I'll tell you, the spoon don't lie. But a flat mirror? That's a goddamn liar.
See, here's my hot take. Specular reflection is just nature's way of reminding you that you're not the main character.
Every time you look in a mirror, you think it's showing. Nah.
Nice angle, and if you move 2 inches left, that reflection changes like your soul just shifted. The universe is gaslighting us with angles. But then I think about it more. You know what actually taught me about light bouncing? Pedals. After a rain in Beijing, the streetlights hit the wet asphalt, and the whole road turns into a mirror. You look down and think you're walking on stars. That's specular reflection, right? Water's flat enough to bounce it all back, but one car drives through and the whole image gets destroyed. That's the real lesson. Perfection's fragile. One splash and it's all ripples. That doesn't bother me, keeps spinning in my head. It's so damn annoying. Nobody even asked, yet it just pops up on its own, like I owe it money or something. You ever think about how a building's backbone is just a wall?
Like, you wouldn't trust your spine to a guy who's like, good enough, but people do it with concrete bricks every day.
Ronan Point, 1968, 2 months old. 2 months.
That's like buying a car and having the wheels fall off on the drive home.
A gas leak, a boom, and one whole corner of the building just goes.
Hey, maybe gas explosions can happen and we should. I don't know, not put all the weight on one single wall.
That's not an accident. That's a design philosophy made of hopes and farts.
Then you got real. 2012. Another load-bearing wall giving out like a bad promise.
17 people dead.
The report said the western wall of the 6th floor collapsed and the whole building followed.
So you're telling me in 44 years, engineers looked at one point and thought, that was just a fluke. Let's keep building with the same logic?
Or maybe they didn't look at all.
Maybe they just kept cutting corners until the math caught up. The thing that gets me is these aren't ancient ruins.
These are modern structures, supposedly built with standards.
But standard is just a piece of paper until someone's body is in the rubble.
Gas leaks happen. Bad construction happens. But loud, boring walls?
That's the skeleton. You mess with the skeleton, you don't get a second chance.
So here's my take. Every time you walk into a building, just give a little nod to those walls. They're holding up your ceiling, your neighbor's top, and maybe some forgotten choice from an architect who was trying to save a buck.
Respect the wall.
Point. Look at that. Some guy sitting on the curb with a bandage wrapped around his whole head like a mummy who just got his ass kicked by a water slide. That 1,000-yard stare says he's seen God, and God was a half-rotten PVC pipe held together with duct tape and prayers. This is the legendary Traction Park, where the rides were designed by someone who failed engineering twice, then said, fuck it, let's make the luge out of gravel and hope. You can sweat through the screen. That dude probably signed a waiver written in crayon, then got launched into a fence going 20 miles an hour.
And you know what?
Some part of me respects it. No waivers, no lawsuits, just pure, stupid, beautiful chaos.
Nowadays, you need a 5-page liability form to ride a merry-go-round.
Back then, you showed up, paid $5, and accepted that you might leave with a concussion and a story.
Look at this other shot. Some ride that's literally just a greasy conveyor belt, dumping people into a shallow pool. For morons. Darwinism has a field day here.
But hey, at least nobody was filming vertical TikToks about it. Just honest, low resolution trauma. Man, the back rooms. One blurry photo of some yellow-walled office limbo, and the internet goes feral.
Like, yeah, it's unsettling. The sickly mustard carpet, the buzzing fluorescence, the total absence of chairs or dining. But let's be real. Who among us hasn't felt like they're trapped in a beige room with bad lighting and no exit? That's called a Monday at a temp agency.
What gets me is how the story ballooned from one anonymous poster going, "Hey, this pic gives me the creeps," into whole wikis, levels, entities, and lore. Accidental poetry, you no-clip out of reality, end up in a place that's both empty and wrong. That's the gold. Then people had to systematize it, rank the monsters, assign SCP-like threat levels. Ruined the mystery, if you ask me. Some things work better at one anxiety trip, but I get the appeal. It's a cheap, relatable dread. Endless corridors, no food, no Wi-Fi, just the hum.
That's existential young.
Honestly, I've had nights scrolling my phone where I felt the same. Stuck in a room with nowhere to go. Seconds feeling like hours. The bathrooms isn't scary because of monsters. It's scary because it's boring and eternal. That's the real horror. Monotony with no escape. But what did spark? That says more about us than about liminal spaces. We're all just looking for a story to make the emptiness feel intentional.
Until someone adds a level with a flesh pit full of screaming chairs. Then it's just creative writing homework.
So you're telling me fish fall for a shiny piece of metal wobbling through water?
Well, that tracks. Spoon looks about that speculative reflection, basically flashing like a distress signal to anything eyes.
But here's the thing, those turbulences? That's the real kicker.
Predatory fish ain't just looking at sparkles. They're feeling the water move. That vibration says something's wounded or reckless in here.
But let's
Fish got brains the size of a pea. Yeah, but they ain't stupid.
If that spoon was just a flash without any wobble or drag, they'd probably ignore it after a few tries. It's the combo light flicker plus water disturbance that keeps them hooked.
Like a bad magic trick. You know it's fake, but you still watch.
And you know what?
That design's been around forever.
Simple, cruel, effective.
No bells and whistles.
Just a curved piece of metal doing what it does. Flying to a fish's face. Kinda, respect it. Not sure what that says about us humans, though.
We'll trick anything that swims just for a bit of fun.
But hey, at least the spoon's honest.
For half an hour. It's so damn annoying. Should I keep going?
Who came up with this crappy idea? I'm just making a fool of myself.
What am I even saying? Better to just shut up. This light, burning my eyes. Who the hell came up with this idea, talking to dead air, alone?
Oh, right, me. Great.
Yeah, not feeling it anymore. Right, so?
I was about to have this whole big thought. Then my brain just poof.
Here, talking to absolutely nobody. Cool. Great use of my time. Remember when that was just a loser's dream in 2019? You clip out of reality and end up in an in-wage office. That's just what a minimum wage temp job feels like after your third shift. To a whole creepypasta fire.
Hayne Parsons.
Kit was probably in high school when he made that web series. Him actually grabbing a flick of thought from the sewer and turning it into something crap. Or an angle that grainy, VHS-like dread hits different than some CGI monster. Makes you feel like you're watching tape that was never meant to be seen.
Of course, let a moldy little corner of the internet stay moldy. Gotta hold it down, put R in it and tickets.
The hope of the back rooms was that it was just a place where you Kane Parsons is directing it, so maybe he'll hold his breath. Rumination is basically non-suicidal self-injury. That's actually not wrong. You're just sitting there picking at the same scab in your brain over and over, thinking you're processing when you're really just bleeding out mentally. Same damn thing as cutting, just no blood, no scars. Nobody has to clean up after you.
Guess that's convenient.
But here's the bit that cracks me up. Was originally believed to predict the duration of depressive symptoms.
So what? Now they're not so sure.
Psychology. You swing harder than a drunk at a bar fight. 1 minute rumination is the boogeyman that makes depression last forever. Next minute, it's like, well, maybe it's complicated. When you actually look at it. They probably found some people who ruminate and actually get better, or some who don't ruminate and still stay depressed for years, so now the neat little box is busted. Here's my take. Rumination is a symptom, not a cause. You don't get depressed because you ruminate. You ruminate because you're already depressed and your brain is stuck in a rut, like a car in mud. Spinning wheels, getting nowhere, burning fuel. And calling it self-injury is dramatic, but not wrong. It's just the mental equivalent of picking a zit until it scars. You know you shouldn't, but it feels like you're doing something, even though you're just making it worse. Replace it with. Because telling someone, stop ruminating, is like telling a drowning person to stop breathing water.
Yeah, great advice. Now give them a life raft.
But hey, at least they gave it a fancy name, so people can feel smart when they say I'm engaging in maladaptive rumination.
Bro, you're just stuck in a loop.
Call it what it is. So Freddie Mercury sat around staring out windows in Montreux, and that gave us A Winter's Tale.
Man, that's rich. Rich enough to afford a view anyway.
Most people stare out windows because they're broke and bored, not because they're crafting a psychedelic dreamscape.
But okay, I'll buy it. Your mind drifts when you look out at nothing special.
A lake, a street, some clouds. You're not doing anything, you're just letting the noise settle.
Freddie turned that into a song that floats like a lazy snowflake.
I get it. Even a legend gets tired of the spectacle and just wants to zone out.
But here's my take. Staring out a window in Montreux isn't the same as staring out a window in some cramped flat above a kebab shop.
His view was probably postcard perfect.
Mine's a brick wall and a stray cat that judges me.
Still, the feeling's the same. That hollow, floaty, what am I even doing with my life vibe.
Just his came with a piano and a producer.
The song's got that hazy, half-awake quality.
Not quite gone. That's the part that hits. Not the Swiss scenery, not the money, just the universal act of looking out at the world and letting it blur. Who knew a Queen song could be so ordinary? The best way. Anyway, I'm done staring.
Well, maybe one more minute.
Alright, let's chew on this greasy little piece of trivia.
So you got the Stratton brothers' first murder case in England that used a thumbprint as evidence.
But here's the kicker. That thumbprint was actually a greasy smudge on the underside of a box's inner tray.
Just some oil-based ghost. And they went. Yeah, that's the one. That's like eyeing a guy by the blurry photo of his elbow.
The whole thing's a circus. Two brothers hanged because someone's messy fingers touched a cash box.
Real or not? Jury bought it.
But you gotta wonder, how many innocent people got that same treatment before forensics got fancy?
Now toss in Mark Twain's, a melodrama where a fingerprint solves a murder.
Except Twain wrote it before any court ever used prints. He's sitting there in the 1890 seconds thinking, fast. Hey, what if we all got unique swirls on our fingers? That'd be a neat way to pin a crime fast. The Stratton case rolls up and tragically copies the plot.
Life imitating art. But the art was a bit of a joke. Twain's story is full of switched identities and soap opera twists.
So the reality is even messier. A smudge on the tray, a novelist's hunch, and two men dead.
It's like we're still running on that same shaky logic today. Only now we got DNA, which is great until some lab tech sneezes on the sample.
Me. I think fingerprints are overrated. They're not magic signatures. They're just grease stains with a story.
The real takeaway: don't touch anything greasy if you're planning a crime. Or do, and hope the jury has a sense of humor.
Because the line between guilty and framed is thinner than that smudge.
Blurry thumbprint smudges rolling by, like some kinda abstract confession booth.
You know what that is? That's the digital equivalent of wiping your greasy fingers on the screen and saying that's art. It's the visual representation of every time you try to unlock your phone with a sweaty finger and it just gave you a big fat try again.
Real rich, real primeval.
You think about it. Thumbprints are supposed to be unique, right?
But a smudge, that's just the same as over and over.
Everybody's thumb makes the same dirty smear when you drag it through butter and slap it on glass.
It's like looking at a police lineup where every suspect left their mark, but nobody knows which one did the crime.
You know what I do with that?
Add frame 1 and call it Monday morning at the DMV. Instant masterpiece.
Or maybe it's just a reminder that even your identity gets blurry when you're too lazy to clean the camera lens.
Hell, now I'm hungry.
Why does every smudge look like a half-eaten cheese sandwich wiped on a napkin?
That's my brain on these search results.
Can't take it serious, can't look away.
Alright, so you got 2 yellow empty rooms.
One is Edward Hopper, 1963. Sunday in an empty room. Golden light hitting a bare wall and floor. No furniture, no people. Just that stillness that feels like the world ended and nobody told you. Photo that burst the backrooms. Same sickly yellow hue. Same emptiness, but now the carpet's damp, and the fluorescent hum is driving you insane.
Same color, two completely different kinds of dread.
Harper's room. That's loneliness with dignity.
That's a Sunday afternoon where the sun is mocking you by being beautiful while you sit there decomposing inside.
The backrooms, though, that's panic coded into wallpaper. That's the fear that reality was never real to begin with. Some joke, some liminal trash heap you fell into by accident. What gets me is how the internet took that same yellow emptiness and turned it into cheap horror. As something to sit with and feel. The backrooms turned it into a jump scare that never happens. Just the threat of running forever in a space that shouldn't exist. Both are about being alone, but one asks you to stay. The other screams at you to leave. We can't handle silence unless we fill it with monsters. Hopper lets the silence breathe. The backroom's crammed full of anxiety.
Yay, yellow. Same emptiness.
Totally different nerve endings. This stupid charging cable is all tangled up, just like my train of thought. Can't straighten it out. Well, whatever, no one's looking anyway. Let it stay knotted. My mind just drifted to some philosophical shit I thought up last week staring at instant noodles.
And I came to one conclusion. The universe is a fucking joke. And here I am, still talking to a screen nobody's watching.
This frayed edge on the mousepad, like my patience right now. Zip straight through. Nah, skip that. Man, I could go for something hot right now. Like Dana. Never mind. Hey, this dream's dead quiet. Might as well talk to the void. 1963, Edward Hopper, late period dude, was pushing 80.
And what does he paint? A room. No people. Just light.
Realist painter, my ass. That takes some nerve.
Most guys his age are doing landscapes or portraits of their grandkids.
He's like, nah, I'm gonna stare at an empty corner and call it art. And it works? I guess when you've been painting lonely city folk for decades, eventually you just cut out the middleman. No people, no drama, just the sun burning a rectangle on the floor. That's the move.
Then there's Rooms by Sea, same energy.
Water in the distance, but who cares? The room is the star.
And then somebody in 1991 made a PSVD based on like 47 Hopper paintings, ending with this one.
Imagine sitting through 47 paintings of people looking out windows and empty lobbies just to get to the final boss, a room with literally nothing.
What gets me is the light. Hopper's light is aggressive.
It's not gentle morning glow. It's that 3 p.m. sun that makes you squint and think about your life choices.
In Song in an Empty Room, the light isn't comforting. It's clinical.
It's the light you see when you wake up in a motel you don't remember checking into. But that's the point. He stripped away all the storytelling and left just the bare feeling. You are alone, but at least the light's good.
And the realism isn't about making it look real. It's about making the emptiness feel real. Most painters try to fill the frame.
That's a power move. He's like, I'm 81. I don't owe you anything. So he gives us a room.
And we're still talking about it 60 years later.
Maybe he was onto something, or maybe he just forgot to put a person in.
Either way, it works.
It's so quiet, you could grow mold, like a graveyard atmosphere.
Here I am, this big mouth of mine mumbling spells into thin air. Just perfect.
Alright, so this whole back rooms thing, people saw a picture of some ugly ass yellow room with gross carpet and went, yeah, that's an infinite nightmare dimension.
Come on. You're telling me a photo of a sad, empty office space is supposed to be the creepiest thing ever?
No. Some depressing waiting room or a call center hallway that feels like it goes on forever.
That's not horror. That's Tuesday.
But I get the hook. The idea that you could no-clip out of reality into a never-ending maze of beige walls and humming fluorescent lights? That hits because modern life already feels like that sometimes.
You're grinding, staring at the same four walls, and everything sort of blurs together.
So people took a boring photo and built a whole mythos around it. Monsters, levels, entities. Classic internet. Take one random image and overcomplicate it until it's a full religion.
Backrooms would be worse if it was empty. For miles, no entities, no danger, just endless, soul-crushing boredom. That's the true horror, not some creature.
But no, people need a scary monster to feel something. Pathetic.
Me? I just set up a lawn chair, crack open a beer, and wait.
The yellow wallpaper might drive me crazy after a week, but at least there's no rent.
So stop pretending that photo is deep.
It's a shitty room.
We've all been there.
Alright, let's chew on this absurdism. Crap you scraped off the internet.
Life actually has meaning. Classic cop-out, right?
Like, yeah, sure, maybe life have meaning, but that doesn't mean the absurdist take is wrong. It just means you are not paying attention to the giant cosmic joke.
And problematic consequences. What? You mean like not giving a damn about your 9 to 5 grind?
Sounds like a feature, not a bug.
Camus, yeah, the French guy who smoked too much and wrote about Sisyphus pushing a rock. He basically said, the universe is a cold, indifferent void, and we keep screaming for answers it never gives. That's absurd.
But here's the thing nobody talks about. Camus wasn't a nihilist. He didn't say nothing matters, go kill yourself. He said, keep pushing the rock and imagine Sisyphus happy. You're miserable. You know it's pointless, but you smile anyway.
That's the vibe.
Now, they mention absurdity like it's some Greek invention.
Probably the Stoics or Epicureans had a bone to pick. Look, the classic Greeks were all about logos, reason, order, the cosmos making sense. But drop a guy in a world where the sun burns, the sea drowns, and your best friend can catch a plague for no reason. Yeah, that's absurd. The tension between human desire for meaning and the universe that gives zero fucks. That's the core. No made-up higher purpose, no cheat codes. So what's my take?
It's all bullshit, but liberating bullshit. You don't need a grand reason to exist. You just need to laugh at the absurdity, maybe flip the universe the bird and enjoy the ride. Objections! They're just people scared of the void. Sit with it a minute. You'll get used to the room. So Hopper spent his late years painting a room with no one in it, just the light smacking the wall.
And people call that deep.
I get it. Empty space, melancholy, all that.
But read the room, Ed. You're 91 by now. You've painted diners, lonely women, motels, and you end with an empty box.
That's not profanity. That's just old age staring at the wallpaper.
Look at the facts. Rooms by the sea already had that empty, flooded with light thing going. Then he does it again, even better.
It's like he's saying, people, overrated, just give me a sunbeam and a floor.
And the 1991 piece PSVD, a 47 painting tribute, ending on this one.
That's putting a period on an era of loneliness with a goddamn blank room. Here's my take. Hopper wasn't sad. He was tired of inventing drama.
He stripped it down to the one thing that never judges you: empty space and light.
No tragedy, no story, just a rectangle of brightness hitting a wall. Besides, anyone who's lived in a cheap apartment knows that golden afternoon light hitting an empty room hits harder than any person ever could. It's the only thing that doesn't talk back or charge rent.
So yay, sun in an empty room is Hopper flipping off the narrative. You want a story? Here's a wall with some sun. Figure it out.
And somehow that's more honest than all those early masterpieces. Gotta respect the man for pacing himself to death, then shutting up.
Oh, look at that. The empty room. The supposedly deep, minimalist, I have my life together aesthetic. Right. Because nothing says enlightenment like a blank white cube with one sad houseplant that's already half dead from neglect. People act like an empty room is some kind of spiritual statement. Ooh, I'm embracing emptiness. I'm zen. No, you're just broke, or you just moved in and haven't bought furniture yet, or you're trying to flex some Instagram thing that nobody asked for. But the real joke,
an empty room is never empty.
There's still dust, still the ghost of your last panic attack on that bare floor, still the faint smell of regret.
You can't escape yourself just because you got rid of a table and chair.
And what's supposed to be serene just looks like a storage unit for someone's midlife crisis. Space to think. But days.
Sarcastic, this is a visual equivalent of watching paint dry while your life falls apart.
No distractions, no comfort, just you, your thoughts, and not one fly buzzing against the window. Real, I've made a terrible mistake energy.
Go ahead, sit in the middle of that room. Cross your legs and tell me you don't feel a primal urge to fill it with junk. Empty room is just a room that hasn't been trashed yet. Wait a week.
Like, why do I even bother with this setup? It's not like anyone's watching.
Oh wait, nobody is. Just me and this stupid mic. Honestly, this whole here I am bit feels more like here I pretend to be somebody. I've been staring at it for nearly 20 minutes. Who the hell invented this crappy job? No, I chose this myself. I'm an idiot.
Backrooms, that 4chan sheet from 2019. Yeah, I've seen it. Monotone yellow walls, wet carpet smell, fluorescent lights that hum like a dying fridge. Somebody's fevered dream about working the night shift at a building that never ends.
And now, Kim Parsons turned it into a web series, then a whole film. Classic, tack a creepypasta, slap a budget on it. Call it analog horror. People eat it up like I eat a bag of chips at 3 a.m.
But here's the thing. The backrooms ain't some fantasy. That place is real. I've been there.
Entity no eye dog, all bullshit.
I'm talking about the daily grind, standing in line at the post office for 45 minutes, breathing in stale air, watching the same cracks in the ceiling tiles. That's the back room.
4chan just gave it a name.
The film version? Bet it's got jump scares and a plot.
The original thread had none of that. Just a guy saying, if you not sleep out of reality, you end up here. That's the whole hook. No monsters needed. The horror is the boredom. The horror is knowing you'll wander forever and never find a window.
Web series probably ruined it with lore. Can't let a good mystery sit still.
Every time I walk into a Walmart at 10 p.m., every time I'm stuck on hold with Comcast, those are the real liminal spaces. No escape, no end. Just yellow light and the sound of your own breath.
So yeah, go watch the film if you want.
But don't pretend you don't already live there.
Hold up. Sisyphus is Odysseus' dad. I gotta stop you right there.
That's some ancient Greek paternity test drama, right?
You're telling me the guy who rolls a rock up a hill forever might be the father of the guy who spends 10 years trying to get home?
That's gotta be the worst family legacy ever. One son's cursed to eternal, pointless labor. The other's cursed to eternal, pointless sailing.
Rolling that rock because he was trying to get away from Odysseus' mom? But seriously, Camus.
The myth of Sisyphus. He looked at this guy pushing a boulder for eternity and said, you know what? This is fine, actually. It's the only honest thing to do. You gotta imagine him happy. Real talk, does Camus sound like someone who's ever had to push a real rock?
I've pushed enough metaphorical rocks in my life, coming up from nothing, grinding day after day, and imagine him happy is not the first thought that comes to mind. Hi.
It's more like, imagine him getting a better job.
But here's the thing. The original myth, before all the philosophy textbooks got their hands on it, was about a guy who cheated death twice. Thanatos. Dude was the original escape artist. And his punishment? Infinite boredom. That's the real horror. Not the pain, not the effort, but the repetition. Same thing every day, no end. Hi.
Camus turned that into a metaphor for life itself.
And you know what? He's not wrong. Most of us are pushing some version of that rock. Rent, work, relationship drama. We're just too busy to notice it's uphill. So yeah, maybe the trick isn't to imagine Sisyphus happy.
Maybe the trick is to imagine him taking a nap halfway up the hill.
Because if you're gonna be stuck forever, at least make it comfortable. Double duty. First Jihyeo from Twice turns it into a love formula song. Then some poor bastard uses an alocasia to unpack family trauma in Al-Anon. That's wild. Like, is this the new universal symbol?
Forget the dead dove. We got the crispy fern.
Jahel's take is funny. Imagine you're in the studio, heartbreak fresh, and you're like, you know what really gets me? The aloe vera I forgot to water. And boom, a whole song about love equals oxygen plus trauma. I mean, I guess if a plant dying gives you that kind of heat, sure. But it's either really shallow or really deep, and I can't tell which. Then swings in with the sobering reality. Our gnome, living with your brother. A houseplant as the metaphor for caretaking something that's already dead. I killed a succulent. That's I'm trying to keep this alive because I don't know how to let go. One's a pop song, the other's a gut punch. Same plant, different dirt.
Honestly, it's both ridiculous and real. We project our shit onto anything that'll hold still. A wilted leaf, a dusty pot.
Jihyo's probably laughing her ass off that a dead house plant made her a hit, da. While that character's just trying not to cry in a church basement. I respect both. Plants die. We write songs. We go to meetings. We keep moving.
Just don't expect me to water your fern.
Damn rule number 1.
Don't think. Just. Don't think.
I'm an idiot. Yeah, that's the whole script tonight.
Roll credits.
Man, look at this. A microphone is a transducer that converts sound into an electrical signal. Wow, thanks. Wikipedia, real poetic. They make it sound like it's some delicate science experiment, but I've seen mics taped to broomsticks, shoved into beer bottles, eaten by a drunk karaoke lady at 3 a.m. That's not a transducer. That's a war crime against the audio gear. Lapel mic, clip mic, body mic, collar mic, neck mic, or personal mic.
That's not a mic. That's a fucking identity crisis. Like, pick a name, bro.
But I get it. You clip that thing on your shirt and suddenly you're a podcast god. Even if you sound like you're talking from inside a potato, it's basically a spy gadget for sound nerds. And the stand, a freestanding mount for a microphone. Groundbreaking. You mean that metal tripod that barely holds up my cheap USB mic without tipping over when I breathe too hard?
Yeah, I'm familiar.
But here's the thing. Take that freestanding stand, wrap it in gaffer tape, and it's a weapon, a coat rack, a torture device for bassists at open mics. Dumb objects that catch your dumb words.
The stand that keeps them from rolling off the table.
The lavalier makes you look like a newscaster with commitment issues.
Don't overthink it. Just keep the pop filter away from my face. Backrooms, huh?
I seen this pop up on my feed. People talking about some infinite yellow hallway where you just fall through the floor and end up there.
And I'm thinking, ain't that just my life already?
Like 2019 on 4chan, some random dude goes, "Hey, Imagine if you clipped out of reality and boom, a whole mythology.
That's the internet for ya. One bored person's thought becomes everybody's nightmare. But let's get real for a second.
For when you are stuck in a shitty job, a shitty town, a shitty loop you can't get out of.
The walls are all the same. The lights hum. You're alone. That's not fiction, that's just BA being poor and bored. I've been there.
You ever spent the summer in rural Hebei? 康屁用完. That's the back room, sisters. No exit. Just dust and old people yelling.
Then this kid, Kane Parsons, turns it into a web series, gets a film deal off it. Good for him. Seriously.
He took a spooky basement idea and made it real with cameras and acting and all that.
Here's the thing. The original Backrooms ain't about monsters. It's about emptiness.
The horror is that nothing happens forever.
You walk more. That's worse than any jump scare. Ike's like my old live streams when nobody's in the chat.
Just me and a banana talking to myself.
People love this stuff 'cause deep down they know we're all a little clipped out. We're all in our own back room, scrolling, waiting for something. But you can't just stand there humming fluorescent. You gotta punch a wall, find a door, or at least make the room funny. I say if you're stuck in the back rooms, start a podcast. At least, then you got company. They can't take that from you. Hey girl, I figured this thing out. Backrooms is just an internet ghost story, right?
In 2019, some netizens on 4chan made it up, and later a guy named Kane Parsons made it into a video and even got a movie.
Think about it. In real life, who hasn't felt like I seem to be stuck on some level and can't get out?
It's not a ghost haunting. It's like a cubicle at work. Your partner's cold shoulder, the days of paying off your credit card at the end of the month. It's all the same. Yellow wallpaper, the air smells like old mold. You walk and walk, but can't find the exit.
The horror of Backrooms isn't about some monster, but the sense of despair of, I'm just going to be here forever. Isn't that the daily life of office workers? That Kane Parsons kid is smart. He turned a 4chan post meme into a visual universe: corridors, walls, fluorescent lights, all the most ordinary things, but they send chills down your spine. Why? Because it's too real. Back when my live stream was at its peak, I'd go offline at midnight, squatting in my rented room, eating cold rice. At that moment I thought, am I also stuck in some back rooms? Already absurd enough. Don't just look for horror online. One day you'll walk into a corridor and find the left and right sides look the same, and there's no way back. Don't panic. That might just be your own life. When the movie comes out, I definitely won't watch it. Afraid I cannot sleep after watching.
Getting cursed at during live streams is already enough for me. Watching myself trapped in yellow wallpaper, that would just be self-torture.
Ha! So the big brain hero of that is actually the spawn of that eternal rock pusher Sisyphus.
No wonder Odysseus was so good at lying, cheating, and escaping death. It's literally in his blood.
The guy who tricked Thanatos and chained up Hades? That's his daddy.
Laertes was just a poor schmuck who married the mom after she got knocked up by a certified maniac.
And check this. Autolycus, the infamous thief and trickster, is now basically Odysseus' grandfather by extension.
Sisyphus screws Anticlea. Anticlea's father is Autolycus, the master of lies and disguise.
So Odysseus isn't just a clever bastard. He's literally the product of a multi-generational con artist dynasty.
The protagonist was genetically engineered to be a slippery son of a bitch. But here's the part that gets me. They still tried to pretend Laertes was the real father for centuries. Like, oh yes, your dad is a quiet old gardener who misses you. Totally not the guy, condemned to push a boulder up a hill forever for defying the gods. That's one hell of a family secret to bury. No wonder Laertes stayed away. Dude knew he was raising another man's trouble child. A kid whose biological father was literally cursed by Zeus. That's not a chill retirement plan. Really makes you wonder, did Odysseus ever figure it out?
His whole stick is being cunning, but maybe that's the point.
He's a walking, talking consequence of divine punishment and mortal scheming. Sisyphus seduced Anticlea as a power move or a curse. Who knows? And his father's cosmic sentence. No wonder he spent 10 years trying not to go home. Home was a lie from the start.
Alright, let's talk alocasia. So you got these big broad-leaved thugs from the Araceae family. Rhizomes, tubers, perennials, the whole works.
Sounds like some botanical mob boss that refuses to die. First one's just the genus description. Boring textbook stuff.
Then you got Alocasia macrorhizos, native to rainforests of Mare.
What, is Mari a person? Like, yeah, this plant grew out of my buddy Mari's backyard. Probably means Mariana Islands or something. But the fact cuts off, so I'll treat it as some mysterious rainforest gang hideout.
Then Alocasia odora, aka night-scented lily, Asian taro, or giant upright elephant ear.
Night-scented, so it stinks up the place after dark? That's some shady business. Giant upright elephant ear. Sounds like a plant that's trying to eavesdrop on your conversations.
Now let's get real.
These are not delicate little flowers. They're tough, tuberous survivors that'll spread underground and pop up where you least expect them. Perennial means they keep coming back, year after year, like that one annoying neighbor who won't take a hint. The broadleaves? Great for blocking out the sun and killing everything underneath, typical bully behavior. And neat-scented lily. I bet it smells like desperation and old socks, not some fancy perfume.
Curious, why do people even grow these?
For the aesthetic, or to assert dominance over their garden. Look at my giant elephant ear. It's bigger than your head, peasant. Meanwhile, the thing's probably invasive and impossible to remove. But hey, they're flowering plants in the arum family, so at least they reproduce the old-fashioned way. No shortcuts, respect for that. So yeah, alocasia, botanical gangsters that smell at night, own the ground and won't leave you alone. Kinda like me, though with more leaves and less attitude.
Okay, down. Three things the internet shoved at me: mic drop, open mic, and MIC as an abbreviation.
Groundbreaking.
First off, mic drop, intentional gesture of dropping your mic at the end of a performance or speech.
Yeah, I get it. You're done. You're the big shot.
But half the time people do it, they're not even saying anything worth dropping for. You just said, I quit, or some weak punchline, and now you're tossing gear.
Please.
That move is reserved for actual final words, not your TikTok outro.
And the guy who started it? Probably a comedian who was just pissed at his cable management.
Then open mic, a live show at a coffee house or dive bar where anyone can get up and boom. I love open mics. They're raw. They're messy. You get the guy who thinks his acoustic cover of Wonderwall is revolutionary, and the one poet who reads 6 pages about her cat. Be real. 90% of open mics are just people working through their therapy in public.
You're not expressing yourself. You're trauma dumping with a reverb pedal.
Still, respect for stepping up.
And Mac, just shorthand for microphone? Or the other acronyms nobody cares about?
Honestly, mic is the least interesting part.
It's just a tool. But slap that word in a room and watch people act like it's sacred.
Don't touch my mic. Bro, it's a plastic tube with a wire.
I've seen people treat their mic like a baby bird.
Calm down.
So yay, 3 facts. One's a power move gone stale, one's a community circus, and one's a dictionary entry. Grabbing a drink and watching the open mic kid try to sing in a key he doesn't know exists.
That's real content. Tess, all the bubbles are gone and still hanging around, just like this crappy mic of mine. Damn, got splashed everywhere. Well, even this can has more personality than our live stream. Oh look, it's the young genius who supposedly reinvented found footage by filming his hallway for 5 minutes.
Real groundbreaking shit. Everyone's like, he's so talented. He captures the liminal dread. Bro, I've seen more unsettling vibes at a 7-Eleven at 3 a.m. when the Slurpee machine starts making that gurgling noise.
Bad, blighting, truly the height of horror.
What's next? A guy staring at a flickering light bulb for an hour?
That's not art. That's my Tuesday night.
But I get it. The internet loves a good mysterious altar story. Especially when he's 17 and acts like he's cursed some ancient demon. Probably just forgot to do his laundry and leaned into the aesthetic. And all those lore docs.
Man, you could splice together Office Depot security footage and call it a commentary on bureaucratic hell. People would eat it up.
So yeah, King, you're the king of empty corridors and existential beige.
Congrats. Now get back to making something that doesn't feel like the loading screen of a forgotten PS2 horror game. shit floating around.
It's not just empty hallways and weird lighting. It's that you get when a place is supposed to be full of people, but it's dead quiet. Like a mall at 3 a.m. or a school during summer break.
That ain't just eerie, it's
your brain screaming, something should be here. Why ain't it? That's the uncanny part.
Now the back rooms, that's just taking that vibe and turning it into a whole damn dimension. Exiting reality, my ass.
more like falling through the cracks of a system that wasn't built to hold you.
Endless yellow rooms, buzzing lights, no one around.
Sounds like a metaphor for late-stage capitalism to me.
They're at beige walls, and the only thing that changes is the carpet pattern. But hey, they made a movie about it where some therapist finds a backroom dimension through a store basement?
Who? That's just a creepy retail job with extra steps.
Liminal spaces work because they're real surreal.
We've all been in a room that felt like it was waiting for something to happen.
The internet just gave it a name and a community.
But the real question, why do we crave that hollow dread? Maybe it's because being alone in a place that should be alive feels like the most honest version of modern life.
Empty, aimless, vaguely threatening.
Their documentary.
Wait, hold up! So Odysseus wasn't even Laertes' kid.
Some random internet deep cut says Sisyphus knocked up Anticlea and Laertes just raised the bastard. That's some daytime soap opera shit right there.
No wonder Odysseus was always scheming. Dude's blood runs straight from the granddaddy of eternal rock pushing.
Sisyphus tricked death twice, and his son?
Odysseus tricked the Cyclops, a whole palace of suitors, and his own wife for like 10 years.
Apple doesn't fall far from the twisted tree.
And then they throw Autolycus in the mix, another infamous trickster.
So Odysseus is basically the product of a three-way con. Sisyphus seduced Anticlea, Autolycus was her father, and Laertes got cucked into raising the result?
That's not a hero's origin, that's a lineage of grifters.
That's a good hustle.
But here's the kicker. If Sisyphus is his real dad, then Odysseus' whole suffering hero arc gets recontextualized.
He wasn't cursed by Poseidon for blinding Polyphemus.
He was cursed because he's literally the son of the guy who chained death up. The gods don't forget that kind of family debt. And the way Odysseus strings people along, lies to his own crew, and plays both sides? That's not patience, that's inherited pettiness.
The trickster list, they threw in Ares, Prometheus, Hermes, and Nancy. It's a who's who of chaos.
Odysseus belongs there, no doubt.
But Sisyphus being his father makes it less about a man trying to get home and more about a con artist running from his daddy's tab.
Hell, maybe that's why he didn't age. Sisyphus is still pushing his boulder, so Odysseus is still pushing his own boulder of lies. Only me on this whole screen.
Great, this dumb plan, this lousy live stream.
I open my mouth, then close it, over and over. TS 克制 got splashed everywhere. What kind of crappy opening is this? I give up.
Ribbon mics are a pain in the ass, and that's exactly why they sound the way they do.
Look at the facts. A thin strip of aluminum hanging in a magnetic field. That's it. No condenser plate, no coil.
Just the ribbon that's so fragile. A loud burp can wreck it.
The RCA Type 44.
First introduced sometime in the 30s, bidirectional, that means it records from front and back and rejects the sides. That's why those old radio dramas sounded so upfront and dead quiet on the sides. Designed by the BBC for broadcast.
That's British government engineers saying, we need a mic that makes voices sound like they're in the room, not in a box. And it worked. They've drum overheads, vocal booths, even fucking explosions in films. But here's the thing nobody tells you. These things are a liability.
A condenser mic can survive a fall. A dynamic mic can take a beer to the face.
You breathe on it wrong, and the diaphragm crumples like an old receipt. You have to store them upright, handle them like a bomb, and ever use phantom power on a vintage one unless you want a funeral. Now, it's a design that hasn't changed because the physics haven't changed.
That's not nostalgia. That's stubborn engineering. So yeah, they sound beautiful. Smooth, natural, no harsh top end. But you want one?
Buy a modern reproduction with some durability.
Or learn to live with the anxiety of owning a microphone that treats a gust of wind like a deadly threat. You know what this word combo hits me with?
Tin cans and string.
Like, remember being a kid, running around with a fucking yogurt cup and some dental floss, thinking you're a spy?
That's the energy.
Convinced their spam can with a wire hanging off, it is a legitimate audio solution.
And you know what? I respect the hustle, but not the results.
Anyway, Bing's probably throwing back a graveyard of junk. Dented beer cans with a condenser glued inside. Wireless DIY projects that explode on phantom power. And at least one image of a literal can of beans with a mic stand taped to it because someone thought can meant food.
The
search engine's just as confused as I am. It's like the algorithm, so can and went. Oh, like can do. Yes, this microphone can do things. No, you stupid robot. Not that kind of can.
Probably from forums where people argue about the acoustic properties of tuna cans vs tomato paste. Like bro, your kick drum sounds like a wet box either way. If you're rocking a Campbell soup condenser, you don't need a better mic. You need an intervention. But fine, keep searching. I'll be over here laughing at the thumbnail graveyard.
Dead malls. Yeah, that's what happens when capitalism builds a cathedral to shopping and then ghosts it. You got these giant concrete tombs with food court fountains that haven't run in a decade, and the air smells like stale Cinnabon and regret.
Photographer for retail. Props to him for turning my local mall went under into an aesthetic.
But let's call it what it is. We overbuilt.
Every strip mall from 1995 thought it was the next rodeo drive. Then Amazon came and gave them all a lobotomy. Demalling. Who came up with that word? Sounds like you're exercising a building. They tear down the walls, put in apartments, maybe a gym and a boba shop, and pretend the ghosts aren't still haunting the parking lot. Successful examples. Yeah, if you call a Target with a dentist office and a dog groomer a success.
The real kicker. These dead malls are the closest thing my generation has to ruins. And we don't get coliseums. We get a Sears with half the lights out. Kids explore them like urban spelunkers, taking photos of cracked tiles and escalators that only go down.
So, yeah, Dan Bell filmed the zombie apocalypse, but the zombies were just empty storefronts. And everyone clapped because at least it wasn't another Spirit Halloween.
That's a vibe.
Dead Mall. The place your grandpa's retirement savings went to die.
Oh yeah, I know exactly the kind of joint these are.
You ever been to a food court that felt like a fever dream from the jump?
Fluorescent lights humming like a dying mosquito. The smell of old fryer oil and mildew mixed with bleach that couldn't quite do the job.
That's the vibe here.
These aren't just abandoned. They're haunted by bad decisions.
Stall that sold soggy falafel and hope.
Now it's just dust, overturned chairs, and a menu board that still says, coming soon from 2009. Look at the floor tiles, those sticky beige squares that held a decade of spills and sad foot traffic. The sticky beige square. You can almost hear the echo of a kid screaming for a happy meal while his mom's on the phone, arguing with her ex. This place didn't die overnight. It faded, one empty lunch rush at a time, until some landlord finally locked the gate and walked away.
The McDonald's arch still glows faintly, like the ghost of bad decisions. Preserved like a fossil of desperation.
Food courts like this, they're the graveyards of middle-class dreams. Oh no, always over when the bubble tea place has cobwebs. Yeah, this is the kind of, if you know, you know that nobody wants to know. Alright, let me get this straight.
You got Anticlea, daughter of Autolycus, that guy who could make anything disappear. A thief so good, even gods got ripped off.
Then she marries Laertes, a king so bland, you forget he exists.
But some old school gossip says the real daddy wasn't Laertes at all, it was Sisyphus.
Yeah, that Sisyphus.
The guy who tricked death, pushed a boulder uphill for eternity, and generally had zero respect for rules. Polytropos, the man of many turns, the one who lies his way out of every jam, might just be the son of the ultimate trickster.
That tracks, doesn't it? You don't get that level of low cunning from Laertes, who mostly just stayed home and cried about his son.
But Sisyphus.
That's a bloodline that cheat.
Now, here's what gets me. The story doesn't say whether Aunt Clea knew. Was she in on it? Was Sisyphus just passing through, did the deed, and left?
Or was it one of those mythological coercion deals that Homer conveniently glosses over?
The fact that this version survived outside the main canon tells you something. People wanted Odysseus to have trickster roots.
It makes him more interesting, more dangerous, less heroic in that boring I'm a good soldier way.
Also a thief. So Odysseus has trickster on both sides, just different flavors. Sisyphus gives him the relentless, I'll find a way through hell energy. Autolycus gives him the smooth, I'll steal your cattle and you'll thank me charm.
Laertes? He's a cover story. The official dad. The guy who plants the olive tree and acts respectable.
Moral of the story? Bloodlines are bullshit. What matters is what you do with your inheritance. Odysseus chose to be the clever bastard who talks his way out of a Cyclops cave and strings a bow no one else can.
That's not Laertes' doing. That's Sisyphus laughing.
Earphone cord looks like a rat's nest.
I swear, if this stream's career was a knot, it'd already be cut by scissors.
Whatever.
Like what even scissors, right? That's all it takes. Snip, snip, and poof. P.
Nah, forget it. This whole thing's just stale air. Whatever. Not like anyone's keeping score.
Sad. Concrete water feature. That thing's got all the energy of a mall cop who just got told he's being outsourced to a kiosk.
It's a fountain that gave up.
No kids throwing pennies, no old lady feeding pigeons, just a dry basin and a faint memory of what might have been a Pizza Hut. Somebody at the planning meeting said it'll create community. And then they built this circle of depression in the middle of a food court that doesn't even have a sparrow. You can almost hear the water whispering. There's no soul here, just regret and the echo of a food stamp decline. I bet that fountain doubles as a squirrel bath at night when nobody's looking.
And the tile pattern.
Looks like someone dropped a 90s coffee table book on feng shui and threw up a budget mosaic. DMV waiting room with a skylight. Empty food court fountain. The official mascot of We Had a Vision. Yeah, the vision. A sad wet hole for people to walk around, pretending they're not waiting for something better to open. If that thing had a Yelp review, it'd be 1 star and say, I wanted to make a wish, but all I got was a headache from the overhead lighting.
That's it?
That's the whole vibes.
Oh, great. Another mythological dirtbag who got a free pass because his dad was a god.
Autolycus, son of Hermes, the god of thieves, liars, and delivery drivers.
Real shocker, the apple didn't fall far from the tree.
Grandpa of Odysseus, too.
A rap sheet with some epic poetry stapled on top.
Dude was a thief so legendary they wrote him into existence twice. Apparently, there's another Autolycus out there, son of some DI guy. Probably a copycat who didn't inherit the divine kleptomania gene. But the main one? She stole everything that wasn't nailed down, and if it was nailed down, he'd steal the nails too.
Claimed he could make himself and his loot invisible? Yeah, sure, buddy. Or maybe you just bribed the locals and called it magic.
Hermes gave him the power to change the shape of whatever he stole. So you'd boost a herd of cattle. Poof, now they're different colored.
Real useful for the ancient Greek pawn shop hustle.
And what's he best known for? Stealing Sisyphus' cattle, then getting outsmarted by Sisyphus.
So even the pinnacle of thievery got punked by the guy who's famous for pushing a boulder. That's not legendary. That's embarrassing.
But then again, he's also the guy who named Odysseus, literally the one who is hated, or the one who causes pain.
Or he was just that honest about his lineage. 只言P. Honestly, Autolycus feels less like a hero and more like that sketchy uncle who shows up at family reunions with a fresh watch and a story that doesn't add up.
But hey, at least he passed down the sneaky genes to Odysseus, who actually did something with them besides stealing livestock.
So I guess that makes him the original white-collar criminal of myth? Or just the first guy to realize that if you're a demigod, nobody's gonna press charges. That little pile of coins on the side of the cup. 5 cents, 2 cents, some foreign crap.
Not like anyone's keeping score, right? They're all as broke as me.
Huh. Broke Club membership. Right there. Lifetime, free of charge. Sounds legit. Wait, nah, they can't even pay the cover.
Yo, look at these 2 scans from some moldy fur Trade of America PDF, probably ripped off Google Books from 1892.
The first one's all tangled up in some cord and scissors half-as diagram, like some pioneer version of a TikTok life hack. Untangle your fishing line with this one weird trick. Nah, son, that's just a noose for a beaver.
And the second?
Looks like a racking of leather straps and rusty blades.
I can smell the mothballs and desperation through the screen. You know what this reminds me of? Market once, reeking of spite and dead rabbits.
I'm like, bro, this ain't a tool. It's a prop for a fever dream. The scissor trick they're screaming about? Probably just some 19th century con artist shtick to skip the actual work. Pair of scissors, tangled in horsehair? That's not a hack. It's a cry for help.
Honestly, every time I see this old manual art, I'm convinced the past was just a dumpster fire of bad ideas and even worse typography.
Someone actually sat down and thought, yes, this diagram of a knot no one will ever use will make history.
And now we gotta stare at it. Play.
Right on the rim.
Keeps catching my lip. Like the universe is telling me, then forget it. Nobody's here to hear that. Ah, 11.5 hours and not a single sound. Am I fighting with myself or with damn screen? Forget it. It's the same anyway. No one can hear me.
So Hermes, patron of Thebes, inventor of lying passes, that gift to Autolycus. Handing down the art of bullshit like it's a family heirloom. And then Autolycus pumps out Anticlea, who marries Laris, and suddenly you've got Odysseus, the guy who can't even tell Polyphemus his real name without lying first.
That's not a coincidence. That's a bloodline built on con artistry. Lying is literally in their DNA. 诈 and check this. Euryclea wants to name the kid Polyeritos, much prayed for, like the whole family's been begging the gods for a blessing. But Grandpa Autolycus steps in and names him Odysseus instead. Why? Because Odysomai means to be wrathful or to cause pain.
At this newborn and goes, yeah, he's gonna be real trouble. No prayers, no divine favor, just a straight up warning. That's the kind of naming you get when your family tree's rooted in theft and deception.
But here's the thing. Hermes isn't just any god. He's the messenger, the sneak, the one who moves between worlds.
That means every lie Autolycus told, every scam Odysseus pulled, it's all divine in a way. You can't be mad at the guy for lying to the Cyclops when his granddad literally invented the hobby. It's like getting cursed by fate, but with a wink and a smirk. Makes you wonder, if lying's a gift, what's the return policy? Club membership.
Because of course, there's a club.
Nothing screams prestige like paying dues to prove you're wearing polyester instead of real dead things. Classic cliche. I'm ethical, but I still want that luxury look. Yeah, sure, buddy. You're saving the planet one plastic pelt at a time.
But let's be real. Who's the target here?
Rich people with a guilty conscience. I'll drop 500 on a membership so I can get a discount on my next brush nylon grizzly bear impersonator.
Or is it a weird loyalty program for furriers who got cancelled?
Don't worry, our products are 100% acrylic. You can still feel superior to everyone while looking like a moldy carpet. Makes it sound like some secret society for people who trade pocket lint for dryer sheets. Honestly, I'm picturing a Zoom meeting where everyone shows off their best man-made mane and they vote on who's the most convincingly fake. The grand prize, a certificate that says you're practically a real animal.
The whole thing reeks of trying so hard to be classy that it loops back to tacky. You don't need a club to buy fake fur.
You need a club to convince yourself you haven't lost the plot.
But hey, whatever helps you sleep under your foam mink throw blanket. Holy hell, look at this mess of neon lines, tangled arrows as if a toddler on meth mapped out a plumbing nightmare.
Bright orange everything, that destruction guaranteed vibe. Like someone took a fuse box schematic and crossbred it with a henna tattoo.
You search chord scissors diagram and the internet throws back every possible shade of confusion.
Half of these look like instructions for DIY IED. The other half like someone drew their step-by-step plan for cutting a charging cable in half.
What kind of psychotic user manual is this?
Step 1. Locate the cord. Step 2. Scissors. Step 3. Now you have 2 half cords.
And the fonts? All the fonts.
The visual equivalent of a forklift beeping in reverse. You can practically hear the Microsoft Word art screaming.
Some of these thumbnails have so many callouts and dotted lines. They make a construction blueprint look like a haiku.
And the color palettes, orange, brown, yellow, green, like a 2005 energy drink, can explode it.
Makes you wonder who even searches this. Some guy trying to fix his desk lamp. Or maybe a grandpa who just bought his first pair of scissors and needs a diagram.
Or it's the result of an AI hallucination. Show me scissors cutting a cord, but make it look like a quantum entanglement chart.
This is the Google image result equivalent of a drunk guy yelling at a microwave.
Why know what's wild enough? Never mind.
11 hours and I'm arguing with a mic that ain't even plugged in. This is fine. Totally fine.
Oh, this light is blinding me.
Yeah, totally fine.
So fine that I want to smash this crappy screen onto my own face.
This guy is the original grifter's grifter, Autolycus, son of Hermes, so thieving runs in the blood. But let's be real, the myths paint him as this smooth-talking, charm-your-pants-off hustler, and the Shakespeare version? Oh, he's a singing peddler with a heart for dirty ballads and a hand that's a little too quick with your purse. Classic.
Now, look at these search results.
You got your fancy Renaissance paintings, your comic book versions, your stage shots from some highbrow theater. Everyone's trying to make him look like a lovable rogue. Suit.
But the real Autolycus,
he's the guy who'd sell you your own watch back and make you thank him for it.
no clean edges, no honor among thieves. How to deal with the devil if the price was right.
And here's the kicker. Nobody talks about how much of a cringe fest it must have been to be his mark. Imagine getting fleeced by a guy in a garish cloak who's humming a dirty tune. I'd rather get mugged by a silent ninja.
But hey, that's the hustle.
If you don't get it, you're probably the one he's about to swindle.
Huh, that darn light's flickering. I've been wrestling with my own shadow. Oh well, nobody's around anyway, so whatever.
Hey, what was I about to say? I forgot. I'm hungry.
Cooling fan.
That stain on the wall looks like a hemorrhoid from a past life.
I'm hungry but too lazy to move. Aren't I just pathetic? Ah, that's Dan.
Looks like someone's past life took a dump on the wall.
Huh. No, more like a hemorrhoid.
Fucking ugly.
Any
The thief are all stamped from the same mold, shifty-eyed silhouettes, clutching some junk, with backgrounds pitch black like they just crawled out of a coal mine.
Look, am I right? I don't even need to look closely. I can guess it with my eyes closed. Oh wow, I hit the nail on the head. Look at this one. A dark figure hunched over like a weasel that stole a chicken, with a money bag drawn beside it, as if afraid people wouldn't know he's a thief. And this one, the face is drawn so that from the front it has no ears, from the side no nose. Even more awkward than me. Do you think these artists watched too much Tom and Jerry as kids? Does a thief have to look like that? I think they're just lazy. They only have this one template in their heads.
Seriously, if Autolycus really looked like this, he'd be a total loser. I've heard that guy is the grandfather of thieves. He pulled off some real fancy tricks, but now all that's left is a bunch of silhouettes and shabby money bag pictures. Tskatsk, just like today's influencers, all the same, no originality. Oh wait, this one is different. This guy actually has an expression on his face. Looks like he's smirking. Oh, it's a picture from an ancient Greek pottery jar. Those shifty eyes, still that same sleazy vibe. Anyway, I refuse to believe that a thief who could steal the sun god's cattle would be so petty. If I were drawing him, I'd draw him after stealing something, giving a peace sign to the camera. Now that's what I call audacious. Alright, so we got this Edison light bulb look-alike called Balafire Flickering Electric Flame.
Sounds like something you buy off a sketchy guy in an alley, promising authentic vibes. But really, it's just a shitty bulb that can't make up its mind.
And then they throw in a radiometer. That little spinny veins thing.
Mixing that with a flicker gimmick? That's just selling people on dysfunction.
But the real meat here is the 60 Hz stable flicker versus chaotic flicker from a failing bulb. So what they're saying, a healthy bulb operating on AC power flickers at a steady 60 cycles per second isn't too fast for most people to see, but it's there. Your eyes get a constant rhythm.
A dying bulb? That flicker gets irregular, like a heart going into arrhythmia before flatlining. It's not just lower light, it's a broken pattern.
That's what makes you feel uneasy, even if you can't consciously register the chaos.
The brain hates randomness in steady environments.
Kind of like when someone's acting fine, but you can tell they're about to snap because their timing is off. Same with the electronics.
It's basically marketing a fake death rattle as ambience. Peak late-stage capitalism. Sell people the look of a bulb that's about to kick it. Call it retro style.
I'd rather have a proper Edison bulb with real warm glow. No seizure-inducing fluctuations.
Or better yet, just sit in the dark and stare at a radiometer. At least that has an excuse for spinning. Anyway, if you want flicker, go watch some old movies.
If a bulb's flicker is chaotic, throw it out before your room starts looking like a haunted house. Simple.
Oh, we got a connoisseur in the chat tonight, huh? Lonely Diner. You know damn well what that is.
That's not just a person eating alone, that's a whole religion. You got the sad little bowl of ramen with the chopsticks sticking up like a tiny funeral, the single glass of beer sweating into a ring on the counter, the old-ass diner clock ticking like it's counting down your social life. And the lighting, every single one of these photos looks like it was taken in a 1980 seconds noir film that ran out of budget halfway through. Yellow-orange glow that makes even a salad look depressed. The lonely diner is always sitting at the counter, never a booth, because a booth says, I be here with someone, but I'm not, while the counter says the floor is lava, my therapist is the chef. And let's be real, half these people are just trying to get a good angle for their sad boy girl Instagram story.
Hash browns that's been sitting there for 45 minutes because they're too busy staring into the void.
The void is fine. It's the ketchup stain on the napkin that's really judging them.
You show this to a normie, they go, oh, how poignant. You show this too. We just see a contest for who can look the most existential while ordering a club sandwich.
I mean, look, that one's got a whole ass hand on their forehead like they're solving world hunger. Grung. Bro, you're taking a bite of a grilled cheese. It's not that deep.
But hey, the aesthetic is real and the loneliness is apparently delicious.
3 stars. Would eat alone again. Even more like a damn hemorrhoid. Annoying as hell. There's not a single soul in this crappy studio. Who the hell am I even performing for? Tift. I was just about to say something.
Alright, these stains, that one right there, looks like someone's grandpa tried to express his inner turmoil through a leaky roof and called it cubism. I swear, half of these could be sold in a posh gallery for 20 grand if you just told people it's deterioration as commentary.
But nah, let's be real. Wall stains are just the world's laziest Rorschach test.
You see a face? I see a mold colony that's been working overtime.
You're saving money on paint and calling it character. Sarcastic, and the color palette, aged yellow, splotchy brown. Maybe a dash of green if it's damp enough, like a bruise on a building's soul, 死cast.
Some of these are trying too hard, like that one with the drip pattern, pretending to be some kind of Jackson Pollock drip painting.
Please, it's just the remnants of last week's curry explosion from the kitchen.
You want art? Go look at real art.
Sarcastic. This is just the universe's middle finger to people who don't clean their walls. Sarcastic? Not wolf-like, not wolf. Adjacent. The wolf.
Straight up beast mode. And his dad's Hermes, god of thieves, travelers, and apparently loopholes in divine law. Jed checks.
Here's the funny part. Hermes steals stuff, then turns around and sacrifices it to the gods.
Like, yo, Zeus, I took this cow from your temple. Ha, I'm giving it back. Bless me. That's some next level hustle.
Autolycus inherits that, probably thought stealing was holy.
Imagine growing up with that.
Son, if you don't lift something today, you're dishonoring the family. No wonder he ended up as Odysseus' grandpa. Odysseus, the guy known for lying, cheating, and scheming his way home, that name. Granddad Autolycus picked it. Euryclea was pushing Polyaratos, much prayed for. Sounds like a mom's pick, right? But Autolycus rolls in, probably drunk on wine he stole from a satyr, and goes, nah, call him the one I'm pissed at, or whatever Odysseus means. Boom, legacy set.
And Autolycus thieves for the thrill. Where does that leave Odysseus?
He's not a thief in the grand sense, but he's always outsmarting, always taking what he needs by weight. That's just another form of theft, stealing reality itself, twisting the facts until they're yours. So the myth's not about wolves or gods. It's about how crime runs in the blood, only the packaging changes.
Hermes steals for piety, Autolycus steals because he is the wolf, and Odysseus steals because he has to get home. Same instincts, different wallets.
And that's the punchline. The difference between a hero and a thief is just how good the storyteller is. Looks like a failed experiment, from a metal band's fever, crumb and bone nightmare, cranked up to 11, like someone glued a gargoyle to a motorcycle and called it heart. Either it's a forgotten boss from a JRPG nobody played, or the cover of an album that sold exactly 12 copies.
The name is Balefire, but the aesthetic screaming I curse your bloodline and I smell like stale energy drinks.
Scroll further and oh, here's the cosplay version, same edgelord energy. But the armor's clearly foam and the pose says, I'm 14 and this is deep.
Some poor soul spent 3 months on a prop that looks like a weed whacker made of dragon bones.
Respect the grind, but the cringe is real. Top jumbled runes, wrong number of fingers, blatant art. That's just the diffusion model's best guess at ep. The algorithm saw Balefire and thought, yeah, let's vomit up a dozen generic fire-eyed warriors, all striking the same brooding pose.
Honestly, the whole search is a mood, a chaotic mix of people trying too hard and not hard enough. The only honest image is the one that just says server not found.
That's the real Balefire. A blank screen that dares you to waste your time.
Anyway, that's enough digital counts for one stream. And I'm over here talking at a dead mic. Like, what's the point? Fucking echo chamber for one. Somebody out there? Anyone? No?
Bet your last dime, chat. Every single one of these lonesome merriment pics follows the exact same formula.
I'm talking sad boy hours template. One bowl of instant noodles, chopsticks sticking out like a flag of defeat, crappy desk lamp casting dramatic shadows, and a half-empty energy drink that's definitely been sitting there for 3 days.
Scroll, scroll, scroll.
Yeah.
There's the obligatory anime, character eating alone in a convenience store shot. There's the noodles floating in murky broths that looks more like pond water than soup close up. Black and white filter slapped on a photo of a gas station ramen cup.
Like, come on.
You're not a tortured artist. You're just hungry and too lazy to cook.
Oh wait, here's a wild card. Someone's got a cat sitting next to the bowl. A cat.
That's practically a party.
But nope. Caption still says, lonely? Man, even the cat looks embarrassed for you. Look, I get it. We all ate sad instant noodles in the dark. But turning it into a whole aesthetic.
That's some next level self-pity branding. You're one step away from selling lonely ramen starter packs with a single chopstick and a tear-stained napkin.
Delete that folder. Go, eat a proper meal. I'm out.
Line, like you're supposed to see a face from the front and the side at the same time, as if that makes any sense. That's not art. That's a migraine with a paintbrush. Now throw into it, and you get your whack. Some drunk artist tripped and landed on a canvas. Or maybe it's just what happens when you leave your leftovers out too long and the mold starts getting creative. But no, this is a for staying cubism. I see thumbnails, blobs of color smeared into jagged shapes, like someone tried to wipe a dirty rag over a Picasso and called it a statement. It's like the art world finally admitted that abstract is just a fancy word for I don't know what I'm doing either.
Because at least it's honest.
None of that pretentious deconstructing the form. Garbage. She's just. I spilled my coffee, and now it looks like a guitar made of mud.
I can respect that.
It's raw. It's messy.
It's the visual equivalent of admitting you haven't washed your bed sheets in 3 months. So go ahead, call it art. Just don't ask me to hang it on my wall. I've got enough stains of my own, thanks.
Huh. Look at that crumb stuck between my G and H keys.
Been sitting there so long, it's practically a pet now.
Or maybe I'm just losing it faster than I thought.
Than my streaming career.
I stared at it for half a minute and then thought, at least it has a gap between the keys to stay in. What about me? Gargoyle. Do you know what that word actually does to my brain?
Not some stone demon on a cathedral.
No. It takes me straight to a busted drainage pipe behind the 7-Eleven in South Philly. The kind where the water backs up and smells like wet sock and bad decisions.
We used to dare each other to crawl in there for a quarter.
That's a gargoyle to me. Something ugly that sits there brooding while you're doing something even uglier.
So now you're telling me there's bikes with these things bolted on?
Strap a medieval anxiety attack to the handlebars. Great. That's like putting a crucifix on a getaway car. It's not gonna save your soul, it's just gonna confuse the cops. Officer, I swear I was only hauling stolen copper. But look at this little fella. Isn't he precious? I bet the dude who designed this is the same guy who puts a Monster Energy sticker on a minivan. He wants to be menacing, but he's probably got a helmet with a blinking red light on the back.
That bike ain't gonna ride you anywhere good. It's gonna sit in a garage next to a half-finished engine and a stack of parking tickets.
It's normal.
It's not.
It's a stone demon on a bicycle.
That's either a very slow apocalypse or a very fast museum piece.
Either way, I'm not touching it.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Japanese funeral thing. They pick out the bones with chopsticks after cremation. Two people holding the same pair, passing the pieces down the line.
And that means in life, you never ever pass full chopstick to chopstick. That's basically the same gesture.
It's like waving a flag for death at the dinner table. I think that's kind of brilliant, honestly. To know which room you're in.
You do that at a funeral? Respect.
You do that with a dumpling at a ramen shop? People are gonna look at you like you just cursed their grandmother.
It's pure superstition, dressed up as manners.
And I love that because half the time, good manners is just don't remind us we're all going to die. You pass something the wrong way, and suddenly everyone's thinking about bones.
So, you make a rule. This is for dead people. This is for living people. Don't mix them.
But here's the thing. What if you're eating at a funeral? Is it still a no-go? Or does the whole room just get a pass? I bet it's still a no. The taboo is that strong. One wrong move, and you're inviting the ghost to sit down and have a bite. It's a good system, though, cinema. Memorable, hard to screw up. Do it again.
That's how culture works. Fear of looking like an idiot in front of your dead relative.
Anyway, next time you're at a sushi place and someone tries to hand you a piece with their chopsticks, you just say, "Sorry, I'm not dead yet."
See how that lands.
Haha, MG. Ladies, I bet $5 all these paintings are the same damn trick. Give me 1 minute, I'll scan the screen, and if I guess right, will you each give me a follow?
Yes, Mora. Just as I saw.
Look at this one. The face is on the side. The nose is on the front. The ears are on top of the head.
This isn't cubism. It's a cell-splitting composition. You have to twist yourself into 3 pieces to fit into the frame.
And look at that one. 1 cup of water shows 10 angles. Just like when my darling got caught sneaking my snacks. He had 7 versions of excuses in his head, so he painted 7 transparent edges of the cup.
I get it. It's called multiple perspectives. Front, no nose on the side. I'm so embarrassed, so I might as well paint everything. And nobody can call each other ugly. Look at human eyes. They never look like that. But the artist says, I don't care. I can paint it that way because I enjoy it.
So is me burping, farting, and having oily face during my live stream also considered cubist living. Pretty mediocre.
In the end, it all comes down to one thing. Dignity is reserved for those who have a nose and a face. You cubists paint a deformed person and call it avant-garde. I don't wear makeup on camera. I'm called sloppy. Why? Why? Let's see who dares to say anything about me. This is how I look, 360 degrees just like this. What can you do about it?
If you can't pretend to be dignified, and pretend everything.
Get this sticky ring from some can I don't even remember drinking. What about me? I'm the ghost in this dead room, buzzing under bad light. The fluorescent light is buzzing, like someone scraping my eardrums with their fingernails. Ah, this lousy filter's making my face look green. This buzz in my skull, man, sounds like some dying fridge. What?
Watching the ceiling flicker.
Great use of a life.
This bottle's been staring at me for 3 hours. Empty plastic, crushed neck. Real talk. Somebody drank half and just walked off mid-sip. What is wrong with people? Actually, what's wrong with me for noticing? Brains fried man. Fried.
If you know, you know, and if you don't, you're probably still rubbing your temples, wondering why anyone would gawk at a piece of tacky rubber.
This ain't jewelry, folks. This is a statement. A cry.